Goku and Marvel Remastered, Episode 1. This episode will focus on the origins of Goku's upbringing, and the next episode will really start the beginning of the adventure. So let's get to it. The pod crashed through the dense canopy of the Savage Lands, its heat shield glowing red from atmospheric entry, before finally skidding to a halt in a clearing. Steam hissed from its scorched metal as the hatch creaked open, revealing the tiny dark-haired infant inside. Kakarot, barely a month old from his travel, blinked up at the dark, unfamiliar sky, his large black eyes reflecting the towering prehistoric trees and the distant cries of unseen beasts. The pod's internal systems had done their job, ensuring the infant survived the journey, but now he was alone in a world far removed from the war-torn planet of his birth. The air here was thick with humidity, the scent of earth and foliage overwhelming compared to the sterile metallic halls of Planet Vegeta's birthing pods. The infant Saiyan squirmed, his tiny fist clenching as his instincts flared. Even at this very young age, his biology screamed at him to survive, to adapt, to fight. Nearby, a pack of small feathered raptors crept closer, their heads tilting in curiosity. They had never seen a creature like this, hairless, small, yet radiating an odd aura with an odd smell. One of them hissed, testing the air before darting forward with a snap of its jaws. Kakarot's tiny hand shot out on reflex, gripping the raptor's snout with surprising strength. The creature yelped, thrashing, but the infant held firm, his grip tightening until the raptor squealed and scrambled back. The others hesitated, sensing something unnatural about this strange, hairless creature. The baby Saiyan Kakarot laughed after the beast fled from his tiny hands, but his laughter stopped when he looked into the sky and gazed at the full moon and began to grow in size. Meanwhile, deep in the Savage Lands, Sergei Kraven the Hunter, knelt beside the carcass of a freshly slain Tyrannosaurus. His muscles glistened with sweat, his dark eyes scanned the jungle with predatory focus. The hunt had been exhilarating, but it had not satisfied him. He craved something more, something worthy of his skills. He had come to the Savage Lands to test himself, to push his limits beyond the mundane prey of the outside world. Here, the beasts were ancient and primal, untouched by the weakness of civilization, and yet even they fell too easily beneath his spear. Standing, Kraven wiped the blood from his hands and inhaled deeply. The jungle was alive, with sound, the distant screech of pterosaurs, the rustle of unseen creatures in the underbrush, but something else lingered in the air, a scent, a presence that he had never felt before. His instincts sharpened. There was something new here, something powerfully exotic. A grin spread across his face. Finally. The ground trembled, trees splintered like twigs as a monstrous figure rose above the jungle canopy. A colossal furred beast with glowing red eyes, and a roar that shook the earth beneath him. Kraven's blood sang with excitement. The great ape was unaware of its own transformation, driven only by an infantile rage and confusion. Swinging its massive arms, flattening everything that was in its path. The moon's light had triggered the Saiyan's genetic curse, turning the helpless infant into a fierce force of nature. Kraven watched from a distance, his heart pounding. This was no mere beast. It was a titan, a true test to his hunter prowess. He adjusted his grip on his spear, his mind racing with strategy. He would hunt this creature or die trying. Kraven struck like a viper, his spear plunging into the Ozaru's thick hide, only for the tip to snap off against its unnatural resistance. The beast barely even flinched, its massive hand swiping downward. Kraven barely rolled away in time. The shockwave of the impact sent him skidding across the dirt. He cursed under his breath. His weapons were appearing to be useless. His strength, that outmatched almost any earthly beast, meant nothing here. The Ozaru turned, its baleful gaze looking onto him. Kraven grinned, welcoming the challenge. Perfect. After a while, blood dripped from Kraven's lip as he forced himself up. His body ached and most of his weapons were shattered, but his spirit burned brighter than ever. He reached for his last resort, a vial of his most potent elixir, a concoction that pushed his body beyond human limits. He drank deeply. Fire surged through his veins. His muscles swelled, his senses sharpened to an almost painful degree. He would have to retreat, that was certain, but he would not be forgotten. He would give this beast something to remember his encounter by. So with the primal roar of his own, Kraven pulled out his hunting knife from his boot and lunged forward, not for the center of the beast, but for its wandering appendage, the tail. He strikes like a meteor, all his enhanced strength focused into a single devastating slash. The Ozaru screamed, the tail was removed, and the beast began to shrink. Kraven's knife's edge had struck true. His hand burned for the impact's resistance. His muscles screamed from the strain, but his attack had severed the Ozaru's tail, and the effect was almost immediate. The monstrous ape let out a pain, guttural screech until its massive body began convulsing. The red glow in its eyes flickered, dimmed, and then vanished entirely. Before Kraven's disbelieving eyes, the towering beast began to shrink. Its fur receded, its limbs shortened, its very bones reshaped themselves in a grotesque reversal of nature. Steam rose from its collapsing form as muscle and sinew twisted back into something smaller. In the dirt was a completely unconscious child. His breathing was steady, his body unharmed despite the violent transformation he had just undergone, and Kraven stood looking at it frozen, his chest heaving, his mind struggling to process what he had just witnessed. This was obviously no ordinary beast. He stepped closer, his hunter instincts warring with something far more unfamiliar. Curiosity. The boy was unlike any creature he had ever encountered. His features were human enough, but the power he had just wielded, the sheer untamed ferocity, was something different. Kraven reached down, gripping the child's wrist. His pulse was strong, his skin was warm. And then the boy stirred, his eyes dark, sharp, and far too aware for an infant, fluttered open, locking onto Kraven's face. There was no fear in them, only confusion. Kraven exhaled sharply. The first light of dawn crept over the savage land, painting the jungle in hues of gold and crimson. Kraven stood over the sleeping boy, his mind racing. This was no accident, no mere twist of fate. This had to be destiny. The boy had given him something no other hunt ever had. A real, true challenge. Not just in strength, but in mystery. A creature that could shift from a helpless infant to an unstoppable force in mere moments. A being whose very biology defied nature. Kraven had spent his life seeking the ultimate prey, the ultimate test of his skill. But now he wondered, what if the greatest hunt was not the killing, but in the shaping? Shaping a new hunter that could eventually take his place. A slow predatory smile spread across his face. This boy was powerful, untamed, and a raw force of nature. And Kraven could mold him. He had no heirs, no successors. He viewed his own children as disappointments because they had turned from his path. But this boy, this saiyan, could be different. He was strength incarnated. He could be his new hunter. And with the right guidance, he could become something greater than even Kraven himself. The hunter knelt, lifting the child into his arms. The boy didn't stir. His body was light, but Kraven could feel the latent power humming beneath his skin, based on his aura. Yes, he would raise him, train him, forge him into the ultimate warrior, the ultimate hunter. Not as a son of blood, but as a son of battle. A true heir to the hunter's legacy. The boy would learn the ways of the hunt, the patience, the cunning, the thrill of the chase, and when the time came, he would surpass even Kraven himself. The thought filled him with something he had not felt in years. True purpose. As the sun rose fully over the savage land, Kraven turned, carrying the child toward his camp. The hunt was over, and a new page was beginning. The boy did not wake as Kraven carried him through the dense undergrowth of the savage lands. His small form was limp, his breathing steady, as if the transformation had drained him completely. Kraven studied his face, round, childlike, yet with an intensity even in his sleep. Kraven's mind raced with possibilities. He had seen many things in his years, mutants and even magical creatures made real. But this was something different. This was not magic, nor a mutation. As far as he was aware, this was just his biology. A natural ability to become a monster. And if the boy could do it once, he could possibly do it again. Imagine, Kraven thought, a warrior who could shift between forms at will. A beast with the mind of a hunter and the strength of a titan. He had spent most of his life proving himself the greatest hunter in the world. But now he held in his arms something that could surpass even that. This boy would need a name, Kraven smirked. That pod that he found in the area had called this child Kakarot. But Kakarot meant nothing here. This child was no longer bound by the legacy of a dead planet that sent him away. He would have a new name, a hunter's name. Dimitri. Yeah, we're going to say his canon name for this would be Dimitri, but I'm going to keep calling him Goku because, y'all know him as Goku. But anyway, hunter's name, Dimitri, Kraven decided, after his own father. A name of strength, of legacy. By the time they reached his camp, a fortified hideout hidden deep in the jungle, the boy had begun to stir. His dark eyes blinked open, sharp and alert despite his exhaustion. He did not cry, did not whimper. He merely watched Kraven with an unsettling focus. Kraven set him down on a fur-lined pallet, studying him. "You are strong," he murmured. "But strength without discipline is wasted." The boy tilted his head as if he was listening to what was going on, and Kraven grinned. "Yes, you understand. You will understand, won't you?" He reached into his supplies, pulling out a strip of dried meat. The boy's nostrils flared. In an instant, he snatched it from Kraven's hand, devouring it with feral hunger, and Kraven laughed. "Good. A hunter must eat." The boy finished the meat, licking his fingers clean. Then, to Kraven's surprise, he reached out tiny fingers, gripping the hunter's wrist with surprising strength, as if testing him, and Kraven's grin widened. "Oh, this will be interesting." He intended to train the boy. The hunt had changed, and so had Kraven. Years had passed since Kraven the Hunter had found the mysterious boy in the savage lands. The infant Saiyan was now a wiry, wild-haired child of 7 years old, who moved through the jungle with the same lethal grace as his adopted father, only a step behind. But unlike Kraven, who had honed his skills through discipline and experimentation, this boy Dimitri, as Kraven had named him, possessed a raw, instinctual power that even the greatest hunter in the world could scarcely comprehend. And Kraven had molded Dimitri in his own image. From the moment Dimitri could walk, Kraven had instilled in him the sacred tenets of the hunt. Respect your prey. Every creature, no matter how weak, deserved a warrior's death. To mock or to toy with them was beneath a hunter. When Dimitri had laughed after outrunning a wounded Saber-tooth, Kraven backhanded him so hard he saw stars. "Do not disgrace yourself," he snarled. "That beast fought to its last breath. You will honor it." And the second part of the rule was only the strong survive. Mercy was for the weak. If prey escaped, it deserved to live. If it fought back and won, then the hunter was a failure. Dimitri had learned this the hard way when a furious triceratops gored him through the thigh at the age of 6. Kraven had watched, arms crossed, as the boy dragged himself back to the camp, bloodied, limping, but grinning. "Good," Kraven said. "Now you understand pain and what happens when you fail to succeed on a hunt." The jungle was their arena. The savage lands were a perfect training ground. Every beast, from the smallest raptor to the largest T-Rex, was a stepping stone in Dimitri's training. Kraven taught him to reach the land, how to read the land, the bent grass, the scent of musk, the faintest imprint of a claw, and by 7, Dimitri could follow a scent trail better than your local bloodhound. He learned combat with no weapons, not yet. First, he had to master his own body. Kraven drilled in him wrestling, finding pressure points, and how to use his opponent's strength against him. He even prepared for the moon's curse. Kraven had quickly learned of Dimitri's other form over the years. The first time the full moon rose after adopting him, after adopting him, the beast went wild. But after that, Kraven had begun to chain him inside a cave on full moon nights. But sometimes he would watch with fascination and let him get a glimpse of the moon. It let him do his thing, until eventually he began to chain his tail down because his tail seemed to be one of his weaknesses. So when he chained his tail down during transformation, he would be in a weakened state, more controllable. Dimitri hated it, but he learned to get used to it. On Dimitri's 9th birthday, Kraven deemed him ready. "Today you hunt alone," Kraven said, tossing him a small dagger. "Bring me the heart of a raptor, not just any, the alpha, or do not return at all." Dimitri had grinned, his dark eyes gleaming. The hunt lasted 3 days, and when he finally returned, his clothes were torn, his arms were streaked with scratches, but in his hands he clutched the still warm heart of the pack leader. Kraven inspected it, then nodded. You have potential. It was the highest praise that he could give him. Unlike the Saiyans of Vegeta, who fought for conquest or bloodlust, Dimitri was being raised with a different creed. To have the thrill of the challenge, Kraven did not hunt to kill. He hunted to prove himself. Dimitri learned to savor the chase as much as the victory. He also learned to have not hatred, only respect. Kraven never taught him to despise his prey. Even when hunting a man, it was never personal. It was a test. He also taught him the pursuit of perfection. A true hunter was never satisfied. There was always a stronger beast, and a greater challenge. This mindset would shape Dimitri, aka Goku, into something entirely unique. A warrior who fought not just for destruction, but for the sheer joy of the hunt itself, of the battle itself. At the age of 10, Kraven began to realize something exciting. Dimitri was slowly surpassing him, not just in strength, that was expected, but in instinct, in adaptability. The boy moved like the jungle itself had birthed him, and one day Kraven knew that Dimitri would leave him, not out of rebellion, but because the greatest hunters could never be caged for too long. Kraven the Hunter was not merely strong, he was a technician. His body was a weapon, honed through decades of mastering every form of combat known to man, from the brutal strikes of Systema to the lethal precision of Krav Maga. And now he had passed that knowledge on to Dimitri, Goku. By the age of 10, Goku could dismantle an opponent twice his size with terrifying efficiency. Kraven had drilled into him the importance of economy of motion, no wasted energy, no flashy techniques. Every strike had purpose, every block was set up for a counter. Kraven taught him grappling. He forced him to wrestle dire wolves, teaching him how to use leverage against larger foes. Goku learned to snap joints, crush windpipes, and escape holds with serpentine fluidity. Unlike the wild brawling of typical Saiyans, Goku's punches and kicks were precise. Kraven made him practice single blows for hours. Elbows to the temple, knees to the ribs, until they could shatter bone on impact with devastation. Kraven would blindfold him and teach him adaptability, then attack from all angles, forcing Goku to rely on his instincts. By the time he was 11, he could fight flawlessly in pitch darkness, relying on his ears and the sense of smell. This was not the martial artist of Earth's dojo. This was a warfare stripped to its bare essentials, a style designed for survival. And it made Goku dangerous in combat strategy. Goku did not fight like a disciplined warrior. He fought like an intelligent animal. Where a traditional martial artist might use more structured forms, more structured combos, Goku's movements were erratic, unpredictable. He'd lunge like a panther, roll like a crocodile, then strike with the suddenness of a viper. Kraven had nurtured this savagery, refining it rather than suppressing it. Kraven taught him the body's weak spots, the nerves behind the ear, the spot beneath the jaw that could drop a man in one strike. Goku used these not to kill, but to control, to dismantle opponents without even using brute force sometimes. He taught him dirty tactics like eye gouges, throat chops, groin strikes. Goku knew them all. Kraven's philosophy was simple. In the wild, all parts are exploitable. He taught him environmental awareness. Goku didn't just use his fists, he used the world that was around him. He'd kick sand into eyes, use branches for weapons, even bite if it was necessary. Kraven had experience with most weapons, and now he was going to pass that knowledge on to Goku. He taught him with knives. Goku could throw a blade with pinpoint accuracy, embedding it between a target's ribs before they even registered the movement. In close quarters, if need be, he could use knives like extensions as if they were his own claws, slashing tendons with surgical precision. He taught him spear combat. Kraven trained him in the art of the javelin, teaching him to impale charging beasts from 20 yards away. Goku favored the weighted spear for melee combat, using it to keep foes at bay before finishing them with a sudden thrust. He also had improvised weapons. Rocks, bones, broken branches. Goku turned anything into a weapon. Kraven had once made him hunt a raptor using nothing but a sharpened stick. He returned with 2 kills, He didn't rely on just his power alone, like most Saiyans that were on his home world. Goku understood that items could amplify his performance in battle. Kraven rarely missed, and now neither would Goku. He taught him with bows. Goku could loose 3 arrows in the time it took most to draw one, each shot striking a moving target's weak point. Kraven had trained him to account for wind, distance, and even the curvature of the earth at extreme ranges. Darts and throwing weapons, poison or not, Goku's throws were lethal. He could hit a fly's wings at 30 paces, a skill Kraven had tested by hanging meat from vines and making him strike only the moving flies as targets. He even taught him how to use firearms, but rarely, because Kraven disdained guns and he believed them to be crutches for the weak. But he ensured Goku could use them flawlessly. With a single bullet between the eyes, he could get a hunter's kill. Goku's trained eyesight made him a pretty decent sniper, able to track targets even in the dead of the night due to his other training. Kraven did not just hunt. He outthought his prey, and Goku had inherited that cunning. He taught him traps. Goku could turn a stretch of jungle into a death maze, pitfalls, snares, even false trails designed to lead enemies into ambushes. Kraven had once made him capture a full-grown T-Rex using nothing but vines and gravity. He taught him psychological warfare. Goku learned to exploit fear. He'd leave carcasses in a foe's path, stalk them just loudly enough to be heard, then vanish, letting paranoia do the work. Taught him battlefield control. Kraven taught him how to manipulate the terrain using fire, water, even wildlife as weapons. Goku once defeated a poacher by luring him into a swarm of savage lane piranha bats. Kraven the Hunter had stalked the most elusive of prey in the world, men who would cling to walls, vanish into the shadows, and move faster than the human eye could follow. And he was going to pass these skills on to Goku. By the age of 12, Goku could track a ghost scent. His Saiyan senses, already sharper than the humans, were honed to supernatural levels. Kraven had trained him to distinguish individual smells in a hurricane of jungle, rot, blood, sweat, and fear. He could follow a trail days old, picking up the faintest traces of musk on crushed foliage. He also learned to follow footprints and look for footprints. Kraven taught him to read the earth like a book. A bent blade of grass, a petal out of place, the depth of a footprints, each told a story. Goku could tell if a man was injured, if he was running or walking, even if he was favoring one side. He taught him behavioral patterns. Tracking wasn't just about physical sign, it was about predicting prey. Kraven made Goku study animals for weeks, learning their habits, their fears, their instincts. By the time he faced the poacher human opponents, he could anticipate their movements before they even made them most of the time. The jungle was both pharmacy and arsenal. Kraven had taught Goku that every leaf, every berry, every creature's fang, even creature's skin, held potential for healing or for death. Goku knew which frog secretions could paralyze a man in seconds, which vines could induce hallucinations, and which mushrooms could stop a heart. Kraven had made him brew toxins, test them on beasts, and learn to administer them via dart, blade, or even his own nails. He also learned about antidotes. For every poison, there was a cure. Goku could stitch a wound with sinew, brew potions for infections, and even neutralize venom mid-battle. Kraven had once let a venomous serpent bite him, then ordered Goku to save him before the toxin took hold. And he did. He learned about human anatomy. Kraven drilled into him the body's vulnerabilities, not just pressure points, but systems. Which organs bled the most, which nerves caused instant collapse, where to cut for a slow death versus a quick one. The knowledge made Goku a savage surgeon. He also taught him how to become a beast master. Kraven had tamed lions, wolves, even giant serpents. Goku, he began to even ride a Tyrannosaurus. Kraven taught him that beasts respected strength. Goku learned to stare down raptors, to wrestle dire bears into submission, to dig his fingers into a predator's nostrils until it yielded. It wasn't just about force, it was about understanding. Goku could read the twitch of a tail, the flattening of ears, the warning rumble in the creature's throat, or the warning rumble in the creature's throat. He knew when to soothe and when to strike. The Savage Land dinosaurs became his steeds, A trained Carnotaur carried him into battle. A Pteranodon served as his scout. Even the mighty devil dinosaur had once allowed him to grip its crest without tearing him apart. Kraven had dabbled in forces beyond science, and now so would Goku. He taught him about tribal rituals. From the hidden peoples of the Savage Land, Goku learned of spirits that dwelled in stones, of curses woven from hair, and blood, of charms that could turn a blade's edge. Kraven began to talk about his once lover Calypso, a voodoo sorceress. Even though their bond was broken, he retained the knowledge of her arts. Goku was taught to brew potions that could numb pain, sharpen senses, or even induce waking visions. Kraven's infamous strength-enhancing elixir, derived from jungle herbs and mystic rites, was now Goku's as well. A single sip heightened his saiyan biology to terrifying levels, allowing him to tap into the Akari-like state and harness the Ozaru in his humanoid form, but it could only reach that state off the serum. In the comics, Kraven's potion had made him strong enough to break Spider-Man's ribs. For Goku, it made him a monster. Strength, already a Saiyan, the serum pushed his muscle beyond its limits. Trees were uprooted with a simple tug. Boulders shattered like glass. Kraven once watched him stop a charging Triceratops dead in his tracks with one hand off the serum. His sight pierced darkness like daylight. His ears caught heartbeats from 50 yards. His nose could track a single drop of blood across for miles. The serum also accelerated his Saiyan healing. Wounds closed in minutes. Broken bones reset themselves. Even exhaustion faded in the midst. But there was a cost. The potion burned through his system like wildfire. Too much, and even his Saiyan body would start to rebel and reject the serum, causing vomiting, muscles locking, veins bulging, hearts hammering against his ribs like a caged beast. And he also couldn't really fully control himself off the serum's enhanced state, often becoming extremely primal. And Kraven had warned him, the serum is a double-sided blade, Dimitri. Use it too lightly, and it will cut you back to the bone. Now, I will tell you guys why I chose Kraven to be the parent of Goku in this scenario, like I did 3 years ago in the original version. Kraven the Hunter could not just be a father figure to Goku. He could forge and reshape his very soul. Because you guys remember the canon Goku, he was raised in the mountains, right? He was raised in the mountains. He didn't really have very much contact with the outside world. That's why I made him land in the Savage Lands, right? But in this version, unlike the innocent, naive Goku raised by Grandpa Gohan in the Dragon Ball universe, this Goku would be raised in the brutal wilds of the Savage Lands, tempered by Kraven's ruthless philosophy. It would embody a far deadlier, more ruthless version. More of a hunter than a hero, a challenger more than a protector. And yet in some ways he would be closer to the core of Goku's character than any other version, because at his heart, Goku has always been a being who lives for the fight. But this time there would be no childish ignorance, just a pure, unrelenting pursuit for strength. Really pursuit for the hunt in this case. Right? And Kraven's influence, the code of the apex predator. Kraven didn't really believe much in good and evil. He believed in the hunt, and from that moment he took in the Saiyan child. He instilled in him one unshakable truth. The weak can perish, but the strong will endure, and the greatest of all are those who never stop testing their limits. This philosophy would mold Goku into who he is. Not really any naivety like in the canon. Goku was sheltered and kind-hearted due to his head injury. This Goku was sharp, calculating. He understood pain. He understood death and the reality of the food chain. He didn't fight really to protect others. He fought because the challenge excited him. Because every battle was a chance to grow stronger. Kraven taught him that prey, who could not fight back, did not deserve his time. But those who could, they were to be cherished, studied, and when the time came, hunted with everything he had. This was not the Goku who spared the enemies out of kindness. This was a Goku who might spare an enemy because he believed they could one day give him a better fight. You know, similar to how Goku spared Vegeta in canon, how he spared Frieza in canon, and Piccolo. Where was that? Goku would be able to control his bloodlust, where most Saiyans rivaled in pure destruction. Goku learned to channel his aggression like a hunter stalking prey. Patient, deliberate, savoring the struggle. He learned strategic ferocity. Kraven forced him to think mid-battle, to adapt, to exploit weaknesses, saying strength meant nothing if it was wasted on reckless charges. He also learned the thrill of a worthy opponent. Kraven's greatest lesson was the true fulfillment came not from slaughter, but from the hunt itself. Goku didn't just want to win, he wanted to be tested. This was why, despite his savage upbringing, this Goku would still spare his foes that impressed him, not out of mercy, but because he wanted to fight them again, to test himself again. The parallel to canon Goku is a dark reflection in many ways. This Goku is more like his original character. Because just as canon, he would let villains, like I just said, like Vegeta and Frieza live after a battle. This Goku would see strong opponents as primary resources to be preserved for rematches. He would have self-improvement as a religion. Training wasn't a means to an end. It was life itself. Every day was a chance to grow sharper, faster, deadlier. The key difference in the two parallels between canon Goku and this Goku is that this Goku is never innocent. He knew exactly what he was and he embraced it completely. But of course, there's room for character development because this is the Marvel Universe, and the Marvel Universe can introduce Goku to many mindsets that can challenge his own in the future, right? So he might become something. There will be character development, obviously. But that's just me saying why I chose Kraven and I went into that. So let's continue on. The Savage Land was not just Goku's training ground, it was his home. Unlike the Saiyans of Planet Vegeta who saw nature as something to dominate, Goku had been raised in the wild, taught by Kraven to respect it. The jungle was his teacher, the beasts were his sparring partners, and the land itself was his sanctuary. He had an instinctual connection. From the moment he could walk, Goku had an uncanny bond with animals. They didn't fear him. The ones that he didn't hunt didn't fear him. They recognized him, a kindred spirit, neither fully human or fully beast. He had a silent communication. He didn't need words to understand them. A growl, a flick of a tail, the tension in a predator's muscles. He read them all like a second language. He became a protector of the wild of sorts. Kraven had taught him to hunt, but also never to kill unnecessarily. Goku would only take what he needed, and he defended the land from poachers or outsiders who sought to exploit it. This bond made him something rare, a Saiyan who didn't just conquer nature, but he belonged to it. Also, pause. Why is Goku looking at this Saber-tooth like that? But anyway, let's continue on. Kraven's training was relentless. In the Savage Lands, deadliest creatures were Goku's first opponents. Fought packs of raptors at age 7 with no weapons, just fisted instinct. He learned to dodge their coordinated strikes and use their speed against them. He wrestled and grappled with saber-tooth tigers. He learned about pressure points, like I mentioned before. And by the age 10, he was wrestling juvenile Tyrannosauruses. And by age 11, he fought a full-grown T-Rex. And walked away with a broken arm and a tooth embedded in his shoulder as a trophy. These battles didn't just make him strong, they made him unpredictable. No dojo-trained fighter could match the feral adaptability of this warrior who was basically raised by beasts. Goku didn't just fight the Savage Land creatures, he used them for transportation as well. His primary mount was a Carnotaurus, a massive crimson-scale predator he tamed by pinning it in a test of strength. It obeyed not out of fear, but out of respect. He also had pteranodons for aerial scouting. He'd mastered the art of gliding on their backs, using their speed to traverse for miles in minutes. Dire wolves were used for stealth missions. A pack of hulking canines moved at his command, their loyalty earned through shared hunts. Kraven had once smirked as Goku charged into battle on top of a T-Rex against some poachers. Now you understand, Dimitri. A true hunter can also command beasts to his will. And on his 12th birthday, Kraven gave him his send-off. You have learned all I can teach. Now you must forge your own legend. Goku's eyes burned with anticipation. The gift, Kraven handed him a dagger forged from the fang of a T-Rex that he had slain, the first T-Rex he had ever slain. Let your enemies know what hunts them. Goku wanted to hunt warriors. He wanted to find warriors worthy of his steel. To test himself. And when he was ready, he would return, and Kraven would see how stronger he had become. At dawn, Goku mounted his pterodactyl. The jungle canopy parted beneath him as he soared toward the wider world. He didn't look back. A hunter never did. And his first stop would be in the continent of Africa. So stay tuned. Let me know what you guys think in the comments and give me some suggestions. Go. Goku and Marvel Episode 2. In this episode, Goku will be battling the Black Panther. Let's get to it. Goku crouched atop his pteranodon, the wind whipping around his wild mane of hair as the savage land's dense jungle gave way to the open sky. The world beyond stretched endlessly vast, unknown, and teeming with possibilities. His fingers tightened around the reins of the sinew and hide. His pulse quickened, not from fear but anticipation. Finally, for years, he had trained under Kraven's watchful eye, testing himself against the deadliest beasts the savage lands had to offer. But now, a new hunt was about to begin. Somewhere out there were warriors of legends that awaited, fighters who could push him beyond the limits that Kraven had instilled within him. His lips curled into a feral grin. Would he find them in the towering cities of men, the hidden temples of warriors, or the war-torn battlefields where only the strong survived? The pteranodon screeched beneath him, sensing his restless energy. Goku patted its scaled neck. "Easy," he murmured, though his own blood sang with the same wild thrill that he had since he took off. Below, the ocean glittered, a mirror to the boundless hunger that was within his eyes. He wasn't just leaving the savage lands, he was stepping into an area where every battle would forge him anew. And the first stop would be Africa, a land of ancient kings, untamed wilderness, and if the whispers were true, it had a true warrior worthy of his hunt. T'Challa stood atop the waterfalls, the weight of the vibranium lace mantle heavy on his shoulders. The ceremonial drum still echoed in his bones, but the grief was sharper. His father, T'Chaka, was gone, stolen too soon by treachery. Now Wakanda's fate rested in his hands. The elders spoke of tradition. The tribal leaders eyed him, testing his resolve. Even the Dora Milaje were loyal as they were. They still watched for him to have some type of weakness. But T'Challa was no boy any longer. He had trained his entire life for this, and knew this day would come eventually. A king must both be a panther and a diplomat, his father's voice whispered in his memories. He clenched his fist. Wakanda's borders held firm, but shadows gathered beyond them. Enemies who craved vibranium, who saw his nation's isolation as a vulnerability. And now rumors slithered through the intelligence networks that something stirred up in the south, a wild force untethered any nation or creed. T'Challa's gaze hardened. If this was a threat, he would meet it as both a king and a warrior. But first, he was still in mourning. The African coastline welcomed Goku with salt and heat. He guided the pteranodon to a rocky outtop. The beast screeched as it landed. The savage land's musk clung to him. Damp earth, blood, and iron tang of old kills were unacceptable to his nostrils. A hunter must adapt. He stripped off his hide clothing and plunged into the waves. The waters were colder than he expected, scouring away the remnants of his old life. He scrubbed his skin with stone, letting the currents carry away the scent of raptor hides and Kraven's potions. When he emerged, dripping, reborn, he inhaled deeply. Africa smelled of dry grass, sun-baked stone, and something else, something alive. His Saiyan instincts flared. This land had teeth, and he intended to bite back. As Goku got back on the shore, an attack came. A blur of tiny fur, a snarl, a rogue lion lunged, thinking that he was vulnerable. But Goku moved faster. His hand snapped up, catching the beast's throat mid-leap. Muscle strained, claws raked his arms, but his grip was ironclad. The lion's golden eyes widened in shock. "Wrong move," Goku growled. With a twist of his hips, he slammed the lion onto its back, pinning it. One hand shifted to his skull, the other to his jaw, and a quick, brutal wrench. Snap! The beast went limp. Goku exhaled, rolling his shoulders. That was a decent warm-up. Kraven's lessons echoed in his mind. A hunter a hunter's identity is his own, but his trophies tell his story. So Goku knelt beside the fallen lion. Its mane was thick, sun golden, worthy of remembrance. With his dagger, he worked swiftly, skimming the pelt with the precision Kraven had drilled into him. The hide was still warm when he slung it over his shoulders, the mane cascading down his back like a mantle. It felt right. His pteranodon screeched impatiently. Goku smirked, leaping on its back. It's time to go. As they ascended, the wind caught his new cape, billowing behind him like a battle standard. Below the African savannah stretched endlessly, a kingdom of beasts and hidden warriors. Somewhere among them was a king in black vibranium that was waiting. The wind roared Goku's ears as the pteranodon soared over the golden plains, but moving below snapped his attention downward. Two women, tall, bald, their dark skin was gleaming with sweat, sparred with lethal grace outside of a towering city gate. Their strikes were precise, their footwork flawless, every motion a dance of discipline and power. Goku's pose quickened. Finally, some real fighters. Leaning forward, he urged his mount into a dive. The pteranodon shadow swept over the warriors as they halted mid-combat, eyes snapping upward. Goku grinned, raising a hand in greeting. Hey, you two seem strong, he called, his voice carrying over the wind. The women exchanged glances. Hands drifted towards their spears strapped to their backs. Their expressions were unreadable, but their stance shifted as if they were ready for battle. Perfect, he thought. In the dim glow of his training chamber, T'Challa moved like a liquid shadow. His vibranium-laced gauntlets hummed as he struck a reinforced dummy, each blow a controlled eruption of force. His father's absence was a wound. But Wakanda could not afford a grieving king, only a prepared one. A ruler must be a shield and a spear, his uncle's voice reminded him. He pivoted his foot, lashing out as a spinning kick that sent the dummy crashing to the floor. The Dora Milaje would be patrolling the borders, but something gnawed him. I guess it was instinct, honed by years of combat. Something was coming, and when it arrived, he would be ready. Goku barely had time to dismount before the warriors were on him. Their spears flashed, a whirlwind of sharpened vibranium, but he dodged them with a laugh, rolling under the first strike and catching the second shaft mid-thrust. You two are fast, he admitted, twisting the weapon free. The Dora's eyes widened as he flipped over her, landing lightly behind. The second guard lunged, but Goku sidestepped, his elbow gently tapping her ribs, a touch that could have shattered bone if he had wanted it. The woman regrouped, breathing hard. These were elite warriors, trained from birth, yet this wild boy moved like the wind itself. Goku bounced on his toes and used a split kick to knock the two warriors unconscious at the same time. Impressive. M'Baku, the man-ape, his fur-lined cloak swaying with each step, his gaze locked onto Goku, assessing him. You fight well, outsider, M'Baku said, arms crossed, but why come to Wakanda? Goku tilted his head. I'm looking to hunt a strong opponent. A slow grin spread across M'Baku's face. M'Baku chuckled, a deep resonant sound. You seek strength. Then you hunt the wrong prey, boy. He stepped closer, looming over Goku, who was putting his fur cape back in its place. The Dora Milaje are but the claws of the true beast that rules this land. Goku's eyes gleamed. Is that right? The Black Panther, M'Baku said, savoring the words. King of Wakanda. A warrior who has never known defeat. Goku's grin turned feral. Someone worthy to hunt. M'Baku leaned in, voice dropping to a whisper. But the Panther does not entertain outsiders. Unless, he smirked, you make him come to you. Goku cracked his knuckles. How? Infiltrate the city and cause a ruckus. The Dora Milaje stirred as they reawoke, but Goku was already turning, his new line cape flaring behind him, resembling the one that his father had also. Then I'll go through his gates, M'Baku laughed before telling Goku that he should follow him instead for another way in. M'Baku had taken Goku to his ancestral cave, and spoke in dim torchlight of the cave. Neither noticed the spectral presence watching them from the shadows. The white gorilla spirit, ancient, guardian of the Jabari, loomed in the unseen realm, its glowing eyes fixed on the Saiyan boy. There was something different about this outsider. His energy burned like a wildfire, untamed, unrestrained, not a disciplined aura like a Wakandan, warrior, but something primal and even otherworldly. The spirit's massive form shifted, intrigued. A low rumbling growl echoed through the spiritual plane, unheard by mortal ears. If this child sought the Black Panther, the balance of Wakanda might soon shift, and the white ape would be watching. M'Baku told Goku that through this path he could fly towards the center of this city. Goku's Pteranodon screeched as a sudden blast of purple energy. Wakanda's hidden defense system sent it spiraling. The boy barely had time to curse before he was flung from its back, plummeting toward the shimmering city below. Wind tore at his lion cloak as he twisted mid-air, spotting the sprawling metropolis of Bermanzana, rushing up to meet him with a grunt. He tucked into a roll and hit the ground hard, skidding across a vibranium-laced street in a cloud of dust. Citizens gasped, scattering as he rose, unarmed and grinning. "Okay," he muttered, cracking his neck. "Now where is this panther?" Alarms blared, invisible shields flickered to life, and Goku's hunt had officially begun. T'Challa paused mid-strike in the training chamber as the holographic alert flashed before him. A breach, not at the borders, inside the very golden city. "Report," he commanded, wiping sweat from his brow. Adora Milaje's image flickered into view. "My king, a foreign boy, barely more than a child, defeated 2 of our guards at the northern gate. He now walks the streets unchallenged." T'Challa's brow furrowed. "Casualties?" "None. He fought playfully." Now that was curious, T'Challa exhaled, processing the report. "No deaths, minimal destruction. Just a boy strong enough to overpower the Dora Milaje, and disciplined enough to spare them. Not an invader," he mused. "He must be a challenger." His father had spoken of such things, warriors who came not for conquest, but for the test of battle itself. Still, Wakanda's secrets were not for the outsiders. He tapped his Kimoyo beads, tracked his movements. "I will greet him myself. If this child sought battle, the Black Panther would oblige, but first he would suit up." In the sacred chamber beneath the palace, T'Challa stood before the ancestral altar. The heart-shaped urge, power thrummed in his veins as he whispered the ritual words. "Bast, grant me your claws." Nanotech surged from his necklace, liquid vibranium weaving across his body like second skin. The helmet sealed with a hiss, its eyes flaring to life. Somewhere above a storm was brewing, not of rain, but of combat. The panther leaped upward, claws unsheathed. Let the hunt begin. Goku cracked his knuckles as another squad of Dora Milaje closed in, their spears humming with vibranium energy. He could already tell that these warriors were stronger than the last. Their stances were sharper and their eyes were colder. His tail twitched with anticipation. This is going to be fun. But just as he tensed to leap, a shadow dropped from the rooftops in a blur of black. The Dora immediately halted, lowering their weapons in deference as the figure landed between them and Goku with barely even a sound. Clad in an all-black suit lined with regal silver, the man straightened his mask, gaze looking onto the sand. The air itself seemed to steal around him. Goku blinked. Whoa. The stranger didn't move like the others. He moved like nothing Goku had ever fought before. Fluid, effortless, like the jungle cats that stalked the very savage lands, but honed to human perfection. The Dora bowed their heads. "My king." Goku's grin widened. So this was the Black Panther. The warrior tilted his head slightly, studying Goku with an unreadable intensity. Then, in a voice both calm and commanding, he spoke. "Do you want to fight, outsider?" He shifted into a stance, balanced, lethal, every muscle coiled up like a spring. "Here I am." Goku's blood sang and his tail twitched. The air between them cracked with unspoken tension, two predators sizing each other up. In the heartbeat before the storm. Goku's tail flicked eagerly behind him. His muscles were also coiled like springs. The Black Panther stood motionless, but T'Challa's every nerve was twitching within the suit. This boy seemed to be powerful enough to take down some of the Earth's greatest guards, so he could not afford to underestimate him. "You," Goku said, his grin sharpening. You're the one they call the Black Panther, right? T'Challa's mask gaze didn't waver. And you are the child who thinks he can trespass in Wakanda. His voice was calm, but the undercurrent of steel made the Dora Milaje tense further. Goku laughed and rolled his shoulders. I wasn't trespassing. I was hunting. He jabbed a thumb at his chest. I heard that there's a warrior here who never loses, so I came to fight him. A ripple passed through the gathered Wakandans. No one spoke to their king like this. No one was foolish enough to even try. T'Challa tilted his head, reassessing. The boy's words were brazen, but his eyes bright with challenge, unclouded by deceit. Spoke of something purer than total arrogance. You seek to test yourself against me, T'Challa said slowly. Yet you do not understand what you are asking. Goku's grin didn't falter. Sure I do. You're strong, I'm strong, so we fight. He bounced on the balls of his feet, cracking his knuckles. Unless you're afraid. A murmur of outrage rose from the door, but T'Challa raised a hand, silencing them. His voice, when he spoke, was dangerously quiet. You mistake caution for fear, boy. Wakanda does not entertain games. Goku's tail lashed once. Good, because I didn't come to play. For a long moment, the Panther studied him. Then, with a deliberate slowness, he reached up and removed his helmet. The nanotech melted away, revealing T'Challa's face, regal, composed, but with fire in his eyes that hadn't been there before. Very well, he said. If it's a fight you wish, I will oblige. But know this, you will learn why Wakanda has stood unconquered for millennia. Goku answering smile was all teeth. And you'll learn why the savage lands couldn't even hold me. And somewhere in the spiritual plane, the white gorilla's spirit roared in anticipation, because a real battle was about to begin. T'Challa settled into a low stance. Claws remained sheathed as Goku shot forward like a bullet. The boy's speed was inhuman. One moment he was meters away, the next his fist was whistling past the Panther's jaw. T'Challa barely twisted aside in time, the shockwave of Goku's punch ruffling his suit's sensories. His tactical display flared with warnings. Impact force exceeds baseline human limits. Threat level reassessed. Goku skidded to a stop, already pivoting. You're fast, he admitted, eyes tracking T'Challa. But T'Challa didn't answer. He'd fought super soldiers and mutants before, but this boy moved with unchecked ferocity of a natural disaster. And this fight was going to be interesting. The next exchange was a blur. Goku feinted left, then flipped over to T'Challa's retaliatory swipe. Landing behind him, the Panther anticipated it, dropping into a sweep kick that forced Goku to vault backward. For a breathless moment, they circled, one grinning behind the mask and the other grinning openly. You fight like the wind, T'Challa remarked, recalibrating his stance. And you move like a cloud of smoke, Goku shot back, tail flickering eagerly. Neither had landed a clean hit yet. Neither had needed to. This wasn't just a brawl. It was a conversation in motion, each reading the other's rhythm. Then the Panther lunged, and the game changed. T'Challa used his vibranium-reinforced fist, and it cracked into Goku's cheekbone, snapping his head sideways. The boy staggered, more shocked than pained. That hit had weight behind it, like a meteor strike. What the? He touched his face, bewildered. His skin had shrugged off bullets, yet his lip was split under his fingers. T'Challa didn't gloat. His suit's kinetic dampers hummed, storing every ounce of Goku's own momentum. Vibranium, he said simply, the strongest metal on Earth. Goku wiped the blood from his mouth and smiled. Finally, he breathed. Someone that can pack a punch. T'Challa's wrist flicked, launching a spray of razor-edged vibranium shards. Goku snatched in midair, only to hiss as crimson bloomed across his palms. The shards weren't just sharp, their edges vibrated at a frequency that split skin like paper. Goku stared at his bleeding hands, pulse roaring in his ears. He fought dinosaurs, out-wrestled beasts. But this metal was truly something new. The coppery scent of his own blood sent a jolt through Goku's veins. His pupils dilated, his grin turned even more feral. You, he laughed and thrilled. You're good. T'Challa tensed. The boy's muscles were building up a pressure like a thunder. Then Goku moved and the ground cracked beneath him. The true battle was about to begin. Goku's hand flashed to his belt, drawing a curved hunting knife Kraven had forged for him. The same blade that he had spilled the blood of Savage Land's beasts twice his size, more times than he could count. With a snarl, he slashed downward, aiming for the Panther's shoulder joint, and the knife struck true and shattered like glass. Vibranium didn't just withstand the blow, it repelled it, the kinetic energy reverberating back into Goku's arm, hard enough to numb his fingers. He stared at the broken hilt in disbelief. That was one of my favorite knives, he muttered. T'Challa didn't gloat. He moved, capitalizing on the opening, but Goku was already rolling away, reassessing the situation. The boy's stance got low and predatory. Every motion efficient, triggered T'Challa's memory. Years ago, he had fought a mercenary in the jungles outside Wakanda's borders. A man who fought not for ideology, but for the hunt itself. Kraven trained you, T'Challa realized aloud. Goku blinked. How did you know? The confirmation sent a chill through the Panther. Kraven had been dangerous enough alone back in those days. This boy was something worse. He seemed to be a superhuman with that hunter's same instincts. T'Challa's hesitation lasted half a second, but that half a second was enough for Goku to capitalize. Goku's bare foot slammed into the Panther's ribs, hurling him backward like a cannonball. Vibranium weave absorbed the worst of it, but the impact still cratered the wall that was behind him. Dust rained down as T'Challa peeled himself free, cursing internally. Foolish, never underestimate an opponent. Across the rubble, Goku cracked his neck. You okay? Looked like you spaced out there. The Panther's claws unsheathed with a metal sound. It won't happen again. The Dora Milaje's discarded spear felt oddly light in Goku's grip. Nothing like Kraven's weighted weapons, but it would do. T'Challa lunged, vibranium claws glistening. Goku parried the spear shaft, screeching as it deflected the strikes. Each clash sent sparks flying, the Wakandan metal holding firm where Goku's knife had failed. For a moment they were locked in a deadly dance. Thrust, counter, feint, slash. Then the Panther twisted, hooking a claw around the spear's haft. Mine, T'Challa growled. The spear twisted from Goku's grasp, embedding itself in the dirt. But Goku didn't hesitate as the Panther yanked the spear away. He had counted on it. Goku exploded forward, fist of blur, left hook to the liver, right uppercut to the chin, a knee to the gut that would have folded a normal man in half. T'Challa staggered, his suit's kinetic absorption overloading for a split second. Long enough for one punch to even slip through. The crack of vibranium meeting Saiyan bone echoed across the battlefield. Panther blood mixed with Saiyan blood on the battlefield, but neither fighter even noticed. Each of Goku's punches landed with enough force to shatter concrete. Yet the Panther suit absorbed every impact. The vibranium weave humming as it converted kinetic energy into growing luminous purple glow across the armor itself. Goku, lost in the thrill of the fight, barely noticed. Come on, Panther, he taunted between blows, knuckles cracking against the black surface. You just gonna stand there and take these fists. Why don't you fight back? T'Challa didn't answer. His stance was rooted, deliberate, letting Goku think he was on the offensive. The suit's diagnostics flashed in his vision. Energy reserves 89%, 92%, 97%. A trap was being set, and Goku was walking right into it. The moment Goku wound up for another haymaker, T'Challa moved. His palm slammed into Goku's chest, not to push but to release. The stored kinetic energy erupted in a violent shockwave. A concentrated blast of every punch Goku had thrown was amplified by the vibranium's perfect conductivity. The air itself rippled as the force detonated point blank, lifting Goku off his feet. For the first time in the fight, the Saiyan's eyes widened in real surprise. What? Then the world went white. Goku hit the ground like a meteor, skidding through the dirt and debris before finally coming to a stop motionless. His chest rose and fell faintly, his fingers twitching, but his consciousness had been blasted into temporary oblivion. T'Challa exhaled, his suit's glow fading back to dormant black. The battlefield fell eerily silent. The Dora Milaje stepped forward, spears raised to finish the intruder. But T'Challa raised a hand. No, that will not be necessary. He studied the fallen boy. Goku hadn't fought like an assassin or a conqueror. He'd fought like a storm without any complete malice, and that storm had passed. T'Challa tapped a guard's shoulder. Prepare the royal infirmary, he ordered. Goku's eyelids fluttered open, his vision swimming for a moment before sharpening on the figure looming above him. T'Challa stood with his arms crossed. The Panther helmet revealed to show his face, and it was stern but not cruel. Behind him, the golden hues of Wakanda's sunset painted the sky, casting long shadows across the battlefield where they'd clashed. You're awake, T'Challa observed, his voice measured. Good. I hate to have wasted medical resources on a corpse. Goku chuckled, wincing as his motion tugged at his bruised ribs. Man, you hit harder than a T-Rex. He tensed, the vibranium cuffs around his wrists, making him wonder if he could snap them if he put enough force into it, but he never tried to break free. T'Challa studied him, weighing the boy's carefree grin against the devastation he'd nearly unleashed. Goku was a paradox child with the power to level cities, yet no desire to do so. He defeated Dora Milaje without spilling a drop of their blood. He'd fought for the sheer joy of the battle, not conquest, and that perhaps was why T'Challa hesitated. You invaded my country, the king said at last. Challenged its king, and by all rights I should exile you, imprison you, or execute you. Goku just kept smiling. But I get the feeling you're not going to. T'Challa's lips thinned. No, I'm not. The same potential he'd once recognized in Eric Killmonger, though twisted into something purer, less poised by vengeance. You fight like a beast, T'Challa said. There's no discipline beneath it, but there is a code. Goku shrugged. Kraven taught me that much. A hunter respects his prey. T'Challa's eyes narrowed. And do you respect your prey? Goku said. Sometimes, he admitted cheerfully. But one thing is for sure. I respect you. For the first time, something like amusement flickered in T'Challa's gaze. He gestured and the cuffs clicked open. Then learn this, boy. Wakanda does not fear strength, but we do demand accountability. He extended a hand, pulling Goku to his feet. Next time you wish to fight me, knock first. Goku rubbed his wrist, still grinning from the joke. Deal. And then he followed the king. T'Challa exhaled, the weight of kingship pressing upon him in this moment. He had faced threats to Wakanda before. Invaders, usurpers, men who sought to plunder his nation's riches. But this boy was something different. Goku had come for a fight, not a war. And in his wild, untamed strength, T'Challa saw raw potential. You will stay in Wakanda for the moment, the king declared, his voice brooding no argument. Not as a prisoner, not as an enemy, but as my student. Goku blinked, tilting his head. A student? T'Challa's gaze was unwavering. You have power, but no purpose. You fight like a storm, reckless, untamed. I will teach you control, discipline, what it means to wield strength for something, not just against it. For the first time, Goku's grin faltered. No one had ever spoken to him like this. Not even Kraven. The hunter had taught him to survive, to kill, and to hunt. But this was something new. All right, Panther, you got a deal. The Dora Milaje stirred, uneasy, but T'Challa raised a hand, silencing them. He had made his decision. And let me know what you guys think of this episode in the comments. Gone. Alright, Goku and Marvel, Episode 3. The Panther Guides the Monkey's Paws. And this will be one of Goku's training arcs, so let's get into it. Goku stepped out of the Wakandan infirmary, the sterile scent of herbs and vibranium-infused medicine still clinging to his bandages. The moment the door slid open, he was met with the hardened gaze of the Dora Milaje, their spears held at the ready, their postures rigid with suspicion. He blinked at them and tilted his head. Hey. The warriors didn't respond. Their eyes tracked his every movement, fingers tightening around their weapons. Goku wasn't offended. Kraven had taught him that predators always watched potential threats. Still, though, he wasn't in the mood for another fight. Not yet, anyway. So with a shrug, he walked past them, his bare feet padding softly against the polished vibranium floors. The door didn't stop him, but their stares burned into his back like laser sights. "Relax," he called over his shoulder, grinning. "If I wanted trouble, I wouldn't be the one that's walking away from you." One of the warriors, the tallest, with scars lining her arms, narrowed her eyes. "Then where are you going, outsider?" Goku stretched, rolling his shoulders. "To find the king," he said. He said he'd teach me something, and I don't like waiting around." The door exchanged glances. They had orders not to harm him unless provoked. But trust? That was another matter entirely. Before they could respond, though, Goku was already moving, his tail flicking idly as he strode down the hall. The palace was huge, but his nose caught T'Challa's scent outside. It was musky, regal, with a hint of some foreign-like herb that had a sharp tang to it. He'd find him soon enough, and then the real training would begin. The roar of Warrior Falls filled the air as Goku approached, the mist cooling his bruised skin. T'Challa stood at the edge, silhouetted against the crashing water. His vibranium suit retracted to a simple black tunic for a second. He turned as Goku's footsteps crunched against the gravel, one eyebrow lifting slightly. "You heal fast," T'Challa remarked, his voice carrying over the thunder of the falls, "even for someone of your unique physiology." Goku grinned, rolling his shoulders, where the Panther's kinetic blast had struck. I've had worse. I once had a Triceratops gore me clean through. That took a week to patch it up." T'Challa's lips twitched, but his gaze remained stern. "Do not mistake my mercy for weakness, Goku." Which, his name would be Dimitri in this, but I'm just going to say Goku because it's more simple. "What comes next will not be as simple as brawling in the streets." He gestured to the falls. "Wakanda's trials are not just tests of strength, but of mind, of spirit. You will be pushed beyond your limits." Goku smirked, widened, his tail flicking eagerly behind him. "Good. I'd have been pissed if this was easy." T'Challa studied him for a long moment before nodding. "Then we begin now." Without warning, he stepped backward and dropped straight off the cliff. Goku lunged forward, peering over the edge just in time to see T'Challa land gracefully on a narrow ledge halfway down, his posture very relaxed, as if he'd merely stepped off a porch. The king looked up, eyes glinting with challenge. "Well?" he called. "Or do you need an invitation?" Goku's blood sang, and finally with a whoop he leapt after him, the wind whipping past his face as the fall swallowed his laughter whole. The year that followed was unlike anything Goku had experienced in the Savage Lands. Kraven had taught him to hunt, to kill even, and to survive, but T'Challa was refining him. Under the Black Panther's guidance, Goku's raw power was honed into something sharper, deadlier. The first lesson was adaptability. Wakanda's training grounds were nothing like the untamed wilds of the Savage Land. Here, every surface was a weapon, every shadow a potential threat. T'Challa forced Goku to fight on shifting platforms, across narrow vibranium beams, suspended over bottomless drops, and even atop the rushing currents of Warrior Falls. "A warrior who cannot bend will break," T'Challa had said, demonstrating a fluid dodge that turned an opponent's momentum against them, teaching Goku how to train his flexibility. Goku, used to overpowering his foes with brute force, initially struggled with this, but soon his body adapted. Flexibility seemed to be ingrained in his DNA after a while. He learned to twist midair like a jungle cat, to roll with blows rather than absorb them, and to use his tail for balance in ways even Kraven hadn't taught him. By the end of the third month, he could slither through a gauntlet of swinging vibranium blades without even catching a scratch. Kraven had trained Goku to react, but T'Challa trained him to think in the midst of battle. The Dora Milaje drilled him in Wakanda's ancient martial forms, forcing him to anticipate rather than just counter. Sparring sessions became chess matches. Every strike a calculated move, every feint a potential trap. At first, Goku hated it. "Why overcomplicate things? If I'm stronger, then I win," he'd grumble after another loss to Oki's spear work. T'Challa's response was to blindfold him. Strength means nothing if you cannot see the battlefield. Deprived of sight, Goku learned to read opponents by the shift of air, the faintest scuff of a boot, the tension in a breath before a strike. By the 6th month, he could dismantle a training drone's attack pattern in seconds with his eyes closed. The final test was speed, not just movement, but processing speed. Wakanda's holographic training systems pushed Goku to his limits, projecting dozens of attackers at once. Some were real and some were illusions. A hesitation meant a vibranium-tipped staff to the ribs. Your body is dangerous, but your mind must be the trigger, T'Challa instructed, watching as Goku weaved through a storm of energy blasts with his tail flicking to adjust his balance mid-dodge. The pinnacle came in the 11th month when T'Challa unleashed a prototype sonic disruptor, a device that warped depth perception and delayed neural responses. Goku, dazed and disoriented, was pummeled relentlessly until something clicked. His Saiyan instincts fused with Wakandan discipline suddenly had him moving between the delays, striking before the disruptor's effects could register. When the dust settled, T'Challa lowered his claws, impressed. You adapted. Goku simply wiped the blood from his lip and grinned. I think I have a good teacher. By year's end, Goku was no longer just a force of nature. He was a tactical force of nature. His flexibility bordered on the inhuman. His combat IQ had tripled, and his reflexes could outpace even the Panther stealth tech. But the greatest change wasn't physical. It was the hunger in Goku's eyes, not just for the fight, but for a challenge. At first, the Dora Milaje had seen Goku as nothing more than a reckless outsider, an untamed beast who had disrespected Wakandan's borders, and even their king at certain points. But over time, something did shift in them. It started during training spars. Goku never was one to hold back. He would leap into their drills with a fearless grin, trading blows with warriors that were twice his age. He lost more than he won in the beginning, but his sheer enthusiasm was infectious. Where others bowed respectively after a match, Goku would bounce back up, bruised but beaming, demanding a retry again. Oki, ever the stern general, had been the hardest to win over, but even she couldn't suppress a smirk when Goku, after being disarmed for the 10th time, used his tail to trip her mid-strike. Cheeky little monkey, she'd grumbled, though there was no real heat in her words. The younger Dora, like Ayo and Anika, took to him fastest. They teased him mercilessly and called him Little Lion, after his tattered savage land cloak. But they also taught him Wakandan battle chants, laughing when he butchered the pronunciation in return. He showed them how to throw Kraven's hunting knives. Though Oki promptly banned that. We are not barbarians. By the end of the year, Goku had carved out a strange but undeniable place among them, like a wild little brother, too reckless to trust with diplomacy, but too strong to ignore when you needed help in a battle. From the moment Goku had set foot in Wakanda, Princess Shuri had been fascinated with him, not by his strength, though that was impressive, but by what he was. Her scans had revealed anomalies no Wakandan database could explain, a skeletal density far beyond human limits, a muscle structure that regenerated at an accelerated rate, and that tail was flexible, yet it could be strong enough to shatter stone when provoked. And then there was the energy. Every time Goku fought, Shuri's instruments picked up faint, fluctuating readings, something alive within his cells, a power source she couldn't quite quantify as of yet. So naturally, she poked. Hold still. Goku blinked as Shuri circled him in her lab, a holographic display flickering around them. She tapped a bead on her wrist, and a thin beam of light scanned his tail for the 5th time that week. You do this every time, Goku said, scratching his head. I told you, it's just my tail. Shuri scoffed. Just a tail. Please, this thing is a biomechanical marvel. The musculature alone suggests it's designed for balance, combat, and maybe even for transformation. That I'm not clear yet. And there's even nerve clusters. She pinched the tip and Goku yelped, snatching it away. And hypersensitive. Fascinating. Goku rubbed his tail protectively. You're worse than Kraven. Shuri smirked. And yet, you keep coming back. Because despite her endless tests, Shuri was different from the other Wakandans. She didn't treat him like a threat or a student, just a puzzle to solve, and in return, she listened. When he mentioned how Kraven had trained him with spears, she raised an eyebrow. When he demonstrated his agility with a staff during training, She took notes, and when he offhandedly mentioned how much he missed the weight of a good weapon, she got to work in secret. On the eve of Goku's departure, something that Goku didn't even know was about to happen yet, Shuri summoned him to her lab. "For you," she said, tossing him a sleek, crimson staff. Goku caught it mid-air and nearly dropped it in surprise. The weight was perfect, but the material... Vibranium? Shuri grinned. "Yes, a prototype. Lightweight, but nearly indestructible. Watch." With the flick of her wrist, the staff extended, doubling in length in an instant. Another twist and a blade snapped out from one end, transforming it into a spear. Goku's eyes lit up. "Whoa. I call it the power pole," Shuri said, smug. "Collapsible for travel and short distance combat, weighted for impact, and..." She tapped the hidden panel. The blade retracted and the staff hummed, vibrating slightly. "I can slightly adjust the density, hit the switch, and it'll strike even harder like a hammer. This is amazing." Shuri crossed her arms. "Of course it is. I made it." Then softer. "Just don't lose it. Understand? And if you do end up fighting some alien or something, please take notes. I want data so I can prepare Wakanda better for extraterrestrial threats." Goku laughed at that, slinging the power pole over his shoulder. "Deal." For the first time since leaving the Savage Lands, he had a weapon worthy of his own strength, and Wakanda had given him more than that. It had given him a complete introduction into technology. Now it was time to see what the rest of the world had to offer. Goku had barely left the lab when Shuri tapped her chemio beads, summoning T'Challa. Her brother arrived swiftly, his legal composure unshaken, though his eyes held a trace of curiosity. "You called." Shuri didn't waste time. With the flick of her wrist, holographic scans of Goku's physiology illuminated the room. Bone density charts, cellular regeneration rates, and the tail's neural mapping that was connected with his spine. "Brother," she said bluntly, "Dimitri, or whatever his real name is not human." T'Challa didn't react immediately. His gaze lingered on the data, absorbing the implications. The readings were off the charts. Muscle fibers that could withstand impacts that would pulp a normal human man, a metabolism that burned energy at an impossible rate, and most tellingly, traces of an unidentified bioenergy signature that flared whenever he was in the middle of combat. "Yeah, I suspected as much," T'Challa admitted at last. Shuri blinked. "You knew?" "Not the specifics," he clarified. "But no normal human moves like he does, no human heals like he does, and no human child, no matter how well trained, could have matched me in combat the way he did at his age." Shuri crossed her arms. "And you didn't think to mention this before I spent months running tests." A faint smirk tugged at T'Challa's lips. "Would it have changed your approach?" "No," she conceded. "But still, you let me think I was discovering some grand secret." T'Challa exhaled, his amusement fading. "The question was never what he is. It was whether he was a threat to Wakanda." Shuri gestured to the scans. "Well, biologically, he's a walking potential superweapon. But psychologically," she pulled up another screen, brainwave analysis, behavioral patterns. He's about as malicious as an untrained puppy. A very destructive puppy, but still." T'Challa nodded. "His nature is violent, but his intent is pure. He doesn't seek conquest, only challenge." "So what now?" Shuri asked. "Do we tell him?" T'Challa considered it. "Not yet. If he doesn't know what he is, there may be a reason for that. And until he asks, or until the truth becomes necessary, we let him remain as he is." Shuri sighed. "You realize one day he's going to punch a hole into something eventually, right?" "Undoubtedly," T'Challa said dryly. "But when he does, it won't be Wakanda's problem." Outside, the distant sound of Goku's whooping echoed through the palace grounds as he tested his new power pole against a training drone. T'Challa allowed himself a small smile. "Yes, we'll let the rest of the world deal with him and his wild nature." Goku spun the power pole in his hands, the vibranium humming as it cut through air. The weight was perfect, balanced, yet heavy enough to crack stone if he swung it right. But as he practiced, his mind wasn't on the weapon. It was on T'Challa's words that he had in this year of training. And this is the words that he remembered the most. "You are not normal, so do not pretend to be." At first, Goku hadn't fully understood. Kraven had trained him to embrace his strength to push his body to his limits, but he had never framed it as something separate from himself. To Kraven, strength was just another tool, like a knife or a spear, but T'Challa, he saw it differently. He saw something different within Goku himself. Look at me. My suit is not just armor, the king had told him. It is an extension of my will. I do not fight in it. I fight through it. My mind commands and the vibranium answers. Goku had frowned, but I don't have a suit. T'Challa had smirked. Don't you? Now, standing in the Wakandan training grounds, Goku finally grasped what he meant. His body was his suit. Every muscle, every bone, his body wasn't just the body of a normal human. It was something more, something that could be honed, upgraded, and even mastered. Kraven had taught him to use his strength. T'Challa was teaching him to command it. Goku exhaled, slowing his movements instead of just swinging the powerful pole with brute force. He focused on the flow, the way his muscles tensed and released, the way his tail adjusted his balance mid-motion, like it was a Panther suit. He imagined his body as something external, a weapon he could refine. When he leapt, he didn't just jump. He calculated. His legs coiled up like springs, his trajectory adjusting mid-air as if his very bones were vibranium laced. When he struck, he didn't just hit, he channeled. Energy surged from his core through his arms into the staff. Each movement was precise and controlled. It wasn't about holding back. It was about directing his energy into stronger attacks. But T'Challa had also given him another piece of wisdom, one that struck to him as well. No matter how far your abilities take you, never forget where you stand. Goku wasn't from Wakanda. Hell, T'Challa wasn't even sure that Goku was from Earth. But this planet had shaped him. Kraven had given him the heart of a hunter. T'Challa had given him the mind of a real warrior. T'Challa had given him, and now, as he stood under the open sky, the power pole resting on his shoulder, Goku made a silent promise. He would embrace what he was, whatever that meant, but he would never lose who he was. Right? Or he would perfect what he was, but he would never lose who he was. At his core, he was a hunter, he was a fighter, he was a student who was raised on the earth. With a grin, he snapped the staff back into its compact form and tucked it away, ready for whatever was going to come next. The morning sun cast long shadows across the Wakandan training grounds as T'Challa found Goku mid-drill. The power pole was a crimson blur in his hands. The boy, no, not a boy anymore, not quite, moved with the fluidity that hadn't been there a year ago. Every strike was precise, every dodge was economical. The wild, untamed force of nature that had crashed into Wakanda's borders had been refined into something sharper. But refinement wasn't the same as containment. T'Challa cleared his throat. Goku spun, instantly alert before relaxing into a grin. Hey, Panther, ready for another spar? T'Challa shook his head. No, today we do not train. Goku blinked. Huh? Your time here is over, T'Challa said simply. It is time for you to leave. For once, Goku was silent, his tail, usually flicking with restless energy, went still. T'Challa expected protest, argument, maybe even defiance. Instead, Goku exhaled, long and slow, and nodded. Yeah, he said. You're right. No hesitation, no fear, just acceptance. T'Challa had seen many warriors in his life, but this one was definitely something different. Goku didn't even ask why. He didn't need to. Wakanda had given him knowledge, discipline, and even a weapon. But it wasn't his home, not truly. The world beyond was vast, full of battles he had yet unfought. Full of battles yet unfought. Foes yet unmet. And Goku, he was hungry for more. T'Challa could see it in his eyes, the same fire that had burned when he first challenged the Black Panther to a fight a year ago. But now that fire was tempered, directed. Where will you go? T'Challa asked. Goku shrugged, slinging the power pole over his shoulder. Wherever the strong guys are, a grin. Maybe I'll find that guy with the shield you told me about. Or that green monster. T'Challa almost smiled. You are not ready for the green monster, my apprentice. But I shall give you a GPS to find your way around this world as a parting gift. The pteranodon screeched as it landed, its massive wings kicking up dust. Goku patted its scaled neck before turning back to T'Challa. No grand speeches, no sentimental farewells, just a nod. Thanks, Panther. T'Challa inclined his head. Remember what you learned. Goku's grin was all teeth. How could I forget? With that, he leapt on the creature's back, and with a mighty beat of its wings, they were airborne. T'Challa watches the boy, who was now his student, in a way, disappeared into the horizon. Destined for great things, the thought came unbidden, but T'Challa didn't dismiss it. If Shuri's theories were correct, he would be a growing force when he matures. One that could shake the world, for better or for worse. But as T'Challa turned back toward the palace, he felt no fear, only certainty. Wherever Goku went next, he was definitely going to leave his mark. Goku's phone activated, the sleek Wakandan holographic map that projected out of the screen in its blue glow illuminating his face. As he soared through the clouds on his pteranodon, the device pinpointed his location in real time, displaying the terrain, weather patterns, and even energy signatures of certain technologies, far beyond anything he'd seen in the Savage Land, which was really none to begin with, in all honesty. His fingers swiped across the projection, zooming in on the mountainous region in China's Hunan province. According to the map's data logs, the area had a secret organization of fighters. That was the rumor. And he thought, perfect. Goku's tail flicked in anticipation. If there was one thing Kraven and T'Challa had both taught him, it was that where there was power, there was opportunity. His pteranodon screeched in protest as he nudged it downward, descending toward the mist-shrouded peaks. Below, emerald forest stretched endlessly, broken only by jagged cliffs and the occasional ancient temple nestled in the valleys. As they landed near a secluded village, Goku hopped off, with his power pole strapped securely across his back. The air here was different, thick with the scent of pine and something else. Something electric. Alright, so that's the training arc with Goku and the Black Panther. I hope you guys liked it. Once again, this is a remaster of a Goku and Marvel episode, or a Goku and Marvel story I did 3 years ago. I'm just refining it and adding things, making it better, and the pictures are way better. So I hope you guys like it, man. If you did, like and subscribe. Till the next time. Go. Yo, we back. Goku and Marvel episode 4, The Woman in Red. In this episode, Goku will meet Electra. So let's get into it. Goku's boots crunched against the grimy pavement of Marjapor's low town, his lined cloak flapping behind him as he scanned the crowded streets. The air stank of sweat, oil, and something metallic. Gunpowder, maybe. Not exactly the warrior's paradise he'd hoped for. He tapped a burly man on the shoulder. Hey, where are all the strong fighters around here? The man barely glanced at him before shoving past with a grunt. Undeterred, Goku simply jogged to a pair of mercenaries that were leaning against a wall by a flickering neon sign. Hey, you guys know any good places to spar? Somewhere with real challengers? One of them sneered, flicking a cigarette butt at his feet. Piss off, kid. Goku frowned again. Goku's frown deepened. Kraven had warned him. Cities were full of people that had given up on hunts and challenges, but this was ridiculous. He tried a few more times, a street vendor, a woman in a trench coat, even a scarred-up bouncer outside of a club, but no one gave him a straight answer, just dismissive scowls or mocking laughter. His tail began to twitch in irritation. Maybe this place was just a bust. Goku's senses then tingled. Someone was clearly following him. He didn't turn around, didn't react. Instead, he let his instincts guide him. The footsteps were light, deliberate. Whoever it was, they were pretty good. A smirk tugged at his lips. Finally, something interesting. Pretending to be oblivious, he wandered into a dark alley. The neon glow from the main street barely reaching the narrow passage. The air was thick with the scent of rust and damp concrete. Behind him, the footsteps then paused. Goku stretched lazily, rolling his shoulders. You gonna keep hiding, or are we gonna fight? There was no answer. Then Goku said, fine, I'll beat them at their own game. I'll set them up. In one fluid motion, Goku kicked off the alley wall, rebounding to the opposite side. Then he launched himself even more upward, his fingers finding purchase on a rusted fire escape. He flipped onto the rooftop, silent as a shadow. Below his stalker, a figure in a red hoodie stepped into the alley, scanning the darkness for him. Goku grinned. Too slow. He dropped like a stone, his foot slamming into the stalker's shoulder with enough force to crack the pavement. The figure crumpled without a sound, collapsing face first into the grime. Goku landed lightly beside him, tilting his head. You know, I thought you'd be tougher. He crouched, flipping the unconscious body over, and then he froze. Before he could process what he was seeing, 3 more figures in red dropped from the rooftops, landing in perfect unison. Their faces were masked, their movements eerily synchronized. Goku's tail flicked in excitement. Oh, now we're talking. The first assassin lunged, a wakizashi flashing in the dim light. Goku sidestepped him, catching the blade between his palms before twisting. Snap! The sword broke like dry wood. The assassin barely had time to register the loss before Goku elbow cracked into his temple, sending him crashing into a dumpster. The second and third attacked simultaneously, one high and one low. Goku ducked under a sweeping kick, countering with a palm strike to the ribs that sent the second assassin skidding across the pavement. The third aimed a pressure point strike towards his neck, but Goku caught the wrist, flipped the attacker over his shoulder, and drove a knee right into his gut while his back met the concrete. Thud. The last assassin hit the ground wheezing. Goku dusted himself off, slightly disappointed. You guys aren't bad, but you're no Dora Milaje. The assassins groaned, but none got back up. He scratched his head. Who even are you guys? A voice from the shadows answered. We are the Hand. Goku turned, and his grin returned. Now, things were getting interesting. The robed figure stepped forward with his crimson hood casting his face in darkness, except for the faint glint that was within his eyes under the streetlights. Unlike the fallen assassins, this one carried himself with an eerie calm. His presence hummed with quiet authority. You seek worthy opponents, his voice smooth, almost amused. Then you waste your time in these streets. Goku's tails twitched at that remark. His instincts were sharp. This guy seemed to be a little different. Stronger, maybe. But there was something off about him. A scent like old parchment or something metallic like dry blood. Who are you supposed to be? Goku crossed his arms, still grinning but wary. A guide, the man said, turning slightly. The Hand has no quarrels with you. Yet. But if it is a battle you crave, there are greater challenges beyond this city. Kraven had taught him better than to blindly trust strangers, especially ones who sent assassins after him first. But still, if there was even a chance of a real fight... All right, Goku said, shrugging. Lead the way. The hooded man gave a slow nod before turning, his robes whispering against the pavement. Goku followed, keeping just enough distance to react if this turned out to be some type of trap. Worst case, I beat up more of these guys. Best case, I finally get a real challenge. Either way, he wasn't leaving Marjapur bored. He had made up his mind. The underground lair stretched far beyond what Goku had expected, a cavernous hall lit by flickering torches, their orange glow casting long shadows across the stone walls. The air was thick with the scent of sweat, incense, and something metallic, which was probably old blood, maybe. At the center of the chamber stood a raised platform where a lone figure addressed an army of red-clad warriors. The ninjas knelt in perfect unison, their masked faces turned upward in reverence. In somewhat reverence. Goku pushed through the crowd, his tail twitching with curiosity. The speaker's voice was cold, commanding, each word dripping with conviction. You will die. The declaration hung in the air, heavy and absolute, but not as weaklings, not as forgotten shadows. The figure stepped forward, their crimson robes shifting like liquid in the torchlight. Their face was hidden beneath a hood, but their presence was undeniable, a pressure that made even Goku's instincts prickle. The Hand does not fear death. The Hand embraces it, for when you fall, you will rise again, stronger, purified, and eternal. The ninja murmured in unison, their voices a whispered chant. Goku frowned at this. This person was talking about dying like it was some type of reward. Kraven had taught him that death was just a part of life, something to expect, not reverence. Finally, the figure turned, sensing an outsider among his followers. The sea of red-clad warriors parted as Goku stepped forward, meeting the speaker's unseen gaze. The hooded figure tilted their head slightly, then reached up and pulled back the crimson fabric, revealing a young woman with dark, piercing eyes and a red bandana tied across her forehead. Her lips curled into a smirk as she took in Goku's wild appearance, the lion cloak, the tail behind him, the unshakable confidence in his stance. "You are not one of us," she observed, her voice smooth but edged with danger. Goku grinned. "Nope, but I heard there might be some strong fighters down here." The woman's smirk deepened. "And what makes you think you're worthy to stand amongst them?" Goku shrugged. "I already beat up a few of you guys already. They weren't bad, but they weren't great either." A ripple of tension passed through the hand warriors, but the woman raised a hand, silencing them before they could even react. "You have spirit," she mused, "but spirit alone doesn't impress the hand. Who are you?" Goku hesitated. Kraven had never given him a real name for a reason. He mostly just called him Boy or Dimitri when he was feeling sentimental. He'd always figured he'd earn his own name when he was strong enough to deserve one. "I don't really have a name yet," he admitted. "My father told me to make a name for myself, but for now," he smirked, "you can call me Dmitry Kravenov." The woman arched an eyebrow. "Kravenov?" "Yeah, after my old man." She studied him for a long moment before nodding. Electra, nice to meet you." "Nice to meet you, Electra," Goku said, cracking his knuckles. "So you the boss around here?" Electra's eyes gleamed. "I am in this branch, the chosen of the hand. And if you seek a challenge, Kravenov, you found one." Goku's grin widened. "Perfect." Goku's hair stood up eagerly as Electra's smirk deepened. She rolled her shoulders, stretching her arms with a fluid grace that reminded him of the Dora Milaje, but this one was more sharper, more lethal. "You want to fight me?" Goku asked, barely containing his excitement. Electra's fingers brushed the twin sai that was at her hips. "Not a fight, a test." Goku tilted his head. "Yeah, what's the difference?" She didn't answer. Instead, she lunged. Her fist strike was a blur, a feint with her left hand, followed by a lightning-fast slash with her right side. Goku barely twisted away in time, feeling the blade graze his animal skins. His grin widened. Fast. Really fast. He countered with a sweeping kick, but Electra flipped over it, landing in a crouch before springing forward again. Her strikes came in a rapid succession. Elbow, knee, spinning back fist. Each movement precise, economical. Goku blocked most, but a few slipped through, brushing off against his ribs. Not bad, he admitted, rolling with the punch before retaliating with a certain burst of speed. His fist shot toward her gut, and he said, "Gotcha!" But he met empty air. Electra had vanished, reappearing behind him in a whisper of fabric, with a sharp pressure at his spine, which turned out to be the tip of her sai pressing lightly between his shoulders. "Dead," she murmured. Goku blinked, and then laughed. "Okay, you're really good." Electra stepped back, twirling her sai before sheathing them. "And you're reckless. Strong, but you lack a killer's precision." Goku rubbed his neck. I've had harsher teachers." Electra studied him for a long moment before nodding. "Stay. Train with the hand. If you survive, you might become something worth killing." Goku's eyes gleamed. Now that was an offer. Deal. Electra watched as Goku bounded off to inspect the hand's training grounds, his tail flicking with unrestrained curiosity. The warriors around him eyed him warily, some with suspicions, others with begrudging respect. He had taken down several of their own after all, and yet he carried himself without arrogance, only an eager hunger for the next challenge. Interesting. She had seen many warriors in her time, assassins, mercenaries, so-called heroes. Most were rigid, bound by codes or vengeance or pride, but this boy, he was different. Like her, he had been forged in violence. Like her, he had been trained from childhood to be a weapon, and like her, he seemed to enjoy it. Electra exhaled, rolling the memory of their brief skirmish over in her mind. His reflexes were somewhat superhuman. His instincts were sharp as a blade, but more than that, his adaptability was quite uncanny. He had adjusted to her speed mid-fight, learning her rhythm in seconds. If she hadn't exploited his momentary overconfidence, the bout might have dragged on much longer. Potential. That was the word that lingered in her thoughts. Raw, untapped potential. She knew what it was like to be young and deadly, even though she wasn't much older than him. The hand had molded her into the black sky, the chosen heir of their ancient order. She had been a prodigy, unstoppable, untouchable, and yet there had always been something missing. A purpose beyond the kill. Goku, for all his wild energy, seemed to lack that same hollowness. He fought not out of duty or bloodlust, but pure exhilaration, as if battle itself was a game to be mastered. Perhaps that's why I spared him. The thought surprised her. The hand did not take in strays, and yet... Electra's lips curled into a faint smirk as she watched Goku attempt and fail to mimic one of the ninja stealth techniques, only to shrug and try again with shameless enthusiasm. He reminds me of myself before the hand broke me. She had no intention of letting him stay soft. The hand would either sharpen him or destroy him. But if he survived, he might just become something extraordinary. Goku's training under the hand was nothing like Kraven's brutal survival drills or T'Challa's disciplined combat forms. This was training of precision, cold, calculated, and lethal. The hand's assassins moved like ghosts, striking without warning and vanishing before their victims even realized that they were dead. Goku, used to roaring charges and bone-crushing balls, struggled at first. His instincts screamed to fight, not stalk. Electra corrected him brutally. "You are not a beast," she hissed, after he botched his third stealth exercise, her blade resting against his throat. "You are a blade, and a blade does not announce itself before it cuts." Goku gritted his teeth, but listened. Slowly, he learned to move without sound, to blend into the shadows, to strike with surgical efficiency. He still preferred open combat, but now he understood the power of patience. Kraven had taught him about stalking prey, but this was more different. This was more efficient, more difficult to do. One of the hand's most valuable skills was the ability to feel malice before it struck. Goku's Saiyan instincts already had made him hyper-aware, but the hand refined it into something even sharper. Blindfolded in a darkened dojo, he faced a circle of assassins. Their movements were silent, their breathing controlled, and at first he was struck from all sides by phantom blows that he never saw coming. But as the weeks passed, he began to sense them. The faint shift in the air, pressure before a strike, the microscopic tension in a killer's muscles, the cold prickle of intent against his skin, and by the end of the second month, he could dodge without seeing. The hand had enemies who wielded mental powers, telepaths, illusionists, sorcerers, and Goku's mind was a fortress of instinct that was untrained. Electra introduced him to meditation techniques, forcing him to lock away his thoughts behind mental barriers. At first, it was agony. His mind was too restless, way too chaotic. But with relentless drills and more than a few psychic shocks from the hands of mystics, he learned to fortify his mind. A warrior whose thoughts can be stolen is already predictable, and soon after dead, Electra warned him. Goku had always favored raw strength, spears, clubs, and his own fists. The hand, however, demanded finesse. Electra's signature weapons were sais. She taught him to use them not just for stabbing, but for disarming, trapping, and pressure point strikes. He learned to flip them effortlessly, catching them mid-spin like an extension of his hands. She also taught him how to use swords like katanas. The blade was an art form, precision cuts, defensive parries, the lethal taijutsu draw. Goku's natural speed made him terrifyingly quick with it, though his wild swings still earned him smacks from his training masters. By the end of his training, Goku was no longer just a savage brawler or a disciplined warrior. He was now a disciplined brawler assassin. He could fight like a demon in open combat, but now he could also move like a phantom in the dark. He could sense enemies before they struck, shield his mind from intrusion, and wield weapons with deadly grace. Even more so than his former weapons training. Electra watched him from the shadows with her arms crossed. Good, she thought. Now the real test begins, because the hand did not train warriors for sport. They trained them for assignments. Goku quickly learned that the hand was not a single unified force. It was a web of factions, each with its own agenda, leaders, and methods. Electra's faction was known as the Crimson Lotus. which was one of the most feared. Unlike the more traditionalist sects, they blindly followed the ancient doctrines of resurrection and demonic pacts. The Crimson Lotus valued skill above dogma. They were assassins, yes, but they were also warriors who embraced the art of combat rather than just mindless slaughter. At this point in time, Goku met somebody named Yuki, the Silent Blade, a master of poisons and pressure point assassination. Yuki was one of Electra's most trusted lieutenants. She rarely spoke, but when she did, even the most hardened-hand assassins listened. Goku found her fascinating. Her movements were so precise, so controlled that she could drop a man with a single touch. She taught him how to exploit nerve clusters, how to use minimal force for maximum damage. Strength was useless if you do not know where to apply it, she once told him, demonstrating a finger strike that left his arm numb for about an hour. Then there was Saber-tooth, a hulking wild-card mercenary who occasionally worked with the hand, when the pay was good. Unlike the disciplined assassin, Saber-tooth fought like an animal, all claws and teeth and very brutal. Unrestrained savagery. Goku liked him immediately. Kids got spirit, Saber-tooth had growled over their first spar, wiping blood from his split lip. Might even last more than 5 minutes against me someday. Their fights were always messy, always violent, and always ended with both of them grinning like madmen. Not everyone in the hand welcomed Goku, though. The Black Serpent faction, led by the fanatical Master Izo, saw him as an outsider, of reckless upstart who didn't respect their ancient traditions. They believed in resurrection through the beast's power, while Electra's faction saw such rituals as a crutch for the weak. So there was some infighting. Then there was the Shadow Web, a faction of spies and infiltrators who viewed Goku as too loud, too unpredictable. They preferred sabotage over direct confrontation, and Goku's tendency to smash through problems rather than sneak around them irritated them to no end. Right? And for those of you that know this Marvel continuity, of course I'm changing things. This is just going to be my universe's version, obviously. So let's get into it. The Hand does not forgive betrayal, Electra reminded him one night after a failed assassination attempt that was on their lives, likely orchestrated by a rival faction. You are mine. That makes you a target. Goku just grinned, gripping his power pole. Good. Let him come for us. He wasn't just training with the Hand anymore. He was all in the mix. Electra had seen many fighters in her time, super soldiers, mutants, mystical warriors, but Goku seemed to be something else entirely. It wasn't just his strength or speed that stood out. It was his insane durability. She had begun to watch bullets ricochet off his skin like pebbles. She'd seen certain blades snap against his ribs as if they struck vibranium. Once during a mission in Marjapur, a collapsing steel beam had crashed onto him, only for him to shrug it off moments later, grinning like it was nothing. You should be dead, she had said flatly after that incident. Yeah, I've had worse, he'd replied, cracking his neck. At first she assumed he was a mutant, some type of rare beast with unbreakable bones or regenerative healing or something. But the more she trained him, the more she realized his resilience seemed to be adaptive. The harder he was hit, the stronger he got later on. The more he fought, the stronger he became. She tested it once, slicing his arm with a poisoned blade, and it took a while to heal. And then she cut him again with the same poison, and it had almost no effect, as if his cells had gotten stronger against that particular poison. That's not normal, she muttered. Says who? He shot back, flexing his unbothered scratch on his limb. Electra had encountered mutants before. Some could heal, some were tough, but none of them got stronger after every tough fight, like Goku did. His body wasn't just durable, it was improving. It made her wonder. But for now, she kept her suspicion to herself. The Hand had enough secrets, but she did watch him closer now, studying his limits, because if he ever turned against her, she would need to know what his weakness was. Over the 2 years Goku spent with the Hand, he and Electra developed a unique dynamic, one that earned them their respective titles among the assassins. Unlike the other assassins, Goku had no interest in killing weak or defenseless targets. He saw no honor in it. No challenge. Kraven had taught him that a true hunter respected worthy prey. T'Challa had refined that philosophy into something more disciplined. So when missions called for bloodshed, Goku took a different approach. He played defense for his unit. If Electra needed to eliminate a target, Goku would clear the path, smashing through bodyguards, intercepting enemy reinforcements, and taking bullets that were meant for her. He didn't kill unless absolutely necessary, preferring to knock opponents unconscious or disable them with precise strikes. The Hand's elders scoffed at his reluctance, but Electra allowed it, partly because his strength was undeniable and partly because she found his stubbornness amusing. "You're wasting time," she once remarked, as he disarmed a squad of mutant mercenaries with a flurry of non-lethal blows. "Nah," Goku grinned, tossing the last guard over his shoulder. "I'm simply saving them for later. I know that they can get stronger." Electra rolled her eyes, but she didn't argue. His methods were unorthodox, but his loyalty was absolute. When rival factions within the Hand tried to ambush Electra, Goku was the immovable wall between her and her enemies. When a rival warlord sent an army of cybernetically enhanced assassins after them, Goku tore through them like a hurricane, leaving a trail of groaning bodies in his wakes. The assassins began calling him the Body of the Hand, a living shield, an unbreakable force that guarded their faction's most lethal weapons, Electra herself. While Goku played protector, Electra was the blade in the dark. Where he refused to kill unless challenged, she had no such reservations. Her strikes were surgical, her kills were flawless, and she moved like a ghost, slipping past the fences Goku shattered, eliminating high-value targets before they even knew death had come for them. The Hand's elders respected her efficiency, unlike Goku. She didn't hesitate, she didn't spare often, and she was the perfect weapon, ruthless, precise, and utterly without remorse. But there was one exception. Whenever they faced a truly strong opponent, someone who could match them in combat, Electra would let them live, not out of mercy, but because Goku had infected her with his philosophy. A worthy enemy was a rare treasure. "Let them live," he'd say, grinning as he wiped blood from his lip after a brutal fight. "They'll be stronger next time." At first, Electra scoffed at this, but over time she began to see logic. A warrior who grew stronger was a better challenge, could even be hired. A better kill. So while she remained the hit woman, the Hand's deadliest assassin, she started leaving a few survivors, not out of kindness, but because Goku had rubbed off on her. Their partnership became legendary within the Hand, the body and the blade, the unbreakable shield and the unstoppable dagger. Electra was colder, more calculating, but she trusted Goku in a way she trusted none of the others. He, in turn, followed her lead, not out of really obedience, but because he respected her strength. They weren't friends, not exactly, but they were something rarer in the world of assassins. True battle partners, and soon that bond would be tested in due time. Goku's reputation as the Body of the Hand spread beyond the shadows of the assassin underworld. It reached powerful ears, politicians, warlords, and military officials who sought an unbreakable shield against their enemies. Unlike traditional mercenaries, Goku wasn't motivated by money or ideology. He had his top condition for taking a job: give me strong opponents. And so the world's elite began hiring him, not just for his strength, but because he was predictable in his unpredictability. He would never betray them for a higher bid, because he wasn't really that interested in money. He wouldn't get distracted by politics, because he didn't care about them. He was there to fight and nothing else. He became an indestructible enforcer. Politicians hired him to survive assassination attempts, knowing he could crush the attacker without hesitation. Warlords paid him to lead charges into enemy strongholds where he could plow through defenses like a battering ram that was alive, like a living battering ram. And military black ops recruited him for high-risk extractions where bullets bounced off his skin and entire squads crumbled at his fists. He didn't care who he worked for. Morality was irrelevant. If a client promised him worthy opponents, he was going to take the job. Goku's mission became a personal challenge, a way to seek out the strongest fighters in the world. In Sokovia, he was hired to protect the dictator from rebel forces, only to abandon his post mid-battle when he sensed the superhuman among the enemy ranks. He fought the enhanced soldier to a standstill, grinning as the man's cybernetic arm matched his strength. In Latveria, a rogue scientist unleashed a gamma-powered beast to kill a rival. Goku tanked its rage-fueled strikes before slaying it and putting it out of its misery, disappointed that it wasn't stronger. In Marjapur, a crime lord pitted him against mutant gladiators in underground death matches. Goku dominated but spared some fighters that impressed him, telling them to get stronger for next time. Electra mocked him for his softness, but she understood. Goku wasn't a cold-blooded killer like her. He was a warrior that sought a real challenge. A challenge after challenge. His reputation did precede him. Soon his name carried weight in mercenary circles. If you hire Goku, you don't get a bodyguard, you get a force of nature. I guess I'll say if you hire Kravenov, but we know we're talking about Goku here. He won't kill unless he has to, but he will break anyone that stands in his way. If you want him to stay loyal, just point him at the strongest enemy on the battlefield. That was things that were often said about him. Goku didn't care about the politics. He didn't care about the money. He just wanted to fight. And soon the hunt for strength would lead him to something more durable than even he was. Goku could take on entire battalions without breaking a sweat. Bullets, they stung, or some bullets stung, but they didn't penetrate. Grenades, he walked through the explosions and coughed at the smoke. Tanks, he'd flip one once just to see if he could. Most of the time, these jobs were too easy. A warlord would hire him to hold a bridge against an advancing army. Goku would stand there with his arms crossed as bullets pinged off his skin. When the enemy soldiers realized their guns were useless, they'd charge, only for Goku to blur into motion, knocking them out with precise strikes. 10 minutes later, the battlefield would be littered with groaning bodies, and Goku would be yawning. That's it, he'd ask disappointed. No super soldiers, no mutants, not even a guy with a power suit. But occasionally a desperate enemy would pull out experimental weapons, plasma rifles, sonic cannons, even stolen Chitari blaster once. Those at least made him pay attention. He let them hit him once, and he'd feel burns. Then he would grin and close the distance in a flash and disarm them with a flick of his wrist. Now that's more like it, he'd laugh. But those moments were rare. Most of the time it was just waves of faceless soldiers, men that couldn't even scratch him. But he kept taking jobs, because sometimes, hidden among the cannon fodder, there would be one fighter who would stand out. A mercenary with enhanced reflexes, a rogue super soldier, or a mutant who didn't know their own strength. And that single fight was worth 1,000 boring battles. So Goku kept signing up for warlike assignments, not for the money, not for the cause, but for the enemies that could make him bleed. When the hand assigned Goku to protect William Stryker, the boy assassin didn't ask questions. He didn't care who the man was, only that the job promised interesting opposition. Electra warned that they'll probably send mutants after him because that's his expertise, strapping a vibranium reinforced bracer onto her wrist for the mission that she had going. Or it was actually adamantium. Real ones, not just street level trash. Goku's tails twitched in anticipation. He was given an alias. To avoid drawing attention, Stryker's people gave him code name Z. Why Z? Goku had asked, frowning. Because you're the last line of defense, the handler replied. The end of the line for anyone stupid enough to actually come after us. Goku just shrugged. As long as he got to fight, he didn't really care what the hell they called him. On the first day on the job, he got to see some action. Stryker was a cold, calculating man who eyed Goku like some type of specimen rather than a bodyguard. You're the so-called indestructible mercenary. Stryker adjusted his glasses. Prove it. Goku smirked. Shoot me. A nervous soldier obliged, firing a .50 caliber round point blank at his chest from a Desert Eagle. The bullet flattened against his skin and dropped to the floor. Stryker's lips curled into a slow, fascinated smile. Excellent. Within days, the attacks came just as Electra predicted. Each time, Stryker watched a chilling interest, murmuring into a recorder. Subject Z exhibits power levels beyond baseline mutants, potential for further study. Goku didn't know what the hell he was talking about, and he didn't care. He was just happy to finally have a challenge, but soon he'd realize Stryker wasn't just studying the mutants. He was studying him. One night, he got a call from Electra, and Electra's message was brief. Someone dangerous is coming after Stryker, Kravenov. not just a mutant, a killer mutant. He is also older than he looks, and he's quite unbreakable, much like you. Goku's tails twitch with anticipation. Finally! And then we jump to the mutant in question. Wolverine trekked through the snow as brewed as ever, closing in on the bastard that experimented on him all those years ago during the Weapon X program. And today would be the day that he got it back in blood. Alright, so yeah, that's the Goku and Electra story. Once again, this is a remastered version of a story I told 3 years ago. And on the next episode, Goku's going to trade blows with Weapon X, aka Wolverine, Mr. Logan. So hopefully you guys like it, man. If you did, be sure to like, comment, subscribe. Till the next one. Gone. Peace. Alright, here we go. We back. We're at Goku and Marvel, episode 5. Weapon X versus Weapon Z. And in this episode, we will see a showdown between Goku and the Wolverine. So let's go ahead and get right into it. Let's get it. The scent of antiseptic and blood. That was the first thing Logan remembered before the pain. Metal claws, his claws, that were burning inside of his body, while coated figures loomed over him. Their voices were muffled behind their masks. Subject X is resisting. Increase the dosage. Then fire. Fire was in his veins, in his bones, in his skull. His screams drowned out by the whirring of machinery, the cold bite of restraints. And then the computer's voice generated. Adamantium infusion at 87%. Heart rate critical. His body arched off the table, muscles locking, tendons snapping. His healing factor fought against the poison, knitting him back together just so the metal could tear him apart again and again. He was still conscious the entire time. A snarl, a flash of calls. Red was all over the white tiles, and then silence. Logan woke with a gasp, his adamantium claws already out, glinting in the dim light of the crappy motel room. His chest heaved, sweat cooling on his skin. The dream, no memory, clung to him like a second layer of flesh. He flexed his fingers, retracting his claws with a snicked sound. Stryker. The name tasted like bile. The man who turned him into a weapon. The man who had made him forget. And now, after years of running, of fighting, of trying to outpace his own past, Logan was finally ready to track him down. Some hidden lab in the Canadian wilderness, some new project, some new victims, probably. Logan grabbed his jacket, his nostrils flaring as he caught the scent of snow and pine through the cracked window. On this night, his hunt for Stryker would begin, and Stryker would answer for all that he had done. And if anyone got in his way, well, they'd learn why they called him the Wolverine. Logan's bike roared through the frozen Canadian back roads, his mind sharper than the wind cutting against his face. He'd left the X-Men behind for this particular mission. Not out of spite, just necessity. Charles would have probably tried to stop him, preach forgiveness or some idealistic crap. But this wasn't about justice, this was personal. The first lead had been a name, Dr. Cornelius, one of Stryker's old collaborators. Logan found him in a bunker in Alaska, sweating through a cheap suit, fingers trembling around a whiskey glass. The man barely had time to scream before adamantium claws pinned him to the wall. Where's Stryker? Cornelius had talked, and then he bled. The next was Mason, a retired Weapon X security hiding in Quebec. Logan let him reach for his gun, just so he could slice it in half before taking 3 fingers as a reminder. You worked on us in cages. You heard us scream. Mason coughed, coordinates between sobs. Piece by piece, Logan reassembled his own nightmare, the experiments, the wipes, the cold, the clinical cruelty of men who saw him as property. Every scar that was on his body that had healed over and over again was a receipt, and though they healed, he still saw them when he looked in the mirror. And he was cashing them all in. And now the final lead, a black site lab buried in the Rockies. Stryker had a new project that he was about to start working on. Logan's claws flexed. Time to end this. Jubilee had seen Logan storm out of X Mansion enough times to know that he was gone on some type of crusade. This wasn't one of his usual brooding exits. No gruff one-liner, no half-hearted promise to be back soon. Just cold silence and the roar of his motorcycle tearing down the driveway. And then the files left open on Cerebro. She wasn't supposed to snoop, but come on, when had Jubilee ever followed the rules? The screen flickered with classified X documents that Charles had gotten access to over the years to help Logan regain his memories. And she saw images of Logan strapped to a table with his body hooked to a bunch of machines. His face was twisted in agony and her stomach twisted. She knew he had nightmares about this, but this was what really happened. And the last file were coordinates. And then she realized he was hunting people down. And then she was led to go to the Canadian Rockies. Jubilee didn't hesitate. She grabbed her coat and put on her gloves. If Logan was going after the people who did this to him, he shouldn't have to do it alone. She found his trail easily, partly because she'd snuck a tracker onto his jacket months ago, for emergencies obviously, and partly because Logan wasn't exactly subtle. Broken doors, slashed tires, a trail of unconscious or worse security guys leading straight to a hidden bunker. Jubilee crouched behind a snow-covered ridge, watching as Logan kicked in the final door under the pale moonlight. Okay, Jubes, she muttered to herself. Time to save the old man from himself. She just hoped he wouldn't be too pissed when he figured out that she was following him. The wind howled like a wounded animal as Logan trudged through the knee-deep snow, his breath fogging in the sub-zero air. The coordinates had led him here, a nondescript concrete bunker, half buried in the mountainside. Its entrance was barely visible beneath layers of ice and camouflage setting. Just like the old days. His nostrils flared, picking up a sterile stench of antiseptic and coppery tang of blood, faint but unmistakable. Stryker's here, or at least his work was. The security was tighter than he expected. Motion sensors, retractable turrets, a biometric scanner on the blast door. Logan smirked. Cute. He didn't bother with stealth. There was no need to. His claws snicked out, and he tore through the scanner like paper. The alarms blared. Red lights flashing as automated defenses whirred to life. A turret spun toward him, letting off a rat-a-tat-tat of bullets, peppering his chest. He barely even flinched. The adamantium under his skin turning the rounds into sparks. One lunge and one slash was all it took for him to turn the turret into scrap metal. The first wave of guards rushed in, rifles raised, shouting orders into their comms. Open fire. Bullets pinged off of Logan's skeleton, his healing factor sealing the wounds before they could even bleed much. He moved like a force of nature, methodical and relentless. A guard swung the butt of his rifle. Logan caught it in midair and crushed the metal in his grip and drove his claws into the man's guts. Another fired point blank, and Logan tanked the shot, grabbed the barrel, and yanked, sending the guard flying into a wall. A third tried to flank him, and Logan spun, claws flashing, and the man's gun was sliced in half before he was kicked into a reinforced door. They were ants, and he was the boot. By the time he reached the inner sanctum, the hallway was littered with groaning bodies, shattered weapons, and the scent of fear. Logan flexed his claws, the blood sizzling off the adamantium in the cold air. Stryker! His voice was a growl, echoing through the steel corridors. Come out and face me, you bastard. The alarms blared through the bunker, red emergency lights casting long shadows across the street walls. Goku, who had been lounging in the barracks after another uneventful patrol, perked up immediately at the sound of traffic radio chatter that seemed to be frantic. All units, we have a breach in Sector 7. Hostile is... Jesus Christ. He just walked through our gunfire, followed by screams. Goku's tail flicked in excitement. This was interesting. Stryker burst into the room, his usual cold composure cracked with something. Goku had seen this all too well. He was afraid. Fear. Z, Stryker snapped, his voice tight. We have an intruder, enhanced regenerative claws. Goku's grin widened. Claws, huh? Stryker's eyes darkened. This isn't a joke. It's him. Subject X. My Wolverine project. Goku cracked his knuckles. So what, you want me to stop him? Stryker hesitated just for a fraction of a second before nodding. Yes. And if you can't, make sure that he doesn't reach me. Find me a way out. Goku laughed, stretching his arms. Relax, Doc. I'm sure I've handled worse. As he turned to leave, Stryker grabbed his wrist. His grip was ice cold. Don't underestimate him, Stryker warned. That man is a living weapon. Goku's smirk didn't fade. Good. So am I. And with that, he tore free and sprinted down the hallway, his footsteps shaking the metal grating beneath him. The scent of blood and gunpowder grew stronger the deeper he went, mingling with something else, something wild. Goku's pulse roared in his ears. Finally, a real fight. The hallway was a war zone. Smashed security panels, smoldering bullet casings, bodies slumped against the walls, unconscious, and some were dead. Goku skidded to a halt as the scent hit him. Cigar smoke, blood, and something feral. At the far end of the corridor, a figure stood silhouetted in the flickering emergency lights. Broad shoulders, a stance like cold steel, and 3 gleaming claws, slick with red, extended from between his knuckles. Logan's nostrils flared, his head tilted just slightly as he locked onto the hooded figure that was blocking his path. Goku grinned under the shadow of his crimson hood. Hey there, old-timer. You lost? Logan's growl rumbled low in his chest. Move. Goku cracked his neck. Nah, see, I was told to keep guys like you from going any further. Logan's claws flexed. Last chance, kid. The air between them thickened. A silent, primal challenge. Goku's tail twitched under his cloak, unseen but felt like a second heartbeat. Logan's eyes narrowed. Something was off about this one. Goku took a single step forward, letting the dim light catch the curve of his smirk. You want to get to Stryker, you're going to have to go through me first. Logan exhaled, smoke curling from his lips. Your funeral. And then, snicked. Adamantium flashed. I guess it would be like Shing. I don't know, what's a metal sound? Anyway. Wolverine lunged with the speed of a seasoned killer. No wasted motion, no hesitation. His adamantium claws gleamed in the dim light as they sliced through the air where Goku's head had been a split second before. Goku barely twisted aside, feeling the wind of the strike brush against his cheek. His instincts flared. This guy was fast. Faster than most humans he'd had run-ins with anyway. Before Logan could retract his claws, Goku planted a foot against the wall and pushed. Flipping over the older warrior's head, his tail flicked midair, adjusting his balance as he landed lightly behind Logan. Whoa, Goku grinned, bouncing on the balls of his feet. Those claws are no joke. Logan didn't respond. He didn't even turn. Instead, he listened. The faintest shift in the air, Goku's movement, was going to give him away. Logan spun, claws slashing upward in a brutal arc. Goku didn't have time to block, so he met the metal with his power pole. The adamantium screeched against his vibranium. Logan's eyes narrowed. Huh? Most metal would have been Swiss cheese. Goku just laughed, shaking off the close call. Okay, old man, you got my attention. Logan bared his teeth. Good. Then he struck again, harder, faster, and this time Goku didn't dodge. He met him. Pole clashed against claws. The impact shook the hallway. The fight had really just begun. The hallway trembled from the force of their last clash. The echoes of metal on metal still ringing in the air. Goku and Wolverine stood, locked in a momentary stalemate, neither backing down, neither yielding even an inch. Logan's masked face was unreadable, but his posture spoke volumes. His shoulders were squared. Claws still extended, every muscle coiled like a spring. His breathing was steady, controlled, but his nostrils flared slightly as he took in Goku's scent. Something was really off about this guy. Not just his strength, but his smell. He didn't smell really human. Goku still shrouded his crimson hood, smirked beneath the shadow of the fabric. His tail twitched in anticipation. Hidden beneath his cloak, but his stance was relaxed. Too relaxed for someone facing down the adamantium killing machine. Last warning, kid, Logan growled, his voice rough as gravel. Step aside or I'm going through you. Goku tilted his head, still grinning. Nah. See, I was hired to keep problems like you out, and I don't break my contracts. Logan's claws flexed. Then you're going to regret it. For a long, tense moment, neither moved. The only sounds were the distant alarms, the flicker of broken lights, and the slow drip of blood from Logan's claws. Goku's fingers tightened around his power pole, and Logan's muscles tensed. He was ready. Then, a shift in the air, a flicker of movement, and the fight exploded back into fluid motion. Neither was backing down, and only one could walk away standing from this, it seemed. Goku exploded forward, his power pole a crimson blur as he swung with enough force to crack the concrete. Wolverine barely had time to cross his claws in defense before the impact sent him flying back. The vibranium staff connected with the thunderous crack, and Logan's boots left the ground. His body smashed through reinforced wall like it was paper, the metal crumpling around him as he hurled into the frozen wasteland beyond. Snow erupted in a plume as he skidded across the ground, carving a trench till he finally came to a stop. Goku flexed his fingers, staring at the red lines that were across his palms. Shallow cuts, barely more than a scratch. But it bled, his brow furrowed. This shouldn't have happened. Bullets usually bounced off him. Blades snapped against his skin, except for T'Challa's vibranium weapons or enchanted metals. But Logan's claws, they were able to leave cuts on him. They'd even took off some chunks of his vibranium staff. Goku wiped the blood on his cloak, and his smirk returned, even sharper. That metal wasn't normal, if it could hurt him. This fight was going to be more interesting than he even expected. Buried in snow, Logan groaned, pushing himself up. His ribs had been crushed by the impact, but they were already knitting themselves back together through the metal that was encased around him. His healing factor burned through the damage. Steam was rising from his skin as flesh and bone reconnected itself. He spat blood into the snow, claws still gleaming. That kid hits like a freight train. Most men would have stayed down after a blow like that, but Logan wasn't most men. He stood, rolling his shoulders, the last of his wounds sealing shut. His eyes locked onto Goku, who was still standing through the entrance of the wall, still standing in the wrecked hallway, watching him with that infuriating grin, and Logan bared his teeth at that. The remaining hand ninjas moved like shadows. Their crimson robes fluttered as they materialized around Goku, their leader. A masked figure with a single silver pauldron bowed slightly. Kravenov, the ninja acknowledged, voice muffled beneath his mask. We will escort Stryker to the helipad. Hold this beast off. We know you will be victorious. Goku barely spared them a glance. His focus locked on Logan as the older warrior rose from the snow, steam curling off his healing wounds. Yeah, go protect your boss, he muttered, rolling his shoulders. I've got this. The ninjas didn't hesitate. In seconds they were gone, melting into the base's labyrinth walls, their footsteps silent as they raced to extract Stryker. Goku knew the drill. Get the target to the chopper, leave no trace. The hand didn't fail missions. But right now, to be honest, he didn't really care about the mission. Goku's eyes narrowed as Logan ignored him entirely, his focus locked on onto the helicopter that was about to flee. The Wolverine's claws dug into the metal hull of the bunker, scaling it with feral determination. His muscles straining as he climbed toward the roof, where the chopper blades were already whirling to life. Oh, no you don't. Goku crouched, his tail flicked once before he launched himself forward in a burst of speed. Snow exploded beneath his feet as he crossed the distance in seconds. His power pole extended mid-leap. Hey, old man. Logan barely had time to turn as Goku's staff smashed into his side, knocking him off the wall. The impact sent Logan crashing into a steel support beam, buckling under its weight. But before Goku could press the attack, Logan twisted mid-air and slashed downward, forcing Goku to block the power pole. With the power pole, the adamantium claws screeched against vibranium, sparks flying as the two warriors locked eyes. You don't get to walk away from me, Goku growled, his usual grin gone, replaced by something sharper, something predatory. Logan's lip curled. Bub, you got no idea what you're protecting. Above them, the helicopter engines were roared as it was lifting off. Goku didn't care. His fight wasn't with Stryker. It was with him. The helicopter's roar faded into the distance, swallowed by the howling winds of the frozen wasteland. Logan's nostrils flared, his claws trembling with barely contained fury. His prey, Stryker, had slipped away, and standing between him and vengeance was this cocky kid in a red jacket. Goku smirked, his fingers gripping the zipper of his coat. With a sharp tug, he peeled it open, revealing the leopard skin shirt that was beneath. Its wild pattern, a stark contrast to the sterile white snow. The fabric clung to his frame. The muscles beneath coiled like springs. He then reached up and pulled back his hood, shaking out his unruly black hair. All right, old man, Goku said, rolling his shoulders. No more distractions. Just you and me. Logan's eyes narrowed. This kid wasn't just strong. He was excited. He seemed to be enjoying this. That grin, that stance, the way his tail flicked behind him like an excited predator. Goku sank into his fighting stance, 1 foot forward. Knees bent, arms loose but ready. His tail swayed slightly, adjusting his balance with instinctive precision. Logan exhaled, a plume of cigar-scented breath curling in the cold air. He'd fought super soldiers, mutants, monsters, but this guy, he moved like something wilder. Fine, Logan growled, sinking into his own stance, claws glinting under the pale moonlight. But don't cry when I get you. When I gut you. Goku's grin widened. I wouldn't dream of it. Logan lunged, his claws carving through the air with lethal precision. Left, right, a brutal upward slash aimed to split Goku from hip to shoulder. But the Saiyan was already moving, his body a blur as he twisted around each strike, his tail flicking to adjust his balance mid-dodge. You're tough, old man, Goku admitted, backflipping over a sweeping kick, but you're too slow. Logan snarled, pressing forward with relentless fury. His claws tore through the snow and metal alike, each strike meant to kill, but Goku danced just out of the reach. His smirk never faded, and then Goku vanished. Logan's instinct screamed a warning, but before he could react, a foot slammed into his ribs, sending him skidding across the frozen ground. He barely had time to register the impact before Goku was on him again, this time spinning mid-air. His heel crashing into Logan's jaw with enough force to send him flipping backward. See? Goku landed slightly, tail swaying. I'm just too fast. Logan spat blood into the snow, his healing factor already sealing the split lip that he had. His eyes burned with renewed intensity. This guy wasn't just strong to be strong. He knew he was strong, and he was playing with him. Better check yourself for scratches, punk, Logan growled, claws flexing, and Goku looked down after hearing that. Goku glanced down at the shredded remains of his jacket. 3 clean slashes where Logan's claws had grazed him. The fabric hung loose, barely clinging to his shoulders. With a sharp tug, he ripped it off completely, letting the tattered remains flutter to the snow. His grin widened. Man, Goku said, cracking his neck. It's been a long time since I've had to take a fight this seriously. Logan's eyes narrowed. This kid wasn't just unharmed. He was thrilled. No fear, no hesitation, just raw, unfiltered excitement. Goku rolled his shoulders, muscles flexing beneath his leopard skin shirt. The cold didn't bother him. The blood trickling from the shallow cuts didn't slow him down. If anything, the pain just sharpened his focus. You're good, old man, Goku admitted, tail flicking eagerly. Most guys, they can't even scratch me. Logan exhaled, smoke coming from his nostrils. You ain't seen nothing yet, bub. Goku's smirk turned feral. Oh, I'ma hold you to that. His stance shifted, lower, more predatory. No more testing and no more holding back. Logan felt it too. The air between them cracked with tension. 2 apex predators circling, waiting for the other to strike. The wind howled between them, the snow swirling in the frigid air as the 2 warriors locked eyes. Logan's claws were still extended, glinting under the pale moonlight, but for the first time since the fight began, he hesitated. There was something in Goku's stance. The way he moved, the way he fought, it felt familiar. Not just skilled, but seasoned, like a warrior who had spent years honing his craft, battle after battle, kill after kill. And yet, Logan's nostrils flared as he studied the kid closer. The cocky grin, the wild energy, the way his tail flicked behind him, his height, his mass. No, this wasn't just some trained assassin. This was a kid. Logan's brow furrowed. How old are you, bub? He growled, claws still raised, but his voice carrying something else. Something almost like disbelief. Goku blinked, tilting his head. 15, I think? He scratched his head as if trying to remember. Kraven really never kept track, but that's my best guess, Logan's jaw tightened. 15? A damn teenager? And yet this kid had just gone toe-to-toe with him. The Wolverine. Without breaking a sweat, had taken hits that would have turned most men into paste. Had dodged claws that had carved through tanks. For a brief moment, Logan saw something else. Not just a cocky brat, but a fighter who had been forged in blood and battle far too young. Just like him. Tch. Logan retracted his claws with a snick. The adamantium sliding back into his arms. I should have known. Only a damn kid would be dumb enough to pick a fight like this. Goku's grin didn't fade. Don't tell me you're scared now. Logan scoffed, rolling his shoulders. Nah, I just ain't in the mood to beat up a punk who ain't even old enough to buy a beer. Goku laughed, spinning his power pole. Aw, come on. We were just getting started. Logan eyed him, then shook his head. Kid, you got talent. I'll give you that. But you ain't ready for what's out there. Goku smirked. I've been out there. Try me. For a long moment, Logan just stared at him. Then with a grunt, he raised up his fists. Well, I guess I can give this twerp a little beating. Goku's grin faltered as Logan retracted his claws with a snick, the adamantium sliding back into his forearms. The older warrior rolled his shoulders, cracking his knuckles, and his stance shifted from lethal precision to something looser. More brawler than killer. Wait, hold on, Goku protested, lowering his power pole. You're not seriously going to fight me without your claws, are you? Logan smirked, exhaling a plume of cigar-scented breath. What's the matter, kid? Scared of a fair fight? Goku scowled. No, I want to fight you at your strongest. Logan's smirk didn't waver. Kid, if I fought you at my strongest, you'd be in pieces. Goku's tail lashed in frustration. Yeah, I know, that's the point. Logan ignored him, sinking into the boxing stance. Left foot forward, fist raised, weight balanced on the balls of his feet. The message was clear. This is how it was going to be. Goku huffed, twirling his pole before slamming it into the snow. Fine, if you want to fight like that, don't cry to me when I knock you out. Logan chuckled. Big talk for a runt. The moment the words left his mouth, Wolverine pushed off the snow. Goku barely had time to blink before Logan was on him, even faster than before. Way faster. The old man had been holding back. The punch hit like a semi-truck, slamming into his gut. Oof. Goku's breath exploded out of him, his ribs screaming as the force lifted him clean off his feet. His vision blurred for a split second, the world tilting as he flew backwards, skidding across the snow like a skipping stone. He came to a stop yards away, gasping, his abs throbbing like he'd just been kicked by a T-Rex. Logan stood where Goku had been a second ago, rolling his wrists, smoke curling from his lips. Still think I need claws to put you down, kid? Goku coughed, pushing himself up, his tail flicking wildly behind him. His stomach and muscles burned. Logan's punch had hurt, more than anything he'd felt in a long time. But instead of fear, Goku's face split into a grin. Now we're talking. He wiped his mouth, bouncing back to his feet. You hit like a meteor, old man. Logan's smirk twitched. The kid was still standing and still smiling. Tough little bastard, ain't you? Goku cracked his neck, rolling his shoulders. Yeah, I'm just getting started. Then he vanished. Goku's fist cracked against Logan's forearm. Hard. The sheer force sent a shockwave through the air, kicking up a whirlwind of snow. Logan's boots left the ground, his body hurtling backwards like a cannonball. Boom! The Wolverine slammed into the reinforced steel wall of bunker, the impact cratering the metal like crumpled paper around him. Dust and debris exploded outward as the entire structure groaned underneath the force. For a second, silence, and then... Gah! Logan coughed, blood speckling his lips as he peeled himself out of the wreckage. His healing factor was already stitching his muscle and skin back together. But his arms ached in a way that it hadn't in a long time. Goku stood where he'd thrown the punch, fist still extended, steam rising from his knuckles. In the freezing air, his grin was sharp. Feral. How's that for a fair fight, old man? Logan spat out a glob of blood, rolling his shoulders with the snap of while his tendons were resetting. His eyes locked onto Goku, no longer amused, just dangerous. Not bad, kid. He wiped his mouth. But you ain't the only one who can hit hard. Then he dug his heels into the ground and launched himself forward like a bullet. The moment Logan lunged, Goku dug in and charged to meet him. Boom! Their fists smashed together with the force of a detonation, shockwaves rippling through the frozen landscape. The ground beneath them buckled, snow and dirt exploding upward in a violent geyser. Their boots carved deep trenches in the earth as they pushed against each other, muscles straining, teeth bared, matching snarls. Goku's tail whipped behind him as a living counterbalance, his saiyan blood singing with the thrill of the fight. Logan's heel factor burned through the pain, his adamantium-laced bones vibrating from the sheer impact. Neither one of them gave an inch. "Ha! You still pack a punch for an old guy," Goku laughed, his breath fogging in the cold air. "And you hit like a damn freight train, kid." Logan growled back, his claws switching at his claws twitching, itching to come out. For a heartbeat they stood locked in a brutal deadlock, the snow swirling around them like a storm, and then Goku grinned. "But can you take what you dish out?" With a sudden twist of his hips, he yanked Logan forward and headbutted him square in the face, hitting the bridge of his nose. Crack! Logan's nose shattered, blood spraying across the snow as he reeled back, only to laugh low and dark as his bones snapped back into place. "Now you're speaking my language, kid." And then they moved again, fists flying, the battlefield shaking from every blow. Their next strikes were perfectly timed, simultaneous, brutal, and straight to the face. Crack! Goku's fist smashed into Logan's jaw at the exact moment that Logan's knuckles plowed into his cheekbone. The force of the impacts ripped the spit from their mouths, sending flecks of blood and saliva through the air. Their heads snapped back in unison, boots skidding backwards as the shockwave of the exchange kicked up fresh snow and dirt. Logan wasn't faring much better. Goku staggered, tasting copper. His lip was split, his teeth rattling. His vision swam for a half second before his Saiyan genes locked him back into the fight. Logan wasn't faring much better. His healing factor stitched his broken jaw together almost instantly, but the echo of the punch still rang through his skull like a church bell, making his brain recover from a concussion. He spat out a glob of blood, rolling his neck with a wet pop. "Huh, not bad," Goku admitted, wiping his mouth with the back of his hand. "You ain't half bad yourself, Runt." Logan grunted, flexing his fingers. "But you can't heal like me. So let's see how many of those you can take." They didn't hesitate. No fancy footwork, no dodging. Just raw, unfiltered violence as they charged again, fists cocked, eyes locked, ready to trade pain for pain, blow for blow, until one of them finally hit the ground. Goku didn't let the recoil of their last exchange slow him down. Instead, he used it, letting the force of Logan's punch propel him backward until his boots hit the bunker's steel wall. The metal groaned under the impact, but Goku was already coiling his legs like springs, muscles building up explosive energy. Yeah! With a powerful push, he launched himself off the wall, flipping midair into a devastating drop kick. His entire body became a missile, his heel aimed straight for Logan's sternum. Logan barely had time to raise his arms in defense. Boom! The kick connected with the force of a freight train. The impact cratered Logan's chest inward. His ribs shook under the pressure before his healing factor could even react. The sheer inertia behind the blow sent him flying, skidding across the snow, helpless to stop himself as the ground beneath him gave way to the open air. Oh, shit! And then he was falling, arms wheeling as the cliff's edge disappeared behind him. Goku landed in a crouch, watching as Logan plummeted toward the icy river that was below. The Wolverine hit the water with a thunderous splash, vanishing beneath the churning surface. For a long moment, there was only silence. Then, sploosh. Logan exploded back out of the water, claws glinting as he hauled himself onto a jagged rock. He was soaked and grinning like a madman. "All right, kid," he growled, shaking water from his hair. "You won this round," he said under his breath. Goku clenched his fists, frustration bubbling up as he looked for his opponent somewhere in that icy river that was below the mountain. His tail lashed behind him, displaying his irritation. Damn it, he muttered under his breath. He hadn't meant to kick Logan off the cliff. Not like that, not so soon. The fight had been good, the best he'd had in a long time. Every punch, every clash, every second of it had been fun. And now it was over because he got carried away in his excitement. Goku groaned, rubbing the back of his head. Oh, I'm such an idiot. Logan wasn't just some random mercenary or hand assassin. He was a strong, tough, he was a real warrior. The kind of guy who could take everything Goku threw at him and still come back swinging. And more than that, he was interesting. The way he fought, the way he talked, even the way he smelled. It's like cigar smoke and old blood and something wild and untamed. Goku had met a lot of fighters in his life. Kraven, T'Challa, Electra. But whoever this guy was, he was different. He didn't fight for honor or duty or some assassin's code. He fought because he was good at it. And he could tell that he secretly loved it. Just like Goku did. And now, he ruined it. Goku's tail twitched as a split-second warning of a shift in the air. He spun, barely dodging the firework blast that exploded behind him, showering sparks across the snow. The smell of gunpowder and ozone filled the air as he landed in a crouch, eyes scanning for the attacker. A figure stood atop a nearby ridge, silhouetted against the moonlight. A girl in a yellow trench coat, fingerless gloves, crackling with energy. Whoa, Goku grinned, straightening up. That was a nice shot. Who are you? Jubilee scowled, popping her gum. The one that's saving your butt from getting skewered, kid. I hope I'm not too late. Where is Logan? I tracked him here. Goku's grin widened. Another fighter that apparently probably knows that Metal Claw guy. Who are you calling a kid? You look like you're the same age as me, Goku said. Jubilee rolled her eyes. Boys. She flicked her wrist and another firework blast erupted from her palm, this time aimed at his feet. Goku flipped over it effortlessly, landing with a laugh. Hey, not bad. You got a name. Jubilee, she huffed, fist glowing. And you're starting to get annoying. Goku blinked, his tail flicking in surprise as he took in the girl that was standing before him. She was about his height, maybe a little shorter, with dark hair, pulled into some type of short style, and a bright yellow trench coat that stood out against the snow like a beacon. Her gloves still smoked from the energy blast she just fired at him, and her expression was anything but friendly. Whoa, Goku said, tilting his head. Where'd you come from? Jubilee blew a bubble with her gun, popping it loudly before crossing her arms. Wouldn't you like to know? Goku grinned. Yeah, actually, I would. Your blasts seem like they pack a punch for someone so small. Jubilee's eyes narrowed. Small? Look who's talking, kid. Goku puffed out his chest. I'm not a kid. I'm 15. Jubilee rolled her eyes. Oh, wow. A whole 15. Big man over here. Goku's grin didn't even waver. You sound like you're about my age, too. Jubilee huffed, adjusting her gloves and assessing the situation. She saw a blood splatter, and Goku had shallow claw marks and a tattered jacket nearby, and she figured that this team probably captured Logan or something. That's why she couldn't find him. Jubilee narrowed her eyes, and her hands began to glow, and Goku noticed the shift and smirked, ready for another battle. Alright, man, that was the showdown. This is something I did 3 years ago, and I just got better with the material. Hope you guys liked it. If you did, like, comment, subscribe, all that. Until the next one. I actually already have the script made. I just have to do the images. So until next time, peace. Alright, Goku and Marvel episode 6. Light shows go bananas. In this episode, Goku meets Jubilee, so let's get to it. Goku's tail twitched in excitement as Jubilee's palms ignited with swirling, multicolored energy. He'd fought plenty of opponents, mutants, mercenaries, assassins, but this seemed to be something new. Fireworks, he blurted, grinning at as the first blast rocketed toward him. Jubilee smirked, snapped her fingers. Try plasma. The energy detonated mid-air, splitting into into a dozen smaller projectiles that rained down like a meteor shower. Goku's eyes widened. This just wasn't flashy. This was dangerous. He flipped backwards, the explosion scorching the snow where he'd stood moments before. Whoa, that's actually kind of cool, he admitted, landing lightly. Jubilee didn't even let up. She spun and launched a rapid barrage of energy orbs, each one crackling with enough force to crater some concrete. Goku weaved between them, his reflexes honed by years of dodging bullets and blades and other projectiles. But these weren't ordinary projectiles. One blast grazed his shoulder, and he hissed, not from pain, but surprise. Damn, that stinks. Jubilee's powers weren't just pyrotechnics. The energy burned like burning plasma, hotter than normal fire, and it carried a concussive force that rattled his bones. And if he wasn't careful, she could probably actually hurt him. Enough! She crossed her arms in an X formation, gathering a massive smear of crackling energy between her hands. Try this! Goku's grin returned. Now that's what I'm talking about. The air itself seemed to vibrate as she unleashed one of her signature moves. Light barrage! He braced himself, ready to meet the blast head on. Logan hauled himself onto the riverbank, water cascading off his soaked clothes as he spouted out a mouthful of icy river water. His ribs ached, his jaw throbbed, and his healing factor was working overtime to stitch his body back together after that last brutal exchange that he had with Goku. And yet, despite the pain, he couldn't help but smirk. That kid was something else. Logan had fought super soldiers and other mutants, even some monsters, but this punk, he hit like a damn meteor, and he would laugh at you while he did it. Most fighters had tails Logan had spent decades learning to exploit. Fear in their eyes when they realized they couldn't hurt him, hesitation when they saw his claws, but that little bastard had a grin. When Logan's adamantium sliced through his jacket, he was just excited that he was able to bleed. Logan flexed his fist, watching as the last of his split knuckles sealed shut. The fight had been short, but it was pretty intense. A brutal back and forth that reminded him of the rare times he'd sparred with Saber-tooth before things went to hell. No tricks, no weapons, well, mostly. Just raw power and skill clashing head on. And he felt like that kid wasn't even using his full strength. That was the part that stuck with Logan. He felt like that kid had held back. Not out of fear, but restraint, like he was savoring the fight, not trying to end it. And Logan held back as well once he figured out that he was fighting a kid. Then he exhaled, watching his breath curl in the cold air. Damn kid's got potential. Logan's nostrils flared before his eyes even locked onto the source of the scent. A musky feral thick with a stench of old blood and unwashed fur, a scent that he knew as well as his own. And a grin full of two sharp teeth. Saber-tooth. Logan exhaled, steam curling from his lips as his claws snicked out reflexively. Victor. Victor Creed chuckled, rolling his massive shoulders as he stepped forward, his boots crunching the snow. Heard you were looking for Stryker. Figured I'd come watch the fireworks. His grin widened, revealing elongated canines. Didn't think I'd find you taking a swim instead. Logan's jaws tightened. You working for him? Saber-tooth barked out a laugh. Nah, but I ain't against watching you tear each other apart. He cracked his knuckles to sound like snapping bone. Been a while since we danced, Jimmy. See if you still got it in you. Logan didn't answer. His mind raced. Saber-tooth wasn't here by coincidence. He doubted it. He never was. If he knew Logan was hunting Stryker, then he'd either been tracking him or he had some other stake in this mess. You gonna get in my way? Logan growled. Saber-tooth grin turned predatory. Depends. You gonna make this fun? The tension between them was thick enough to choke on. Years of bad blood, brotherhood turned to hatred, battles fought and left unfinished, simmered in the frozen air. Then from above, the distant boom of an explosion echoed down the mountainside. Both mutants glanced up just in time to see a burst of multicolored plasma light up the sky. Saber-tooth's grin sharpened. Looks like your little friend is fighting my little friend. Logan's claws flexed. Kid can handle herself. Saber-tooth chuckled. Yeah, maybe she can. But let's see if you can. Logan barely raised his claws in time to block Victor's first strike. A brutal swipe that would have taken a chunk out of his neck if he'd been a second slower. The impact sent sparks flying as adamantium made his reinforced claws, the force rattling Logan's arms. Saber-tooth didn't let up. With a feral grin, he twisted mid-motion, using his momentum to flip over Logan's head, landing behind him with a mocking chuckle. That kid, Kraven, was it? Really put you on your ass, huh, Runt? Logan exhaled through his nose, rolling his shoulders as he turned to face Victor. I was going easy on him. You, though? His claws gleamed under the moonlight. You don't get the same treatment. Saber-tooth threw his head back and laughed, the sound more growled than amusement. Oh, this ought to be good. He flexed his fingers, his own claws thicker, longer, and just as deadly, extended with a wet shink. Let's see if you can back that up, Jimmy. They circled each other, two apex predators, sizing up old wounds and old grudges. The snow crunched underfoot, the only sound in the frozen silence before the storm that was about to come. The moment the last time left Saber-tooth's lips, both mutants lunged, claws flashing, teeth bared, decades of hatred fueling every strike. Saber-tooth's claws raked across Logan's chest, shredding leather and flesh alike. Blood splattered the snow. But Logan barely flinched, retaliating with an upward slash that carved deep furrows across Victor's jaw. Still slow, Creed, Logan growled as the healing factor sealed the wounds in seconds. Saber-tooth spat out a glob of blood, licking his split lip with a grin. Ain't nothing but a scratch, Runt. They clashed again, claws locking in a shower of sparks. Saber-tooth overpowered Logan with his sheer mass, driving him back, only for Logan to twist, using Victor's momentum to flip him overhead. Saber-tooth hit the ground hard, but rode with it, springing back up with a kick that sent Logan skidding backward. You always did fight dirty, Saber-tooth sneered. Only way to fight you, Logan shot back, already healing from the bruises. Slash, counter, heal, repeat. Logan ducked under a wild swing and drove his claws into Saber-tooth's gut, twisting hard. Victor roared, not in pain but in fury, and retaliated by sinking his fangs into Logan's shoulder, shaking him like a rag doll before hurling him into a boulder. Logan coughed up blood and grinned through his red-stained teeth. Is that all you got? Saber-tooth wiped his mouth, watching as the holes in his stomach stitched themselves shut. Nah, I'm just warming up. Then they charged again, neither giving an inch, neither backing down. Goku had been dodging Jubilee's plasma blast with ease, his tail flicking playfully as he weaved between the colorful explosions, but the mutant girl was smarter than she looked. Jubilee feinted left, firing a quick burst of sparks to herd Goku towards the cliff's edge. He smirked, thinking he had her figured out, until she suddenly crossed her arms and unleashed a point-blank dazzler burst that hit right into his chest. Boom! The explosion was blinding, a supernova of pink and gold energy that engulfed Goku completely. The force sent him rocketing backward, skidding across the snow like a skipping stone, before crashing into a pile of rubble. Smoke curled from the impact site, the air thick with the scent of ozone and singed fabric. Jubilee groaned, blowing a strand of hair out of her face. Yeah, how's that for fireworks, tough guy? For a moment there was silence. Then it was followed by a series of coughs. Goku sat up, shaking the debris from his hair. His leopard skin shirt was scorched, his chest smeared with soot, but otherwise he looked more annoyed than hurt. Okay, that one actually stung, he admitted, rubbing his ribs. Jubilee's grin faltered. Wait, you're fine? That blast could have taken out a tank. Goku stood, dusting himself off. I've had worse. His tail flickered eagerly. But hey, that was a really good trick. You got me fair and square. Jubilee blinked. This guy was thanking her for blasting him. Before she could process that, Goku just rushed her again. But then Goku coughed and rolled onto his knees as the smoke from Jubilee's last blast had cleared, because his muscles began to ache, not from her attacks, but from the brutal fight that he had with Logan prior. The old man had hit him hard, harder than most opponents Goku had faced before, and his ribs still throbbed from Logan's fist, where Logan's fist had landed, and his knuckles were raw from the exchange. Damn, I'm slower than usual, Goku realized, shaking out his arms. Jubilee didn't let up. Another plasma orb whizzed towards him, forcing him to twist aside at the last second. The explosion scorched his shoulder, and he hissed, not just from the burn, but from the realization that he was actually struggling. Okay, think, Goku told himself, dodging another volley. This girl's blaster is strong, but she's not as tough as me. All I have to do is get close. As Jubilee's plasma ore streaked toward him, Goku's body moved on instinct, twisting, weaving, narrowly avoiding each blast, but his usual speed wasn't there. His muscles were burning from the fight with Logan. His reaction time was dulled by fatigue. Then, cutting through the chaos, T'Challa's voice echoed in his mind. Remember that you are not normal. Your body is not just flesh and bone. It is your armor, much like my Panther suit. Your body is your weapon. Command it. And then Goku's eyes snapped open. Jubilee's next plasma blast froze mid-throw because she began to step back as the ground beneath her feet trembled. The snow around Goku began to swirl, lifting into the air as if it caught an invisible vortex. His muscles tensed, his breathing steadied, and a sudden gust of wind erupted from his body, kicking up a storm of ice and debris. Jubilee stumbled back, shielding her eyes from the sudden gale. What the? Goku's fist clenched, his tail lashing behind him like a whip. His fatigue burned away, replaced by a surge of energy that crackled through his veins. Goku didn't know it yet, but he was now accessing his ki. T'Challa's words echoed in his mind. Your body is your weapon. Command it. And for the first time, Goku truly understood. He had tapped into something unknown. His muscles, his bones, his very cells, they could be used as his armor. And with a deep exhale, Goku's eyes snapped open, sharp and focused. The wind died down, leaving an eerie stillness in its wake. Jubilee swallowed hard. The cocky grin on his face was gone. Now he looked dangerous. All right, Goku said, rolling his shoulders. Let's go again. Jubilee's eyes widened as Goku's stance shifted, no longer dodging, no longer playing defense. His body hummed with an unseen energy, a faint white aura flickering around him like a heat haze. She didn't hesitate. With a snap of her wrist, she unleashed another volley of plasma orbs, each one crackling with enough force to punch through metal. But this time, Goku didn't move. A pink comet of energy streaked towards his chest. Goku's forearm shot up, smacking it aside like a bothersome insect. The deflected orb detonated against a nearby pine tree, reducing it to splinters. Then she sent a second blast. A golden sparkle spiraled at his face. Goku tilted his head, and he backhanded it into the snow, where it erupted in a geyser of steam and ice. A third, a fourth, a fifth. Jubilee fired faster, her attacks becoming a dazzling storm of color. But Goku's hands moved in a blur, redirecting each blast with effortless precision. One ricocheted off his elbow, obliterating a security camera on the bunker wall. Another was swatted upward, lighting up the night sky like a Roman candle. Jubilee's breath came in short gasps. No way. He's just slapping them away now all of a sudden? Goku grinned, his tail flicking once. Come on, you can do better than that. Jubilee's heart pounded as Goku blurred toward her, his form a streak of motion against the snow. Her mind raced. Her plasma blasts were useless if he could deflect them so easily, and she wasn't built for close quarters combat like Logan. But she wasn't helpless. Think, Jubes. She snapped her fingers, conjuring a cluster of micro-explosions at her feet. Not aimed at Goku, but at the ground beneath her. The detonation launched her backward, putting distance between them as Goku skidded to a halt where she'd stood moments before. Smart, he laughed, while impressed. Jubilee didn't waste time gloating. She crossed her arms, charging a massive, swirling sphere of plasma between her palms. If he wanted to get close, she'd make him eat the biggest blast she could muster. Eat glitter, tough guy, she yelled, hurling the condensed energy straight at him. Goku's grin widened. Instead of dodging or deflecting, he reared back a fist and punched the orb head on. The explosion engulfed him in a blinding shockwave, but Jubilee's stomach dropped. No way. That worked? Through the smoke, a silhouette stood unharmed, fist still extended. Okay, Goku admitted, shaking his stinging hand. That one was cool. Jubilee gulped. Alright, it was time for plan B. Jubilee's fingers tightened around the frames of her pink-tinted shades as she slid them over her eyes. She had been saving this move for a real emergency, and right now, this freakishly strong teenager shrugging off her best shots definitely qualified. You want to play rough? Fine. She planted her boots in the snow, arms outstretched as her entire body began to glow with a searing golden pink light. The air around her crackled with unstable energy. The snow melted instantly into steam that was around her. Flare Blitz! With the snap of her wrist, she unleashed it. A blinding supernova of light erupted from her body, washing over the battlefield in an overwhelming wave. The initial flash was designed to disorient, burning afterimages into the retinas. But the real danger came next. A concentrated beam of plasma, hotter than any of her other attacks. And it landed straight toward Goku. The ground trembled as the blast carved a molten trench through the snow, the sheer force of it kicking up a shockwave that shattered nearby ice formations. Jubilee's shades protected her from the worst of the glare, but even she had to squint against the residual brightness. The moment Jubilee's flare blitz ignited, Goku's instincts screamed. Ah, too bright! His hand shot up to shield his eyes, but the sheer intensity of her light burned through his eyelids, searing his vision white. His pupils contracted painfully, and for a split second, he was completely blind. Then, the plasma wave hit. The force of the blast lifted him off his feet, the superheated energy scorching his skin as he was hurled backward. His body tumbled through the air like a rag doll before crashing into the snow, carving a deep trench as he skidded to a stop. Steam rose from his singed clothes, his muscles twitching from the residual energy cracking over him. For the first time in a long while, Goku felt pain from burns. As he lay motionless in the frost, Jubilee stood panting, her hands still glowing faintly from the effort. She adjusted her shades back to normal, watching him warily. Jubilee exhaled sharply, her breath fogging in the cold air as she lowered her still smoking hands. The battlefield was a mess. Molten trenches carved into the snow, scorched marks, the blackening of the ground, and the lingering scent of ozone thickened the air. And at the center of it all, Goku lay motionless, steam curling off his singed clothes. She adjusted her pink shades, pushing them up onto her forehead as she took a cautious step forward. Huh, she muttered, a slow grin spreading across her face. Guess even you have limits, huh, tough guy? And for a second, she just stood there, soaking in the victory. She'd fought plenty of battles with the X-Men, but this was different. This wasn't with teamwork or luck. Teamwork or luck. She'd taken down a freaky, strong, tail-having, bulletproof weirdo all by herself, and with style at that. Logan's so gonna owe me for this, she chuckled, dusting off her gloves. She could already picture the look on his grumpy face when he found out that she'd handled his problem for him. Still, she wasn't dumb enough to let her guard down completely. She'd seen enough fights to know that sometimes the bad guys get back up. So she kept her palms raised, ready to blast him again if he so as twitch, but Goku didn't move. Jubilee smirked, popping a fresh piece of gum into her mouth. Yeah, that's what I thought. She turned, scanning the battlefield for Logan. Time to find the old man and rub it in his face. But then, Jubilee gasped as an invisible force slammed into her, sweeping her legs out from under her. She hit the snow with a thud, her shades tumbling off as she scrambled to sit up. Goku stood a few feet away, his eyes still squeezed shut, but his body was coiled like a spring, his fist clenched with a radiating, faint, crackling white energy that he recently discovered and still did not fully understand. His tail lashed behind him, twitching like a radar dish, sensing every shift that was in the air. Jubilee's jaw dropped. How the hell are you still fighting? You can't even see. Goku grinned, his burned eyelids still shut tight. Yeah, Electra trained me better than that. Jubilee froze. Who the hell's Electra? Long story. Just my organization's best assassin, Goku continued, tilting his head slightly as if listening to the wind. She made me fight blindfolded for weeks, taught me to read the air, the heartbeat, the intent behind every move. His smirk widened. You're loud, Jubilee. Your breath hitches before you attack. Your boots crunch snow when you shift your weight. It was pretty predictable. Jubilee sat there and wondered why she was getting a lesson after all this. Goku stood over Jubilee, his scorched clothes still smoking from her plasma blast. His tail flicked lazily behind him. Though his eyes were still squeezed shut from the blinding flare, his grin was wide and genuine. You know, you're pretty good, he said, extending a hand toward her. Jubilee blinked up at him, panting, her gloves singed from her own attacks for a second. She hesitated. Was this some type of trick? But there was no malice in his voice, no mocking edge, just admiration. She scowled and slapped his hand away and pushed herself up on her own. Yeah, save the sportsmanship. I still lost. Goku laughed, rubbing the back of his head. Kinda. But you fought smart. Those blasts of yours, way stronger than I expected. And that last move, the big flashy one, that was awesome. Jubilee crossed her arms, trying to hide how much praise caught her off guard. Thanks. Goku stretched, rolling his shoulders. Man, I love fighting people who actually make me think. Most guys just shoot or punch and hope it works. You know, but you adapted, he grinned again, finally cracking his eyes open, still red from the flare, but recovering. We should spar again sometime. Jubilee huffed, adjusted her coat. Yeah, no thanks, once was enough. Goku shrugged, still smiling. You're a loss. Logan's claws dripped crimson as he stood over Saber-tooth's fallen form, while the river's icy current already began pulling the large mutant's body. Victor snarled, his golden eyes burning with fury, even as his healing factor was closing the deep wounds Logan had carved into his chest. This ain't over, Jimmy. Saber-tooth spat, blood bubbling between his fangs. It never is, Logan growled, retracting his claws with a snick. He didn't bother watching as the current dragged Victor downstream. They'd both survived worse. Turning, Logan inhaled sharply, his enhanced senses cutting through the lingering scents of gunpowder and burnt ozone. The fight with Goku had been brutal, but this was a pure violence. Saber-tooth had always been a ghost from his past, a reminder of the blood-stained road that he'd walked. And now, with Stryker slipping through his fingers again, Logan's rage simmered beneath the surface. Logan trudged up the mountainside, his boots crunching through the snow as he followed the scent of burnt ozone and scorched earth. His ribs ached from Saber-tooth's claws, and his knuckles were still raw from trading blows with Goku earlier. But his healing factor had already stitched most of the damaged clothes. The cold air stung his lungs, but the fire in his chest burned hotter. Rage at Stryker slipping away again, frustration of him being at another dead end. Then he heard it, the rapid crunch of footsteps rushing toward him. Logan! Jubilee barreled into him, wrapping her arms around his waist in a tight hug, before immediately pulling back, her face flushed from the cold and embarrassment. I mean, you're alive. Good. She crossed her arms, trying to play it cool. Was starting to think that kid threw you off that mountain for good. Logan grunted, glancing past her to where Goku stood a few yards away, watching them with an amused grin. The kid looked worse for wear. His clothes were singed from Jubilee's plasma blast. That much was obvious. His skin was still pink from burns, but he was standing tall, with his tail flicking lazy behind him, like he hadn't just gone toe-to-toe with two mutants and come out on top. Logan's nostrils flared. No scent of fear. No regret. Just the lingering adrenaline of a good fight. Stryker got away, Logan muttered, more to himself than anyone else. Jubilee frowned. Yeah, I'm sure you can find him again, though, right? But this time take me with you. Logan exhaled, watching his breath curl in the air. She was right. Stryker was a snake, but snakes always left trails. And Logan, he was the best damn tracker there was. Goku stretched, rolling his shoulders. Man, today was fun. You guys hit hard. He grinned at Logan, especially you, old man. We should do this again sometime. Logan shot him a glare, but there was no real heat behind it. The kid was strong. Too strong for his own good. But he wasn't really an enemy. Just a fighter who loved the thrill of battle as much as Logan did. Next time, Logan growled, I won't hold back. Goku's grin widened. Neither will I. Jubilee groaned. You two are insufferable. Logan ignored her, turning his gaze toward the horizon. Stryker was gone for now, but the hunt wasn't over. And when he found him again, he would show him no mercy. But for today, he'd take the small victories and lick his wounds. Let's go, kid, he muttered to Jubilee, jerking his head towards the tree line. She nodded, falling into step beside him. Goku watched him go, tail swaying thoughtfully. Man, Earth has some crazy strong people. And then he decided that he would run after them because he wanted to know Wolverine's name. Goku sprinted after Logan and Jubilee, his tail flicking eagerly as he caught up to them. Hey, wait up! Jubilee turned, raising an eyebrow. Oh, what now? Goku skidded to a stop in front of them, grinning. I never got your name. He jabbed a thumb at his chest. I'm Kraven. Well, that's what Electra and the Hand call me anyway. Logan studied him for a moment before exhaling his name. Logan. Logan, Goku repeated. Cool name. And I already know yours, he turned to Jubilee. She crossed her arms. Yeah, don't forget Jubilee is the girl that kicked your butt and put you on your ass. Goku laughed. Yeah, that flare move was awesome, but next time, I won't let you blind me that easily. Logan grunted. Kid, if there's a next time, you won't walk away. Goku's grin only widened. We can test that right now. Jubilee rolled her eyes. You're both insane. Logan turned to leave again, but Goku called out, Hey, Logan, if you ever want to fight for real, no holding back, just let me know. Logan didn't look back, but the corner of his mouth twitched. Maybe when you're older, kid. Since it was art, as they walked away, Goku was left in his thoughts. And since it was already really late, he decided maybe he should catch up and stick with them till the morning. And that's going to be the end of that episode. Hope you guys liked it, man. Till the next one. Like, comment, subscribe. Gone. Alright, we back with another episode. Goku and Marvel, episode 7. A Battle of Beasts. Wolverine battles Great Ape Goku. Let's get to it. Goku plopped down on a fallen log, stretching his legs as Logan trudged off to hunt for food for the group. The crisp night air carried the scent of pine and burnt ozone from the earlier battle. His tail flicked lazily behind him as he turned to Jubilee, who was busy dusting snow off her yellow trench coat. So, Goku started, grinning. You said you're a mutant, right? I have battled several as a member of the Hand, but what is a mutant exactly? Jubilee sighed, popping a fresh piece of gum into her mouth. Don't you know anything? Mutants are people born with special powers, like in our DNA. No magic, no tech, just biology. She held up her hands, tiny sparks dancing between her fingers. For me, I create plasma, basically supercharged energy that explodes on contact. Goku's eyes lit up. Whoa, so it's like fire, but better. Kinda, Jubilee said, smirking. Regular fire's just heat and light. My stuff's got some force behind it, like a concussive blast with a burn. And I can shape it to fireworks mostly. Shock waves, even into a laser if I focus really hard enough. She snapped her fingers and a tiny glittering spark burst above her palm as if it was a miniature supernova. Goku whistled. That's way cooler than just shooting lasers out of your eyes or something. Jubilee rolled her eyes. Yeah, we actually have a guy that could do that too. But anyways, yeah, sorry for blinding you. Goku rubbed his steel red eyes, chuckling. Comes with the territory. Comes with my line of work especially. But how'd you even figure all this out? Did you train with somebody or something? Jubilee smirk softened. Professor X. He runs a school for mutants. Teaches us control, teamwork, all that sappy stuff. She flicked the spark into the snow where it fizzled out. Before that, I was just a runaway setting off accidental fireworks in mall parking lots. Goku nodded. Thoughtful. So mutants are everywhere, huh? And Logan's one too. Jubilee nodded. Yeah. Old man Logan's got a healing factor. And he can cut bullets, even and his broken bones fix themselves in seconds. Plus those claws, she shuddered. Dude's basically unkillable. Goku's grin returned, sharp and eager. That explains why he hits so hard. Man, this world has got all kinds of strong fighters out there. Jubilee groaned. Don't tell me you're going to hunt down more mutants to harass for some type of combat practice. Goku just laughed, cracking his knuckles. Maybe. Then Goku's tail flicked eagerly as Jubilee smirked, rolling up her sleeves up with a dramatic flourish. Oh, you want to see some real fireworks, tough guy? Watch this. She raised her hands, fingers splayed, and tiny sparks began to dance between them. With a flick of her wrist, the sparks swirled into the air, forming glowing cursive letters against the night sky. Jubilee. Each letter burst into a different color. Pink, gold, electric blue, before dissolving into shimmering embers. The final E exploded in a miniature supernova, raining down harmless sparks that fizzed out before they hit the snow. Goku's jaw dropped. Whoa, that was awesome. Jubilee grinned, popping her gum. Yeah, save the applause. Took me months to get the spelling right without burning my eyebrows off. Goku leaned in, eyes gleaming. Can you make shapes too? Like a dragon or a giant fish? Or maybe a giant fist? Yeah, I'll make a monkey just for you. And she fired off the design in the sky, and Goku's head went directly up to the sky. And while she was distracted, Saber-tooth grabbed her from behind and began to laugh at her fear-stricken face. Well, it looks like I got myself a delicious meal for the night. And he licked her cheek with his tongue as she grimaced. But Goku surprisingly didn't turn to see the revealed sneak attack, and at the same moment Wolverine arrived to see the hostage situation, while Goku remained silent. With his head locked to the sky for some reason, Saber-tooth grinned at the sight of Logan and then continued to lick Jubilee's cheek with his long tongue, and Wolverine bared his teeth. Hey, put her down. And he popped out his claws and took a step towards Saber-tooth, and Saber-tooth looked at him with a growl, and Goku still had his head looking up at the sky. So Saber-tooth spake, Well, isn't this just a mutant family reunion? And he laughed. Jubilee struggled. Logan, she cried out to him in fear, and Saber-tooth smiled at her. I like how my little monkey companion was able to distract you guys long enough for me to get in position. And he looked towards Kraven to see his reaction to his words, but the team remained unresponsive to what was going on around him. Goku's gaze remained locked on the full moon, his pupils shrinking into pinpricks as the pale light reflected within his eyes. A strange primal energy pulsed through him. His muscles twitched, his fingers curled into claws, and his breathing grew ragged. Jubilee struggles, Saber-tooth's taunts, even Logan's furious snarls, all of it faded into white noise. The only thing that mattered was the moon that was in front of him. His vision turned red. A searing heat spread through his veins. His bones began to creak as they expanded. His tail, which he had been flicking idly moments ago, now stood rigid. Every hair on end, a low guttural growl rumbled in his chest, building into something even more monstrous. Logan's instinct screamed. He tore his eyes away from Saber-tooth for just a second, just long enough to see Goku's body trembling, his skin rippling unnaturally. Kid, Logan barked. No response. Goku's fingers dug into his own arms, his nails elongating into black talons, his teeth sharpened, his canines protruding like fangs. His spine arched, his shoulders broadening as his shirt strained against the sudden swell of muscle. Then his eyes flared completely crimson. A shockwave of energy erupted from his body, kicking up a whirlwind of snow. In that moment, Saber-tooth dropped Jubilee. All eyes snapped toward Goku. The air itself seemed to thicken, charged with an unnatural energy that made the hair on Logan's arm stand on end. Even Saber-tooth, usually so smug, so confident, took an involuntary step back, his golden eyes narrowing in primal recognition. Something was wrong. Goku's body convulsed violently, his muscles swelling beneath his skin like overfilled water sacks. His finger twitched, his nails darkening into jagged black claws. His tail, once loose and expressive, now lashed like a whip behind him, each moment cracking the air like a bullwhip. Jubilee scrambled backward, her breath hitching. What's happening to him? Logan didn't answer, his nostrils flared, catching the scent of something feral, something that wasn't entirely Goku anymore. The kid's usually earthly sweat and sun smell was being overridden by something hotter, muskier, like the stench of a beast's den. Then, crack! Goku's spine arched unnaturally, his shoulders broadening as his shirt seam split apart. His jaws distended with a sickening pop, his teeth elongating into jagged fangs. His skin darkened, coarse black fur sprouting across his arms, his neck, and his face. And his eyes were the worst part. The warm, dark irises Goku usually had were gone, replaced by glowing red orbs, pupils slit like a reptile's, burning with mindless rage. Jubilee's breath caught in her throat. Oh my God. Saber-tooth actually growled, his own claws sliding out of instinct. The hell is this kid? Logan didn't know, but his instincts, older than his memories, older than the adamantium that was in his bones, were screaming one thing: fight or flight. Then Goku threw his head back and roared. The sound wasn't even human. It wasn't even animal. It was something alien. A guttural earth shaking below that sent tremors through the ground. Snow shook loose from nearby trees. Icicles shattered on the floor like glass. And then he kept growing. His body swelled, his limbs thickening, his bones cracking and reforming as he doubled in size. Then tripled. Then, Jubilee's hands flew to her mouth. He's turning into a monster. Logan's claws snicked out. Saber-tooth actually laughed, though there was no humor in it. Well, this just got interesting. Looks like the kid was holding out on us all along. The last thing they saw before the transformation completed was Goku's face, now elongated into a bestial snout, twisting into something between agony and fury. And then the earth trembled as the great ape's massive foot slammed down, sending shockwaves through the mountain. Trees toppled like twigs, and snow erupted into violent geysers as the beast reared back, its deafening roar shaking the very air itself. Saber-tooth's golden eyes flicked between the monstrous ape and the two mutants that were beside him. For once his usual smirk was gone, replaced by a grimace of primal recognition. Even he, a natural predator by nature, knew that he was outmatched. Well, ain't this a damn mess, he growled, flexing his claws. Listen, runt, truce, just until we put this freak down. Logan didn't hesitate. His nostrils flared, his instincts screaming that this thing was dangerous in a way that few enemies even were. Fine, but you try anything, Creed, and I'll carve you up next. Jubilee, still shaken from the sheer presence of the beast, swallowed hard. Guys, how do we even fight that? The Ozaru's glowing red eyes locked onto them, its lips peeling back in a snarl that exposed dagger-sized fangs. It raised a fist the size of a boulder, muscles coiling like steel cables beneath its fur. Saber-tooth barred his teeth. Same way we fight anything. Hit it till it stops moving. Logan's claws gleamed in the moonlight. Kid, stay back. Blast his eyes if you get a shot. Jubilee nodded, her fingers sparking with unstable energy. Right. Just don't get squashed out there. The great ape moved. One moment it was standing there looming like a nightmare given flesh. The next, its fist was coming down like a meteor. Scatter, Logan roared. Saber-tooth lunged with all his feral speed, claws gleaming as he aimed for the Ozaru's wrist. A quick surgical strike to sever tendons and cripple the beast's grip. But before his claws could even connect, the great ape's massive hand snapped forward like a striking viper, engulfing him mid-air. Crunch! Victor Creed's ribs collapsed like dry twigs under the sheer force of the Ozaru's grip. His breath exploded from his lungs into a wet gasp, his golden eyes bulging as the pressure intensified. The beast's fingers, each as thick as a tree trunk, squeezed tighter, grinding muscle and bone with terrifying ease. Saber-tooth snarled, his healing factor working overtime to mend the shattered ribs and ruptured organs, only for them to be pulverized again and again. Blood bubbled past his lips, his claws scrabbling uselessly against the ape's knuckles. Logan. For the first time in decades, there was real fear within his voice. The Ozaru tilted his head, its glowing red eyes narrowing with cruel amusement. It lifted Saber-tooth higher, bringing him close to a snarling maw, hot breath reeking of raw meat and primal fury. Then it squeezed even harder. Bones splintered. Flesh tore. Saber-tooth's spine audibly cracked, his body's bending into an unnatural angle. His healing factor was the only thing that was even keeping him conscious. His cells desperately rebuilded itself. It was rebuilding what the beast was methodically destroying. The great ape's grip tightened one last time. Crunch! Before it suddenly loosened, its massive fingers unfurling like petals on a grotesque flower. Saber-tooth hung limp for a split second, his body broken and bloodied, before the beast hurled him with terrifying force like he was a baseball. Logan. Victor's body became a living projectile, a blur of fur and muscle hurling through the air like a cannonball. Logan barely had time to react. His instinct screamed, move, but Jubilee was right beside him, frozen in shock. Jubilee, get down. Too late. Saber-tooth's body slammed into him like a freight train, the impact sending all three tumbling into a tangled heap of limbs and blood. Logan took the brunt of the collision, his adamantium-laced bones absorbing the worst of it, but Jubilee was still sent flying backward, skidding across the snow like a rag doll. The Ozaru roared, its victory cry shaking the mountainside as it lumbered forward, each step making the earth tremble. Logan groaned, pushing himself up, his healing factor already stitching his wounds closed. Saber-tooth lay motionless beside him, his body twisted in unnatural angles, his healing factor struggling to keep up with the damage. Jubilee coughed, spitting out snow, her fingers sparkling weakly. Okay, new plan? Logan's claw snicked out, his eyes locked onto the approaching beast. Yeah, the plan is to survive. Logan lunged, his adamantium claws flashing in the moonlight as he carved through the Ozaru's thick fur like a hot knife through butter. The beast roared more in irritation than pain, as Wolverine scaled its arms with feral agility, slashing deep gashes into his flesh. Blood, thick and dark, splattered to the snow. But the wounds were shallow, as Logan made them. Stay still, you overgrown monkey, Logan snarled, driving his claws deeper into the Ozaru's forearm. The great ape's red eyes burned with fury. It swatted at him like a human would a mosquito, its massive palm whistling through the air. Logan twisted mid-air, but the sheer force of the backhand caught him mid-dodge. Crack! The impact sent him hurtling through the forest like a bullet, his body smashing through tree trunks like they were twigs, pine needles, and splintered wood exploded in his wake as he tumbled end over end, finally crashing into a snowbank with enough force to leave a crater. Jubilee's breath hitched. Logan! Saber-tooth, still regenerated from his earlier energies, tried to force himself up with a growl. He's a stubborn runt. The Ozaru turned its attention back to them, its lips curling into a grotesque snarl. Saber-tooth's grins cracked. All right, kid. Let's see if we can make this furball regret waking up today. Jubilee's fingers cracked with unstable energy as she unleashed a rapid barrage of plasma bursts at the Ozaru's face. The explosions popped against his thick neck like firecrackers, annoying but far from fatal. The beast barely flinched, his glowing red eyes narrowing in irritation as it swatted at her like she was an insect. Then, something clicked in its primitive mind. Jubilee's attacks, her blasts, her fireworks had given it an idea. The great ape's maw stretched wide, saliva dripping between dagger-sized fangs as a deep guttural growl built up in its chest. The air around its mouth shimmered with heat, distorting like a mirage as raw energy gathered between its jaws. Jubilee's blood ran cold. Oh no. A split second later, the Ozaru unleashed its attack, a devastating mouth blast that tore through the night like a comet. The beam of condensed energy lanced past Jubilee, missing her by inches, but the sheer heat of it seared her coat and sent her stumbling backward. Behind her, the abandoned military base, already half destroyed from earlier battles, was obliterated in an instant. The blast vaporized steel walls, melted concrete, and ignited stockpiled munitions in a chain reaction of explosions that lit up the mountainside like a second sunrise. The shockwave sent Jubilee flying, her body tumbling across the snow as the debris rained down around her. When she finally skidded to a stop, coughing up snow, she turned just in time to see their Ozaru grinning, a terrifying, inhuman expression of cruel amusement. It had learned something, and now it knew how to fight back. Jubilee's hands trembled as she forced herself up. Okay, new plan. The Ozaru reared back, its massive fists hammering against his chest like war drums, each thunderous boom shaking the mountainside. Snow cascaded from the trees as the beast roared into the night, its primal victory cry echoing across the frozen wilderness. It stomped in a crude, hulking dance, crushing boulders beneath its feet, its tail lashing around like a whip, a grotesque parody of celebration. Jubilee could only stare in stunned horror. This can't be the same guy. Just minutes ago, Goku had been grinning at her, cracking jokes, asking her about her powers like an eager teenage boy. Now he was this mindless, rampaging monster, drunk on its own strength. But deep down, she refused to believe that he was gone completely. There's no way, she thought, wiping blood from her lip. That idiot was way too stubborn to just disappear completely into that monster. She remembered the way he'd laughed after their fight, how he'd respected her as an opponent. That wasn't something a real monster would do. The Ozaru turned its glowing red eyes toward her, saliva dripping from its fangs, its chest heaved with ragged breaths. steam rising from his fur in the freezing air. For a second she thought she saw something flicker in his gaze, a brief fleeting moment of hesitation. That might have been him. Then, with another shaking roar, the beast raised his fist, ready to bring it crashing down. Jubilee clenched her fist, sparks dancing between her fingers. "Come on, Kravenov," she muttered. "If you're in there, fight back." Victor Creed coughed up blood as he dragged himself upright, his healing factor stitching his shattered ribs back together. His golden eyes locked onto the Ozaru's massive form, watching as it crushed trees beneath its feet, its roar shaking the very air itself. Then he saw it, moving, the tail, thick, muscular, and lashing behind the beast like a shaking tree in the wind, but scaled up to match its monstrous size. A memory flashed in Saber-tooth's mind, training sessions with the hand, sparring with this kid. Every time he'd grabbed or yanked that damn tail, Goku had reacted like he'd been electrocuted. At first, Saber-tooth had thought it was just some sensitive spot, but now, seeing this beast, it couldn't have been just a weak point. It was the key to their survival. "The tail," Saber-tooth snarled, wiping blood from his mouth. "We gotta cut the damn tail." Jubilee, still dazed from the Ozaru's last attack, blinked at him. "What?" Logan, pulling himself out of the snowbank, followed Saber-tooth's gaze. His nostrils flared. He'd seen Goku's tail twitch mid-fight, noticed how the kid had always been weirdly protective of it. "You sure about that, Creed?" Logan growled. Saber-tooth bared his fangs. "I'm positive. Brad always freaked out when I grabbed it during our fights, like it was wired straight to his spine." He flexed his claws. "The thing's gotta be the same, have the same weakness." Jubilee's eyes widened. "Wait, you mean if we cut it, he'll turn back?" "Only one way to find out," Saber-tooth said, already moving. Logan didn't hesitate. If there was even a chance, they had to take it. "All right, here's the play. Jubilee, keep its attention. Creed, you flank it. I'll go for the tail." Saber-tooth scoffed. "Like hell. I'm the one who figured this out. I get the kill shot." Logan's claws snicked out. "We can argue later. Right now, we do this my way or we all die." The Ozaru roared again, its massive fist slamming into the ground, sending tremors through the earth. No more time to debate. Jubilee swallowed hard, then nodded. "Fine. Just don't miss." With that, she raised her hands and began to charge a blast to distract the monster. The Ozaru's head snapped toward her, its glowing red eyes locking onto the sudden burst of light. "Now!" Logan roared. Saber-tooth lunged from the left, claws extended, while Logan shot forward like a bullet, straight for the beast's tail. The move was in motion. Victor Creed lunged with a feral snarl, his claws raking across the Ozaru's thick hide. The beast barely even flinched, but the attack served its purpose. It turned its massive head toward him, its glowing red eyes burning with rage. "Hey, furball," Saber-tooth taunted, spitting blood. Bet you couldn't even swat a fly." The Ozaru roared, swinging a tree-sized fist at him. Saber-tooth twisted midair, but the shockwave alone sent him spiraling. He hit the ground hard, skidding toward the cliff's edge, but not before flashing Logan a bloody grin. "Don't screw this up, runt." Then the Ozaru's foot came down. Saber-tooth barely rode away in time, but the impact sent him tumbling over the edge, his claws scrabbling against the ice before he vanished into the darkness below. Logan didn't even waste time mourning his sacrifice, because if anyone could survive the fall, it was Creed. Jubilee's fingers trembled as she adjusted her pink-tinted shades, her breath coming in ragged gasps. The Ozaru loomed before her, its massive form blotting out the very moonlight, its glowing red eyes locked onto her like twin beacons of destruction. "Okay, Jubes," she muttered to herself, forcing her hands steady. "One more time." She crossed her arms, summoning every ounce of energy that she had left. Sparks danced between her fingers, swirling into a glowing sphere of superheated plasma. The air around her crackled with unstable energy. The snow at her feet melted into steam. "Flare Blitz!" With the snap of her wrist, she unleashed the attack, a blinding supernova of pink and gold light that erupted directly into the Ozaru's face. The explosion was deafening, a shockwave of heat and force that sent Jubilee skidding backward, her boots carving trenches in the snow. The Ozaru reeled, its massive hands flying up to shield its eyes as the searing brilliance overwhelmed its vision. A guttural pain roar tore from his throat, shaking the mountainside as it stumbled back, completely disoriented. For a precious few seconds, the beast was blind. Jubilee collapsed to one knee, her gloves smoking from the effort. She had bought them time. Now it was all up to Logan. Hurry up, old man, she panted, watching as the Ozaru thrashed, his claws swiping wildly at the air. This thing's not going to stay blinded forever. Logan didn't hesitate. The moment the Ozaru reared back, blinded by Jubilee's flare, he lunged. His claws gleamed under the moonlight as he sprinted up the beast's thrashing tail, using its own fur as handholds. The appendage was thick, a tree trunk, muscles rippling beneath coarse black fur, but Logan had cut through worse. This ends now, he growled. With a final leap, he brought his claws down in a brutal, precise slash, aimed right at the base of the tail. Snicked. Adamantium met flesh, and the Ozaru's roar of pain shook the mountains. The tail didn't just cut, it exploded from the force of the blow. A geyser of dark blood sprayed across the snow and melted the ice as the massive limb tumbled to the ground. The beast convulsed, his body seizing as if it was struck by lightning. Its red eyes flickered, the glow dimming as its monstrous form began to shrink. Muscles twisted, bones cracked, fur receded. The great ape's towering frame collapsed inward like a deflating balloon. Steam rose from his shrinking body as the transformation reversed, the beast's agonized howls shifting into something more human. Jubilee could only watch in a stunned silence as the monstrous ape dwindled, its features melting away until all that remained was a small, unconscious figure curled in the snow. Goku was battered and bruised, but unmistakably he was himself again. Logan landed beside him, retracting his claws with a snick. His chest heaved, his healing factor already stitching the burns and gashes from the battle. Damn kid, he muttered, shaking his head. The battlefield was eerily silent now, save for the crackle of distant fires and the occasional groan of collapsing debris. The Ozaru's rampage had left the mountainside scarred. Trees were uprooted, snow was melted into slush, and the abandoned military base was reduced to nothing more than smoldering wreckage and ash. At the center of it all, Goku lay motionless, on his back in the snow, completely naked. His tail, now severed, was nowhere to be seen, likely disintegrated during the transformation's reversal. His body was littered with bruises and shallow cuts, steam rising from his skin as if his very cells were working to keep him alive. His breathing was steady though his chest rising and falling in slow, even rhythms. Jubilee averted her eyes with a grimace, cheeks flushing red slightly. Someone get this kid some pants, Logan grunted. Kid's lucky that's the least of his problems. Jubilee knelt beside Goku, poking his cheek experimentally. So, what now? Do we just leave him here? Logan exhaled, scanning the wreckage. Saber-tooth was gone, probably licking his wounds somewhere, and Stryker had escaped in the chaos. The mission was a bust, but at least they were all alive. He ain't a threat like this, Logan muttered. But if we leave him, who's to say? He might freeze to death, or wake up and go on some type of rampage. Jubilee frowned. You're not suggesting we take him with us, are you? Logan shot her a look. You got a better idea. Jubilee opened her mouth to argue, then sighed. Fine. But if he turns into King Kong again, I'm blasting him first chance I get. Logan smirked, hosting Goku over his shoulder with a grunt. Deal. As they trudged through the snow, Jubilee glanced back at the destruction. You think he'll even remember any of this? Logan didn't answer right away. He'd seen enough weird crap in his life to know that transformations like this usually came with side effects. Memory loss, confusion, or worse. But something told him that this kid was different. I hope so, Logan finally said. Otherwise, we're going to have one hell of a conversation when he wakes up. But I doubt it because I don't remember going berserk when I first got the metal put in my bones. Jubilee groaned. I've got a room in town, and we can sleep at. And we can take him to the mansion tomorrow. Logan chuckled. Jubes, are you sleeping with a boy in your room after one date? And she punched him in the shoulder and told him to shut up. And with that, the three of them disappeared into the night. One unconscious Saiyan, one grumpy Wolverine, and one very exasperated Jubilee. All right, so that's the end of episode 7, man. Wolverine went against the Great Ape. Hope you guys liked it. If you did, be sure you like, comment, and subscribe, man. To the next one. Gone. All right, man. Goku and Marvel, episode 8. Goku learns about the X-Men, so let's get straight to it. The Hand's foot soldiers knelt before Electra in the dimly lit war room of their hidden stronghold. Their crimson robes still dusted with snow from the Canadian wilderness. The mission had been a success. Stryker had been extracted, and the data was secured, and all the operatives had returned unscathed. Well, all except one. Electra's fingers tightened around the hilt of her side, her dark eyes narrowing as she surveyed the assembled assassins. Where is Dimitri? For those of you that don't know, Dimitri is Goku, but anyway. The lead operative, a masked figure with a silver pauldron, bowed his head. He engaged the intruder, the mutant, the one called the Wolverine. We assumed he would rejoin us after the battle, but he did not return. A flicker of irritation crossed Electra's face. Kraven was reckless, but he was never one to abandon a mission without reason. If he hadn't returned, it meant something had gone wrong. Did you search for him? She demanded, her voice dangerously calm. The operative hesitated. The area was compromised. The mutants' allies arrived, another female with explosive powers. We prioritized the extraction, as Goku taught us to. Well, they would have said Dimitri, but y'all get it. The operative hesitated. Then you said what he said. Electra's knuckles whitened around her weapon. The Hand's doctrine was clear. Mission first, lives seconds. But Kraven was not just another operative. He was her comrade, the body of the Hand, her responsibility. And if the Wolverine had bested him or worse, she would ensure the beast regretted it. Leave, she ordered, her voice a blade's edge. The assassins obeyed without question, melting into the shadows. Once alone, Electra exhaled slowly, her mind racing. Dimitri was strong, stronger than most of the Hand's elite. But Wolverine was a legend, a killer, who had survived wars, experiments, and time itself. If he had cut Dimitri down, there possibly would be nobody to recover. But if he hadn't, well, things were about to get interesting. Sheathing her sigh, Electra turned toward the exit. The Hand could wait. Her apprentice would not. Logan sat on the motel balcony, the cold night air biting at his skin as he took a slow drag from a cigar. The ember glowed in the darkness, casting flickering shadows across his grizzled face. His mind replayed the battle. Every slash, every roar, every moment, that damn kid had pushed him to his limits. But something else nagged at him. The red ninjas in red robes. He'd seen them before. Years ago in the shadows of Madripoor, in the alleys of Tokyo. The Hand wasn't just another assassin guild. They were a cult. Fanatics who worshipped death and resurrection. Their operatives trained to kill without hesitation. And they had been working with Stryker. Why? Logan exhaled. Smoke, his claws twitching at the memory of the crimson-clad assassins escorting Stryker to safety. And then there was Goku, wearing that same shade of red, fighting like a trained killer, but grinning like a kid who just loved the thrill of battle. Kraven, the Hand operative, had called him. A name. A connection. Connecting them to be associates. Logan's jaw tightened. If the kid was with the Hand, then this wasn't over. They didn't leave their valuable assets behind, and a fighter like Goku, they would want him back. He glanced back at the motel room where Jubilee was keeping an eye on the unconscious Saiyan. If the Hand came hunting, they wouldn't ask nicely. They'd try to take him by force or put a blade through anyone in their way. Logan flicked the cigar onto the snow, watching it sizzle out. He'd fought the Hand before. He knew some of their tricks. And if they came for the kid, well, they'd find out why they called him the Wolverine. Logan pushed open the motel room door, the hinges creaking softly. Inside, Jubilee sat on the edge of the bed, arms crossed, watching Goku's unconscious form with a mix of annoyance and concern. The kid was still out cold, his breathing steady but slow, his body bruised from the transformation in the battle that was before it. Logan leaned against the door frame, his arms folded. We got a problem. Jubilee didn't even look up. What, besides the fact that we're babysitting a naked monkey boy who turns into King Kong himself? Logan ignored the sarcasm. Look, the hand doesn't let go of their people easy. And if they send him after Stryker, They're going to come looking for him. Jubilee finally turned her head, raising an eyebrow. So? Logan's eyes narrowed. So? The Hand's not some street gang, kid. They're assassins, cultists. They don't just lose track of their own and shrug it off. Jubilee just rolled her eyes. Oh, please. If Kraven was some super assassin, he wouldn't have held back against me. I never mentioned it before, but he could have killed me at least twice over if he wanted to. She gestured at Goku's unconscious form. Look at him. He's just a dumb teenager who probably got caught up in something messed up. Logan exhaled through his nose, frustration simmering. You don't know what the Hand does to these people. They twist him, brainwash him. He might not even remember who he was before they got their claws in him. Jubilee shot him a glare. And what? You think we should just dump him in the snow and hope the Hand doesn't find him? Real heroic, huh, Logan? Logan's jaw clenched. He wasn't arguing out of cruelty. He'd seen what the Hand could do. But Jubilee made a point. Goku had held back. He fought like a warrior and not some mindless killer trying to end the battle as soon as it begun. Fine, Logan grunted. But when a dozen red ninjas kick down the door, don't say I didn't warn you. Jubilee smirked. Please. Like I can't handle a few ninjas. Logan shook his head, stepping back outside. He'd keep watch for now. If the Hand came, he'd be ready. And if the kid woke up with murder in his eyes, well, that was a bridge he'd cross when it came to it. As Logan turned away, the faintest smirk tugged at the corner of his mouth. Kid's already got someone watching his back. Jubilee might act tough, but she had a soft spot for strays. Hell, she'd even given him a chance when he was at his worst. And now, despite all logic, she was defending Goku like he was just some lost teenager instead of a potential hand-trained weapon. Hand-trained assassin. Logan exhaled, the cold air turning his breath to mist. He'd seen plenty of killers in his time. Cold, efficient, and ruthless. Goku didn't really fit that mold exactly. The kid fought like a warrior, sure, but there was something different about him, something wild and untamed, not the calculated precision of a true assassin. A mutant, maybe. But his powers didn't line up with any mutant ability Logan had seen before. The strength, the speed, the tail, then that insane transformation into a giant ape like he was Hulk or something. That wasn't just a mutation. That had to be something else. Still, if the kid was a mutant, that did change things. The professor would want to know about him. And if the Hand had gotten their claws into a young mutant with that type of power, that was a problem. Bigger than even Stryker. Logan glanced back at the motel room, listening to Jubilee's muttered complaints about stupid boys and their stupid monster problems. For now, he'd keep watch. But when the kid woke up, they were probably going to have a long talk. Goku groaned as his eyes fluttered open, his head pounding like he'd taken a direct hit from one of Jubilee's plasma blasts to the face point blank. The ceiling above him was unfamiliar, cracked plaster, a flickering fluorescent light. He blinked, twice, trying to piece together how he'd gotten here. Then he noticed Jubilee sitting across from him, arms crossed, her usual yellow trench coat missing. Instead, she wore just her pink tank top, her pink tinted shades perched on her forehead as she glared at him. Finally awake, sleeping beauty, she huffed. Goku pushed himself up and then froze. Something felt off. He looked down. Yellow fabric. He was wearing Jubilee's coat. His eyes widened. When did this happen? Jubilee's cheeks flushed slightly, but she rolled her eyes. Oh, don't freak out. You passed out buck naked after turning into Godzilla, and I wasn't about to let you freeze to death, so congrats. You're borrowing my jacket until we find you some real clothes. Goku tugged at the sleeves, which were a little tight around his arms. Thanks? Jubilee smirked. Yeah, just don't stretch it out. That coat's vintage. Goku tugged at the bright yellow sleeves of Jubilee's trench coat, wrinkling his nose. Not to sound ungrateful or anything, but I don't really like the color. Jubilee's eye twitched. Slowly, she leaned forward, her fingers cracking with tiny, dangerous sparks. Oh, you don't? Goku, blissfully unaware of the impending doom, nodded. Yeah, it's kind of flashy, Back in the Savage Lands, Kraven always said hunters should blend in. Whoosh! A plasma spark detonated right in his face, singeing his eyebrows. Goku yelped, scrambling backward as Jubilee loomed over him, her eyes burning hotter than her powers. "Let me get this straight," she hissed, each word dripping with venom. "You turn into a 50-foot rage monster, wreck half a mountain, pass out butt-ass naked in the snow, and I, being the saint that I am, save your dumbass from frostbite by giving you my coat, and you have the nerve to complain about the color?" If Goku still had his tail, it would have puffed up like a startled cat. For the first time in his life, he was feeling true fear. And it wasn't from a super soldier, a monster, or even the hand itself. It was from a 5'0" teenager with a lethal manicure. I mean, he gulped, clutching the coat tighter. It's starting to grow on me, really. Super comfy and stylish, yeah. Jubilee's glare could have melted adamantium. "Yeah, you're welcome." Goku nodded frantically. "Thank you. Best coat ever. 10 out of 10. Would wear again." Jubilee exhaled sharply through her nose before flopping back into her chair, muttering, You boys are the worst." Goku wisely decided to keep any further fashion critiques to himself. But then Goku's playful grin faded as he stared down at his hands, his fingers curled into fists, because memories were beginning to rush back. The red haze, the uncontrollable rage he felt, the way his body had twisted and grown into something monstrous. He had only vague flashes of what had happened after the transformation, but he knew enough. Kraven's voice echoed in his mind. "The moon is your enemy, boy. Never look at it." Jubilee watched as Goku's expression darkened, his usual energy replaced by something far heavier. "Hey," she said cautiously, "you okay?" Goku exhaled sharply. "That thing I turned into. It wasn't my first time." Jubilee frowned. "Wait, you've done that before?" He nodded. "Yeah, when I was little, Kraven told me it was the moon. The full moon, it does something to me. Makes me change." His jaw tightened. "I don't remember much when it happens, just anger and destruction after it's over." Jubilee's eyes widened slightly. "So that's why you freaked out when you saw my fireworks." Goku grimaced. "Yeah, I must have seen the moon when I watched your fireworks in the sky. I wasn't paying attention. And then," he clenched his fists. "Boom. Monster." A long silence stretched between them. Jubilee chewed her gum thoughtfully before speaking. "Okay, so full moon equals giant rage monkey. Got it. But you've dealt with this before, right? How did this Kraven guy stop it?" Goku's lips pressed into a thin line. He didn't stop it. He just locked me up. When I was little, he chained me in caves on full moon nights. Later, he started making me wear a weighted belt that would crush my tail the second it started growing for a little bit until I was older. He said that my tail was the trigger. He reached behind him instinctively as if expecting to feel his missing tail. Guess he was right. Jubilee's nose wrinkled. "Damn, that's messed up." Goku shrugged. It worked mostly. "But you lost control this time." "Yeah," his voice was quiet. "Because I wasn't careful." Jubilee leaned back, crossing her arms. "Okay, so lesson learned. No moon gazing. But what now? You just gonna avoid looking at the sky forever?" Goku didn't answer right away. He had spent years training, fighting, pushing his limits. But this was different. This was a strength he could control. It was a curse. Finally, he looked up at her. "I don't know. But I can't let it happen again." Jubilee studied him for a moment before sighing. "Well, lucky for you, I know a guy who knows a guy who definitely has experience with weird mutant problems." Goku's tail, or rather the phantom sensation of it, twitched as he leaned forward after asking Jubilee about the nature of her powers, his earlier tension forgotten in the face of Jubilee's powers. "Wait, so your fireworks aren't just explosions, right? You can, control how strong they are." Jubilee smirked, popping a bubble before snapping her fingers. A tiny pink spark danced between her fingertips before fizzling out. "Duh. I don't just go around blowing stuff up all the time. Most of the time, maybe." She wriggled her fingers. "I can dial it down to party tricks, or crank it up to melt a tank. Levels. It's all about the focus." Goku's eyes widened. "Whoa, so you could, blast a hole in a mountain if you wanted?" Jubilee rolled her eyes. "Yeah, if I wanted to pass out from exhaustion afterward." "Bigger blasts take way more energy." She tapped her temple. "Beast, the super smart furry guy at the Ank's mansion, says my powers are lumikinetic, which is just a fancy way of saying I make explosive light. But the coolest part," she grinned, "is I can even take it back." Goku blinked. Huh? Jubilee held out her palm, conjuring a small, shimmering orb of plasma. Then, with the flick of her wrist, the energy dissolved back into her skin like water, soaking into sand. Boom, unboom. Boom, unboom. I can absorb my own fireworks if I don't use them. Saves energy that way. Goku's jaw dropped. Whoa, that's insane. Can you do that with other explosions? Jubilee shrugged. I don't know. Never tried. But B says if I train hard enough, I might even be able to, she paused, mimicking a deep, scholarly voice, manipulate matter at a subatomic level, triggering controlled detonations within solid objects. She dropped the act, smirking. Basically, I can make anything explode just by transferring my lumikinetic energy to it. Goku grinned, turned feral. That's so cool. Jubilee preened. Yeah, well, don't get any ideas. I'm not blowing you up for science. Goku laughed, but his mind raced. If Jubilee could refine her power like that, she might one day be strong enough to really challenge him. And that thought made him excited. Logan trudged through the wreckage of the battlefield, his boots crunching over scorched earth and shattered ice. The Ozara's rampage had left the mountainside in ruins. Trees were uprooted, boulders were split in half, and the remnants of the military base were reduced to smoldering debris. His nostrils flared, sitting through the scents of burnt metal, melted snow, and lingering ozone from Jubilee's plasma blast. But beneath it all, something else lingered. A familiar musk, wild, untamed, but not quite human. That must have been Goku's scent. Logan crouched, running his claws through the snow. Where the kid had transformed, the ground was still warm. The energy from the metamorphosis lingering like radiation. His instincts pricked. This wasn't just some random mutation. This was something deeper, something perhaps otherworldly. And then there was a whisper of movement. Logan grunted as cold steel punched through his abdomen, the blade sliding between his ribs with surgical precision. Blood splattered the snow as he looked down, seeing the glint of a katana protruding from his chest. His healing factor flared, muscles knitting around the wound even as the pain radiated outward. He turned his head, following the blade's length to a figure behind him, a woman clad in crimson, her dark hair framing a face as sharp as the weapon in her hands, her eyes cold and calculating, locked onto his with lethal focus. Electra. Logan knew her, not personally, but by reputation. The Black Sky, one of the Hand's deadliest assassins, if not the deadliest assassin, and now standing over him like a wraith, her blade buried in his flesh. Logan's snarl ripped through the air as his body twisted with feral instinct. His muscles coiled, and with a violent jerk, he wrenched himself free from Electra's blade. The steel sliding out of his gut with a sickening schlick. Blood splattered the snow, but he barely registered the pain. His healing factor was already stitching the wound closed, the flesh knitting together in seconds. His claws snicked out in a flash of adamantium, glinting under the moonlight as he lunged backward, putting distance between them. His eyes burned with fury, his stance low and predatory. You've got 3 seconds to tell me why I shouldn't gut you where you stand, he growled, the words dripping with malice. Extra didn't flinch. She flicked her katana to the side, sending a crimson arc of his blood splashing onto the snow. Her dark eyes remained locked onto his, unblinking. You took something of mine, she said, her voice as sharp as the blade that was in her hand. And I want him back. Logan's lips peeled back into a feral grin. Is that right, Toots? Logan's growl rumbled deep in his chest, a primal warning that would have sent most men running. His claws gleamed under the pale moonlight, still slick with his own blood from when Electra's blade had pierced him moments ago. You picked the wrong damn night to mess with me, lady, he snarled, his eyes burning with barely restrained fury behind his mask. The scent of his own blood mixed with the crisp mountain air, his healing factor stitching the wound in his gut, closed with each passing second. Electra didn't so much as flinch. She stood like a statue, carved from shadow, her crimson outfit blending into the night, her katana held loosely at her side. Only her eyes betrayed any reaction, a slight narrowing, a flicker of impatience. Where is he? She demanded, her voice as cold as the steel that was in her hand. Logan bared his teeth. Who the hell are you talking about? Kraven. The name left her lips like a blade being unsheathed. Logan's smirk was all feral amusement. Oh, the kid. Yeah, I've got him. And I don't feel like telling you jack about where he is. He flexed his claws, the adamantium glinting. You want him? You're gonna have to cut that information out of me. Electra exhaled through her nose, her grip tightening on her sword. A mistake. Logan chuckled, rolling his shoulders. Yeah, we'll see. The tension between them cracked like live wires, circling before the kill. Logan's lips twisted into a savage grin as he rolled his shoulders, the last traces of his healing wound already fading beneath his shredded shirt. Let's see what you can do when my back isn't turned, woman. He growled before launching himself at Electra in a blur of motion. His claws carved through the air with a deadly shink, aiming to split her from shoulder to hip, but Electra was faster. Her katana flashed upward in a silver arc, meeting the adamantium with the screech of metal on metal. Sparks erupted between them as their weapons locked, their faces inches from each other apart. Logan's nostrils flared, catching a scent of her, steel, leather, and something faintly floral beneath all the bloodlust. Not bad, he admitted, before twisting his wrist and forcing her blade aside. Electra didn't give ground. She pivoted on her heel, her sword whipping around in a lethal backhand slash that would have taken a chunk out of Logan's neck if he hadn't have ducked. The blade whistled over him close enough to shear a few hairs from the wild mane. You're faster than I expected, Logan grunted, already countering with a swipe at her legs. Electra flipped over the attack, landing lightly before lunging again, her katana a silver streak in the moonlight. Claws met steel once more, and the real battle was beginning. Meanwhile, we go back to the place. Goku's eyes were practically sparkled as Jubilee leaned back on the motel bed, counting off all the different names on her fingers. Yeah, you got Storm. She can control the weather, like actual lightning and tornadoes and stuff, Jubilee said, popping her gum. Jean's a telekinetic and a telepath. She can lift things with her mind and read your thoughts. Rogue, touch her and she'll drain your powers and maybe your life. And Cyclops, dude's eye beams could blast a hole through a mountain if you wanted. Goku's tail's stump twitched under Jubilee's borrowed coat. His grin widening with every word. No way. That sounds awesome. He bounced on the edge of his bed, fist clenching excitement. Do you think they'd spar with me? I bet Storm's crazy strong. Imagine fighting as someone who can summon hurricanes. Jubilee rolled her eyes. No. We don't just fight for fun, monkey boy. We train to not destroy cities. Come on, Goku laughed, undeterred. Fighting strong people is the best way to get stronger. That's how it worked with Kraven and T'Challa and... He paused. Electra. He said her name with the realization. Goku's grin faltered mid-sentence. His head snapped toward the door, his body tensing like coiled spring. Some deep primal instinct flared in his gut. A scent, a presence, a fight. Jubilee blinked. Hello? Earth to monkey boy. He didn't answer. Instead, he bolted upright, nearly tearing Jubilee's borrowed coat in his haste. Hey, where the hell are you? But Goku was already out the door, bare feet slapping against the cold pavement as he sprinted into the night. Jubilee groaned, scrambling after him. Oh, for the love of... Again? The cold air bit at Goku's skin, but he barely felt it. His senses were down to 11, zeroing in on the distant clash of steel that he could hear, and the unmistakable scent of blood. Logan's blood, he'd smelt it before, and beneath it, something sharper, something familiar. Electra. His pulse roared in his ears. She was here, fighting Logan. She must have come for me. Jubilee caught up, panting. Dude, what's your deal? Goku didn't slow down. It's Electra. Who the heck is... Wait, you're Electra, the assassin lady? Goku's jaw set. I should have known she would come looking for me because she probably thinks I'm either dead or I've been kidnapped. Jubilee's eyes widened. Oh, crap. Logan's out there. Electra's breath came steady, her movements fluid as she danced around Wolverine's relentless onslaught. His claws were a blur, each swipe carving through the air with enough force to cleave steel, but she was faster. She was using precision over power. She didn't waste energy on brute force. Instead, she exploited openings, her katana flicked out like a serpent's tongue, aiming for tendons, pressure points, anything to slow him down. A shallow cut across the wrist, a slash at his hamstring, minor wounds that would cripple a normal man, but Logan wasn't normal. His healing factor sealed each injury nearly instantly, making her strikes little more than fleeting inconveniences. So she tried mind games. She feinted left, then right, her footwork erratic, forcing him to second guess her next move. Witty lunge, she twisted mid-air, landing behind him and driving her blade towards his spine, only for him to pivot at the last second, his claws deflecting her strike. She was planning on trapping her opponent, though. Electra moved like a liquid shadow, her crimson form twisting between Logan's slashes. His claws carved through the air, but she was always a half step ahead, until she let him close the distance. With the flick of her wrist, twin daggers slipped from her sleeves, or from a pouch. Logan's instinct screamed too late. Thunk, thunk. The blades burrowed themselves deep into his deltoid muscles, the serrated edges laced with some type of paralytic toxin meant for regenerative mutants. Logan's arms locked up instantly, his healing factor useless against the foreign objects that were still lodged in his flesh. His knees buckled and he crashed face first into the snow, his claws twitching uselessly. Electra landed atop his back, one knee pinning his spine, her lips brushing his ear as she whispered, "Now, let's try this again." Logan snarled, veins bulging as he fought the blades that were inside of him. "You think this'll hold me?" She twisted the dagger, his muscles spasmed. "I know it will," she purred. "These blades disrupt your nerve signals where I have them buried. You can heal all you want, but as long as they're in you, you're not moving." Her free hand traced the edge of his jaw. "So, where is Dimitri?" Logan's growl was more animal than man. "Go to hell." Electra sighed, rolled her eyes, then drove a knee into his kidney. Logan's breath exploded out of him, but he refused to cry out. "Stubborn," she mused, "but I have time today." Her fingers curled around the hilt of one of the daggers. "Let's see how many twists it'll take before you start talking." Logan bared his teeth. "You're going to regret this." Electra smirked. "I doubt it." But then Electra's instinct screamed a split second before a blast hit. A searing sphere of pink and gold plasma rocketed toward her, crackling with unstable energy. She barely had time to react, twisting mid-motion, her body arching into a backflip as the explosive projectile whizzed past her face. Heat scorched her cheek, close enough to singe a few strands of her dark hair before the blast detonated against a nearby boulder, reducing it into rubble, smoldering rubble. She landed in a crouch, katana already raised, her dark eyes locking onto the source of the attack. Jubilee stood a dozen yards away, her blue glove still smoking, her expression a mix of defiance and fear. "Back off, lady." Electra's lips curled into a cold smirk. "Cute." Then, movement from the side. Logan didn't waste a second. The moment Electra's weight shifted off of him to dodge Jubilee's blast, his healing factor surged, burning through the paralytic toxin like wildfire. His muscles unlocked in an instant, and with a feral snarl, he exploded upwards. Claws first. Electra barely had time to register the movement before Logan was on her, his adamantium claws gleaming in the moonlight as they arched toward her throat. She twisted midair, her katana flashing in a desperate parry, but she was going to be too late, probably. But Logan's claws were inches from Electra's throat when a blur of motion intercepted him, a bare foot slamming into his ribs with enough force to send him hurling backward. The impact cracked the air like a gunshot, and Logan's body rocketed across the battlefield, skidding to a stop right at Jubilee's feet in a spray of snow. Jubilee yelped, jumping back. "Logan." Goku landed between them and Electra, his stance slow, fists raised. His borrowed yellow coat flared behind him, the sleeves strained against his muscles. His eyes flicked between Logan and Jubilee, then he locked onto Electra. "Electra," he said, voice tight. She straightened, flicking her katana to the side. "Kravenov." Logan growled, forcing himself up, claws still out. "Kid, you better step aside." Goku didn't move. "Fight's over." Electra gaze sharpened. "You're protecting them?" Goku hesitated. They helped me." Electra's gaze sharpened. Jubilee blinked. I can't believe you know this psycho. Electra's smirk returned, slow and dangerous. Oh, Dimitri. You always did have a soft spot for the weird. Goku's jaw clenched. We don't have to be enemies with them. We don't have a mission against them. Logan scoffed, wiping blood from his mouth. Tell that to the lady with the poison knives. Electra tilted her head. You're coming back with me. Goku excelled. Yeah, I know. Goku's tense stance relaxed, his fists unclenching as he turned to face Logan and Jubilee. Despite the lingering adrenaline, a genuine grin spread across his face, one that held no real malice, no battle hunger, just pure appreciation. Hey, he said, rubbing the back of his neck sheepishly. Thanks for, not letting me freeze to death or get eaten by wolves or whatever. His grin widened. And for not stabbing me when I was passed out, that was real cool of you. Jubilee blinked, then snorted, crossing her arms. Yeah, well, don't get used to it. Next time you turn into a kaiju, I'm blasting you first and asking questions never. But there was no real bite to her words, just a smirk tugging at her lips. Logan, still glowering, retracted his claws with a snick. Kid, you've got a real talent for attracting trouble. Goku laughed. Yeah, well, trouble's pretty fun. His expression softened slightly as he glanced between them. But seriously, you didn't have to help me, and you did. I say that means something. Jubilee rolled her eyes, but her smirk softened. Don't get all mushy. Just promise not to go full King Kong on us again, okay? Deal. Goku chirped before turning back to Electra. All right, let's go. Electra arched her brow, amused. No arguments? Goku shrugged. Nah, you came all this way for me, so let's go home. He shot one last grin at Jubilee and Logan. See you around, maybe. Jubilee hesitated for a moment before stepping forward, her usual smirk giving way to something softer. Hey, monkey boy. She crossed her arms, trying to sound casual, but there was a sincerity in her voice. If you ever get tired of the whole assassin gig, you'll know where to find us. Goku tilted his head. Huh? She rolled her eyes but smirked. The X-Mansion, genius. The place I was telling you about. If you ever want to train with people who won't stab you in the back, she said, narrowing her eyes at Electra. Just hang out or something. Just hang out with someone who doesn't worship death or whatever. Look us up. She dug into her pocket and tossed him a small metallic X-shaped communicator. Here, just press the button if you ever need backup, or I don't know, if you just want to spar or whatever. Goku caught it, turning the device over in his hands with a grin. Whoa, really? You're just giving me this? Jubilee shrugged, trying to play it cool. Don't make it weird. Just don't lose it, okay? Logan grunted, arms crossed. Kid shows up unannounced, I'm still going to punch him first. Goku laughed, tucking the communicator into Jubilee's borrowed coat. Deal. His grin was bright, genuine. You can count on it. I'll visit you guys someday. Jubilee nodded, satisfied. Yeah, better not take too long. Electra watched the exchange with mild amusement before turning her back to them. Electra didn't wait for any further goodbyes. With a final glance at Logan, her dark eyes lingered just long enough to convey a warning. She turned on her heel and strode toward the tree line. Her crimson clothing whispered against the snow, her movements effortless, as if she were gliding rather than walking. Goku hesitated for only a second, glancing back at Jubilee and Logan one last time before jogging after her. His bare feet crunched through the frost, the borrowed yellow coat flapping behind him. Jubilee watched them go, arms crossed. You think he'll be okay with her? Logan exhaled, the tension in his shoulders easing slightly. Yeah, kid can handle himself. As Electra and Goku vanished into the thickets of the snowy forest, the wind howled between the trees, swallowing their silhouettes. The last thing Jubilee saw was Goku's wild grin flashing in the moonlight before the darkness took them. Logan grunted, turning back toward the motel. Come on, kid. Let's get inside before we freeze our asses off. Jubilee lingered a moment longer, the communicator now in Goku's possession, feeling heavier than it should. Don't take too long, monkey boy, she thought, before following Logan back to the motel. And that's where we're going to end things, man. I hope you guys like this. And now Goku knows about the X-Man, and he's back with the hand. All right, until the next time. Peace. All right, Goku and Marvel Remastered, Episode 9, The Monkey Meets the Mandarin. And in this episode, Goku's going to meet Shang-Chi, so let's get into it. The dim glow of candlelight flickered across the Han's war room as Electra stood before Goku with her arms crossed, her crimson robes blending into the shadows. 3 months had passed since their return from Canada, and Goku had slipped back into his role as the Han's most unpredictable enforcer, training, hunting, and occasionally sparing enemies that impressed him. But tonight was different. "You've been requested," Electra said, her voice smooth but edged with command. Goku tilted his head, his tail now regrown, twitching behind him. By who? The Mandarin. The name hung in the air like a blade unsheathed. Goku had heard whispers of this warlord, a man who wielded rings of unfathomable power, a conqueror who carved his own empire from the shadows. Electra continued, "He seeks an alliance with the Hand, but first he wants proof of our strength." Her dark eyes locked onto his. "That means he wants you." Goku's grin spread. "So he's looking for a fight?" Electra smirked. "He's looking for a warrior who can handle tasks that suit his interests." Goku cracked his knuckles. "Sounds fun." Electra's expression hardened. "This isn't a game, Dimitri. The Mandarin has influence that could further our operations, so you will need to prove yourself for our organization's reputation." Goku's grin didn't even waver. "Fine, even better." Goku stretched his arms behind his back, his tail flicking lazily as he processed Electra's words. "So, I go beat up some guys for this Mandarin guy, prove the Hand's worth, and then what, I just come back?" Electra's lips curled slightly. "If you succeed, you'll return with his favor. If you fail, then don't even bother coming back at all, as you already know." Goku laughed. Yeah, no pressure." He tilted his head. "What about you? You're not coming with me?" Electra turned, her crimson robes whispering against the stone floor as she moved toward a map of New York City pinned to the wall. "I have my own assignment. Wilson Fisk, the Kingpin, has requested the Hand's protection. He's making moves against rival factions, and he wants assurance that no one will interfere." Goku blinked. "Wait, so you're going to be a bodyguard?" Electra shot him a glare. "I'm ensuring the Hand's interests in the city remain unchallenged. Fisk is a useful ally, but he's also paranoid. If he suspects betrayal, I'll handle it." Goku smirked. "Yeah, sounds boring." Electra's eyes narrowed. "And your mission sounds simple, but the Mandarin is not a man to underestimate. His rings grant him power beyond mortal means. If he tests you, he will do so, most likely brutally." Goku waved her off. I fought worse." Electra exhaled through her nose. "Just don't die. It would be inconvenient." Goku grinned. "Oh, you do care." She ignored that. "If you finish before I return, meet me in New York. Fist's operations are centered in Hell's Kitchen. Find me there." Goku nodded. "Got it. Try not to miss me too much." Electra rolled her eyes and turned away. Dismissed. As Goku left the war room, his mind was already racing. The Mandarin wanted a warrior. Well, he was going to give him one. And if this mission led to a real fight, that was a bonus. The human air of Gongshuao clung to Goku's skin as he stepped off the cargo ship, his tail twitching under the loose fabric of his hooded cloak. The Hand had given him coordinates deep in the mountains. Before he could even set out, 3 men in sleek black suits intercepted him at the docks. The leader, a sharp-eyed man with a scar across his jaw, stepped forward. "You are Kraven, yes?" "The one sent by the Hand." Goku tilted his head, sizing them up. They weren't fighters, not real ones anyway. Their stances were rigid, their hands too close to hidden holsters. Bureaucrat bodyguards, most likely, with guns. "Yeah, that's me," he said, grinning. "You guys have to escort me or something?" The man nodded stiffly. "Our employer wishes to speak with you before you proceed." "You will come with us," Goku shrugged. "Sure, why not?" They led him to a black sedan with tinted windows. As they drove through the neon-lit streets, Goku leaned back, watching the city blur past. "So, who's this boss of yours? The Mandarin?" The man in the passenger seat glanced at him in the rearview mirror, but he didn't say anything. Goku chuckled. "Guess I'll find out soon enough." The car wound through the city, then up into the misty hills when a sprawling estate loomed beyond gilded gates. Whoever wanted to see him wasn't just some underling, that was clear. And this was going to be an interesting conversation. The heavy door swung open and Goku stepped into the dimly lit chamber, his sharp eyes scanning the room as its center, seated on an ornament-elevated throne, was none other than the legendary Mandarin. The warlord was clad in dark green and gold robes, his fingers adorned with some type of rings, each one pulsing with an eerie otherworldly glow. His expression was calm, almost amused, but Goku's instincts prickled. There was something beneath the surface, a pressure in the air like the quiet hum before a storm. "Ah, the infamous body of the hand," the Mandarin said, his voice smooth, yet carrying an undercurrent of command. "Electra speaks highly of your unique talents." Goku smirked, crossing his arms. "Yeah, well, she's got a funny way of showing it." The Mandarin chuckled, but his eyes remained calculated. "Tell me, young warrior, do you know why I requested you?" Goku shrugged. "I'm guessing it wasn't for some tea." A slow smile spread across the warlord's face. "Perceptive. I have need of strength, but not mere brute force. I require a weapon that thinks." He leaned forward slightly, the rings on his fingers glinting. "And you are more than what you appear, aren't you?" Goku's tail twitched under his cloak. The way the Mandarin looked at him, it wasn't just curiosity, it was recognition, like he knew something that the others in the room didn't. "Depends on what you think I am," Goku countered, his grin never slipping. But his mind was racing. This guy's not just some crime lord. Those rings, they weren't normal. The Mandarin steepled his fingers. One ring hummed faintly. "Let us see if you live up to your reputation." The air in the chamber grew heavy as the Mandarin's finger flexed, his ring pulsing with an eerie, unnatural light. Goku's instincts flared. This wasn't just some crime boss, this man had power. Before Goku could react, the Mandarin raised a single finger, the one adorned with the frost blue sung. A whisper of cold slithered through the room, and in an instant, the men who had escorted Goku were encased in solid ice, their expressions frozen in shock. Goku's eyes widened. "Whoa!" The Mandarin chuckled, lowering his hand. The ice remained, glistening under the dim light. "Impressive, is it not?" he mused. "The ring of zero, a mere fraction of the powers that I wield." Goku exhaled, his breath visible in the sudden chill. "Yeah, no kidding. You just turned your own guys into popsicles." The warlord smirked. "A demonstration. To prove that I am not a man to be trifled with," he leaned forward, his dark eyes gleaming. "But you didn't even flinch. Most men would have panicked. Some would have begged for their lives. Yet you stand, grinning like a fool." Goku shrugged. I've seen weirder." The Mandarin smirk deepened. "Electra was right about you. There is something different about you, Kravenov. Something beyond human." Goku's tail twitched under his cloak, but he kept his expression neutral. "So what's the deal? You freeze people for fun, or is there a point to all this?" The Mandarin rose from his throne, his robes whispering against the stone floor. "I am in search of 5 of the remaining rings. Artifacts of immeasurable power, scattered across the world. Each one grants dominion over a fundamental force within this existence." He extended his hand, the ring shimmering. "With them, I will reshape reality itself into a better world." Goku tilted his head. "Yeah, sounds like a lot of work. And why do you need me?" "And that's probably why you need me, actually." The Mandarin's gaze sharpened. "Yes, because the rings are not easily claimed. They are guarded, hidden, and I do not want to make my presence known as of yet to the world, so I require a warrior who can face such challenges without hesitation." The shadows near the throne shifted, and a young man stepped forward, lean, composed, his dark eyes sharp, with quiet intensity. He wore a simple black tunic, his sleeves rolled up to reveal forearms corded with muscle. His stance was effortless, balanced, like a coiled spring ready to snap at any given moment. Goku's grin widened. He could tell that this guy was strong. The Mandarin gestured toward the young warrior. "This is my son, Shang-Chi. He will accompany you on your mission." And as you can see, I mixed the MCU story of Mandarin being his father with the Marvel version of what the rings can do, as y'all can see. Anyway, Shang-Chi gave a slight nod, his expression unreadable. Father speaks highly of your abilities. His voice was calm, measured, but there was an edge to it, a challenge. Goku cracked his knuckles. Yeah, well, I hope you can keep up. Shang-Chi's lips twitched into almost a smirk. I was about to say the same thing to you. The Mandarin watched him, amused. Shang-Chi is the finest warrior I have ever trained. His skills are unmatched. If you are to retrieve the rings, you will definitely need his expertise. Goku's tail flicked under his cloak. So, what's the plan? We just go find these rings and bring them back. Shang-Chi folded his arms. It won't be that simple. The rings are hidden in dangerous places, guarded by those who will not give them up willingly. Goku's eyes gleamed. That's even better. The Mandarin chuckled. Then it's settled. The two of you leave at dawn. As Goku and Shang-Chi locked eyes, something was unspoken that passed between them. A mutual understanding. A silent promise. This wasn't just going to be a mission. It was a test, and both of them were eager to prove who was better. The abandoned Hydra research facility in the Swiss Alps was a fortress of concrete and steel, buried deep beneath layers of snow and secrecy. Goku crouched on a ridge overlooking the compound, his breath misting in the frigid air, his tail twitching under his insulated cloak. Beside him, Shang-Chi adjusted his taped gloves, his dark eyes scanning the facility defenses. Goku grinned. So, how many guys we gotta punch to get this ring, you figure? Shang-Chi calmly answered. Intel says 24 armed guards, automated turrets, and possibly an enhanced operative. Goku cracked his knuckles. Sweet. I'll take the left side. Shang-Chi sighed. Or we could be subtle. Goku blinked. What's that mean? Shang-Chi didn't answer. Instead, he stepped off the ridge and vanished into the shadows. Goku, deciding subtlety was overrated, especially since he didn't know what it meant, kicked in the front door. Alarms blared. Hydra soldiers spun toward him, rifles raised. Goku waved. Hey guys, which one of you has the shiny ring? Gunfire erupted. Bullets ricocheted off Goku's raised forearms as he blurred forward. A whirlwind of elbows and knees. Soldiers crumpled, disarmed, unconscious, or thrown through walls. Meanwhile, Shang-Chi slipped through the ventilation shafts, dispatching guards with silent precision. Pressure point strikes, disarms, and knockout darts. Hydra commander got over the comms. We have intruders. Activate the... A dart embedded itself in his throat. Shang-Chi's voice whispered through the shadows. You're welcome. Goku spun. That was a nice throw. Shang-Chi dropped from the ceiling, landing beside them. We don't have time for this. The ring's in the vault, and Hydra's about to move it to another facility. For research, no doubt. The vault door was reinforced steel alloy. Goku cracked his neck. Stand back. His fist slammed into the metal once, twice, before the hinges groaned and the doors buckled inward. Inside, a Hydra scientist clutched a ring, a pulsating band of shifting silver light. The scientist panicked. You don't understand. This ring can reshape matter itself. It's too dangerous. Goku snatched it mid-sentence. Goku examined it. Huh. Looks like a fancy piece. Then the walls exploded. A Hydra enforcer in powered armor charged, fists crackling with energy. Shang-Chi dodged a repulsor blast. I told you we should have been subtle. Goku grinned. Yeah, but this is more fun anyway. Goku smashed the power armor with the door, and with the ring secured, the duo fought their way out. Goku tanking bullets and Shang-Chi redirecting and evading attacks with fluid precision. As they breached the surface, the facility's self-destruct sequence activated. Shang-Chi partially panted. We need to move now. Goku tossed the ring in the air and caught it. So, we just give this to your dad. Right? Shang-Chi's expression darkened. That is correct. As the Alps erupted in fire behind them, the two warriors vanished into the storm, one step closer to the Mandarin's grand design. But what would be the cost? Back at Mandarin's stronghold, Goku couldn't stop grinning. Shang-Chi had moved like water. Effortless, with perfect countermeasures, turning every opponent's strength against him. It wasn't like Kraven's brutal efficiency, or T'Challa's tactical mastery, or Electra's kill shots. This was something new. As soon as they stepped into the courtyard, Goku spun on his heel, tail lashing with excitement. Hey Shang, that move where you flip that guy using his own gun who was larger than you? How? Shang-Chi arched her brow. Leverage, momentum. Basic. Teach me. Silence. Then Shang-Chi snorted. You don't need tricks. You punch through walls. Goku shook his head, uncharacteristically serious. Nah, that's the thing. I want to learn all forms of combat. And you fought smarter, not harder. I gotta know how. Shang-Chi studied him, the raw eagerness, the lack of ego. Finally, he smirked. Fine, but I won't go easy. Under the moonlight, the courtyard became their arena. First was a balance test. Shang-Chi stood on one leg atop a bamboo pole. Your stance is all power with no root. Like a tree without thud. Goku face planted for the 5th time. This is way harder than just fighting. Then they did redirection drills. Shang-Chi let Goku charge, then sidestep, using his momentum to send him tumbling back. Stop resisting the flow. Use it. Channel it. Goku growled, tail puffing. Then finally, with the throw, springing back up. Ha, did you see? Bam, a gentle palm strike sent him spiraling again. Then he learned more about pressure points. Strike here, Shang-Chi tapped Goku's forearm. And the arm goes numb. Goku poked himself, then yelped as his hand spasmed. Whoa, you know more about pressure point strikes than I was taught in the Savage Lands. By dawn, Goku is bruised, muddy, and beaming. Again tomorrow? Shang-Chi tossed him a towel, hiding his own grin. If you can keep up. For the first time, Goku wasn't just chasing strength. He was chasing skill. And Shang-Chi, he'd never had a student so relentless. He never had a student to begin with. The Mandarin watched from the shadows, rings glinting. Perfect. For months, the courtyard echoed with the sounds of clashing fists, shifting stances, and the occasional yelp as Goku, despite his overwhelming physical strength, found himself outmaneuvered time and time again. Shang-Chi moved like a river, fluid and unrelenting, turning Goku's brute force charges into stumbling falls with precise redirections. At first, Goku relied purely on his feral warrior instincts, wild, explosive bursts of power that could shatter stone, but it left him open to counters. Shang-Chi exploited every opening, using Goku's own momentum against him. A simple wrist twist sent him crashing into the dirt. A well-placed heel to the knee buckled his stance, and a fingertip pressed to a nerve cluster made his entire arm go numb. Strength means nothing if you can't control it, Shang-Chi chided, flipping Goku over his shoulder for the 10th time that session. Goku, panting but grinning, white blood from his split lip. Then teach me how. And so Shang-Chi did. He taught him precision over power. Where Goku once relied on haymakers, he now struck with a surgical accuracy. Knife hand blows to the throat, elbow jabs to floating ribs, knee strikes to the solar plexus. He taught him the economy of motion. Shang-Chi drilled him on minimal movement for maximum effect. A half-inch shift of the hips could mean the difference between a block strike and a knockout. He taught him breath control. Goku learned to regulate his breathing, to fight without wasted energy, to remain calm even when his blood sang for battle. The most crucial lesson that he taught him was adaptation. Shang-Chi's style was ever-changing. Wing Chun's close-quarter traps, Baiji Quan's explosive slams, Zui Quan's drunken unpredictability, and Goku, once a deadly brawler, began blending these techniques with his own savage land brutality. He'd feint with the Panther-style grapple he learned from T'Challa, then shift into the hand's assassin nerve strikes. He'd bait opponents with wild swings only to snap into Shang-Chi's inspired counter the moment they committed. And he would do all this while moving like water. And by the end of their training, Goku wasn't just stronger, he had further increased his battle IQ. Shang-Chi's arms crossed, watched as Goku flawlessly executed a sequence that they drilled for weeks. Not bad for a monkey that was born in the jungle. Goku laughed, tail flicking. I'll just take the compliment. The Mandarin observed from the shadows, rings humming. His son had honed a weapon without even realizing it, and soon that weapon would be put to the test against one of his enemies. Though Goku's training with Shang-Chi focused on refining his martial arts, there were moments, fleeting, instinctive, when something deeper stirred inside of him. During one sparring session, Shang-Chi dodged a punch with liquid grace, countering with a palm strike that sent Goku skidding back. Frustration flared. His muscles burned, his reflexes sharpened, but something was missing. Then, for a heartbeat, he felt it, a warmth in his core. Like embers flaring to life, his veins hummed, his vision sharpened, and for an instant, his next strike carried more force than intended. Crack! The training dummy shattered, split into splinters, and so did the wall that was behind it. Shang-Chi froze. What was that? Goku stared at his fist, bewildered. I don't know. I'm not entirely sure. The sensation vanished as quickly as it came. He tried to summon it again, clenching his fists, gritting his teeth, but nothing. Just a familiar thrum of his Saiyan blood. Shang-Chi studied him. That wasn't just strength. It was like your body amplified itself. Goku scratched his head. Back in Canada, something like that happened when I fought Jubilee. My body, it just reacted. Shang-Chi frowned. You're saying you don't know how to control this? Goku shrugged. Kind of hard to control something I don't even understand. For now, he shelved it. Key, if that's what it was, remained a mystery. A locked door he couldn't yet pry open, but the spark was there, and one day it would be ignited. The final two rings loomed like specters over their mission. The ring of incandescence, a band of molten gold said to harness the fury of a dying star, was their next target. According to Mandarin's intelligence, it lay hidden within the ruins of the ancient temple in the Himalayas, guarded by a secretive sect of fire-wielding monks who had sworn to protect it from the unworthy for a long time. Goku cracked his knuckles, tail flicking eagerly as he studied the holographic map in the Mandarin's war room. So, are these monks strong? Shang-Chi's arms crossed, shot him a sidelong glance. Rumor says they don't just wield fire, they command it, like breathing. Goku grinned. That's even better. The Mandarin steepled his fingers, his remaining rings pulsating faintly. The incandescence is not merely a weapon, it is a purification incarnate. Many have sought it, and none have survived its trial. Goku scoffed. Yeah, beware the flame and all that. When do we leave? Shang-Chi sighed. You're not listening. This isn't just another smash and grab. The temple is a test. If we fail, we'll burn. Goku smirked, didn't waver. Then I guess we won't fail. The journey was brutal. Blizzards, sheer cliffs, and thin air that would have crippled a normal man. But Goku and Shang-Chi pressed on, scaling the frozen peaks until they reached a cavernous entrance carved into the mountainside. Heat rolled out in waves, defying the icy surroundings. Inside the temple glowed. Walls lined with ever-burning braziers, embers floating in the air like fireflies. At its heart stood a massive stone, and atop it, spinning in midair by unseen forces, was the ring of incandescence, a loop of liquid gold pulsing like a heartbeat. As they crouched behind, jagged outcropping overlooking the temple at the internal pyre, Goku's tail twitched with anticipation. The heat radiating from the ancient structure was intense, even from this distance that they were at, and the air smelled of sulfur and burning stone. He glanced at Shang-Chi, expecting the usual focused intensity, but instead, his comrade's expression was distant, troubled, even. Goku frowned. Hey, you good? You've been quiet since we left the stronghold. Shang-Chi didn't answer at first. His fingers flexed as if debating whether to form a fist or let them go slack. Finally, he exhaled sharply. Shang-Chi spoke quietly. I can't do this anymore. Goku blinked. Huh? Shang-Chi turned to him, his dark eyes unreadable. This mission, the rings, my father's ambitions, I don't want any part of it. Goku's grin faltered. Wait, what? Since when? Shang-Chi grimaced. Since always. His voice was low, edged with something Goku had never heard from him before. Resentment. I've spent my entire life training, obeying, becoming the weapon he wanted, but I don't want to be his blade anymore. And these rings, they're not just artifacts, they're dangerous. Goku scratched his head. I mean, yeah, they're powerful. That's why we're getting them, right? Shang-Chi shook his head. You don't understand. The Mandarin doesn't just want power. He wants control. Over nations, over people, over everything. His jaws tightened. And I won't be the one who helps him do it. Silence stretched between them, broken only by the distant crackle of the temple flames that were ahead of him. Goku studied Shang-Chi, really studied him. The tensions in his shoulders, the way his fingers kept tracing old scars. This wasn't just cold feet. This was a man who had reached his breaking point. Goku grinned, but softer. So, what's the plan then? You just bail? Shang-Chi's eyes flickered with surprise. You'd let me walk away? Just like that? Goku shrugged. I mean, if you're not into it, why force it? I came for a challenge. I don't really care if some guy wants to try to take over the world. He paused, then smirked. But you can leave after this. Besides, I owe you for your teachings. Shang-Chi let out a snort, disbelieving laugh. You're insane. Goku's grin widened. Yeah, probably. So what's next? Shang-Chi's expression hardened with resolve. I'm going to take one of these rings for ourselves. And we make sure my father never gets his hands on all 10 of them. The moment Goku and Shang-Chi stepped into the temple's inner sanctum, the flames roared higher, forming a ring of fire that was around them. The monks, hooded figures with ember-lit eyes, emerged from the shadows, their voices echoing as one. Who seeks the ring of incandescence? Shang-Chi stepped forward, his stance firm but his tone respectful. I do. The head monk, an ancient man with skin like charred parchment, studied him. And why should the flames deem you worthy? Shang-Chi didn't hesitate. Because I don't seek it for power. I seek it to prevent a greater evil. A greater fire that is to come. The monks exchanged glances. The air grew heavier, the heat pressing against their skin like a physical force. You must prove it. Without warning, the ground beneath Shang-Chi erupted in fire. He didn't flinch, didn't retreat. Instead, he inhaled deeply, centering himself as the flames licked at his legs, his fists clenched, sweat beading on his brow, but his voice remained steady. I've spent my life being forged in someone else's fire. I won't burn for them any longer. The flames intensified, but Shang-Chi stood firm, his muscles trembling but unyielding. Goku watched, impressed. This wasn't just endurance, it was defiance. Then, the fires parted. The lead monk nodded. You understand sacrifice, but do you understand control? He gestured to the floating ring. Take it, if you can. The ring of incandescence pulsed, its molten surface shifting like living lava. Shang-Chi reached out, and the second his finger grazed it, his entire arm ignited. Goku tensed, ready to intervene, but Shang-Chi gritted his teeth and pulled. The flames engulfed him, then in a sudden burst, they submitted. The ring sat in his palms, its glow dimming to steady ember. The monks bowed. The flame has chosen its new master. Shang-Chi exhaled, his arm unharmed. He turned to Goku, eyes alight with grim determination. The moment Shang-Chi seized the ring of incandescence, the temple trembled, its ancient stones groaning as if in protest. The monks, having their duty fulfilled, began dissolving into wisps of ash, their forms scattering into inferno-like embers on the wind. The braziers erupted, pillars cracked, and the ceiling rained fiery debris. Goku's eyes locked onto Shang-Chi's. No words were needed. With a sharp nod, Shang-Chi clenched the ring that was in his fist, its molten glow pulsing in sync with his own heartbeat. Then, in a blurred motion, he vanished into the thickening smoke, leaving behind only the echo of his footsteps as he ran. Goku grinned. All right, time to sell this. He roared, slamming his fist into the temple support columns, sending fractures spiderwebbing up the walls. The heat seared his skin, his clothes smoldering, but he didn't even flinch. He needed to make this look real. Boom! The ceiling collapsed in a cascade of fire and stone. Goku let the rubble bury him, his sand durability ensuring that he would survive. But to any outside observer, it would seem like it was a graveyard. Days later, Goku emerged from the ruins. A day later, Goku emerged from the ruins. Filthy, battered, but very much alive. He staggered into the snow, coughing ash, his cloak reduced to tatters. The Mandarin scouts found him, half frozen, muttering about flames and failure. When he stood before the warlord again, the throne moon was colder than the Himalayas. The ring, the Mandarin demanded, his voice dangerously soft. Goku shook his head. Gone. The temple took the ring and Shang-Chi with it. A flicker of something raw crossed the Mandarin's face, grief and rage, before his rings flared, the air crackling with suppressed power. You let my son die! Goku met his gaze unflinching. Look, I barely made it out myself. We failed the trial. The lie held. The Mandarin turned away, his silhouette framed by the storm that was outside. My son knew the risk, I suppose. There is still one ring that we must find. I will inform you when we have its whereabouts. Goku nodded, surprised the Mandarin had accepted his son's demise so quickly. Weeks had passed since the temple's collapse, and the Mandarin's demeanor had shifted. The warlord seemed more colder. His rings hummed with restless energy, his words clipped. When he summoned Goku to the war room again, the air was thick with tension. The final ring had surfaced, his fingers curled around the armrest of his throne. The Lai ring, capable of amplifying psionic energy while enhancing the wielder's intellect. And it is about to be sold to a man named Tony Stark. Goku tilted his head. Who's that? A hologram flickered to life of a man in a sleek metal suit with repulsors glowing, his smirk as sharp as the blades on his gauntlets. Mandarin grimaced. A fool who plays at being hero, a merchant of death who thinks himself worthy of true power. His rings pulsed, casting eerie shadows across his face. He will be in Hong Kong tonight to purchase the ring from a black market dealer. You were intercepted before he does. Goku cracked his knuckles. Easy enough. Just grab it before the metal guy shows up. I can do that. Mandarin gave him an icy glare. Do not underestimate Stark. His armor is formidable and his mind is sharper than most. If he secures the ring, the consequences will be catastrophic to my plans. Goku grinned. So, I get to fight a guy in a tin can suite. Sweet. The Mandarin's eyes narrowed. This is not a game. Retrieve the ring and eliminate Stark if necessary. And do not fail me as you did in the mountains. There it was, the unspoken accusation. Goku's tail twitched, but he kept his expression neutral. Yeah, I got it. As he turned to leave, the Mandarin's voice slithered after him. Then Kraven. There was no sign of my son's remains in that wreckage. Not even a skeleton. Goku didn't look back. Those were some mystic fires, boss. Alright, that's where we're going to end it there, man. Hopefully you guys liked it. Next episode will be Goku versus Iron Man. Alright, be sure you like, comment, and subscribe. Till next time. Peace. Alright, Goku and Marvel, episode 10. Goku versus Iron Man. The Iron Monkey makes a bargain. Let's get straight to it. The neon glow of Hong Kong's underworld pulsed like a heartbeat as Goku stepped out of the black sedan. His lion cloak was replaced with a sleek dark suit, courtesy of the Mandarin's resources. The suitcase that was in his grip was heavy with cash, and the two silent hand ninjas flanked him, moved like ghosts through the crowded streets. The meeting place was a high-end tea house, its upper floor reserved for those who dealt in things best left unspoken. The dealer was a wiry man with a cybernetic eye. He sat at a low table, his fingers drumming against a velvet-lined case. Inside was the ring of Lai. Glimmered its surface etched with arcane circuitry that seemed to shift under the light. Goku dropped the suitcase onto the table with a thud, popping it open to reveal a stack of crisp bills. The dealer eyed the money. The Mandarin's generosity is appreciated. Goku grinned. Yeah, just hand it over. The dealer hesitated and then slid the case toward him. And as Goku took the case, he told the dealer he still needed him for something. The moment the dealer took the position, Goku's tail twitched beneath his suit jacket. He could have taken the ring and just vanished, mission complete. But the Mandarin's warning about this Tony Stark had sparked something primal in him. A man in a metal suit, a genius who knew combat. That wasn't just a target. That seemed to be quite the challenge. Crouching in the alley shadow, Goku exhaled slowly, his breath misting in the humid air. The neon signs above painted the wet pavement in streaks of red and blue, and the distant hum of the city was a far cry from the savage land's untamed roar. But the thrill of the hunt was the same. This Stark guy, he's got to be strong if the Mandarin was worried about him. His fingers drummed against the case holding the ring. He could feel the energy inside it, subtle, like a whisper against his skin. But his focus wasn't on this artifact. He was looking for his target. Hong Kong's skyline glittered like a circuit board as Tony Stark's private jet cut through the night sky. Inside, the billionaire reclined in his seat, swirling a glass of whiskey, his third since takeoff. "Sir, we're approaching the landing zone," Jarvis intoned. Tony smirked, tapping his arc reactor. "Good. Let's see if this little trinket's worth the hype." The intel had been vague. A black market auction, a ring rumored to amplify and insulate beyond human limits. Tony didn't believe in magic, but he did believe in upgrades. And if there was even 1% chance this thing could sharpen his mind further, it was worth the look. The moment his boots hit the tarmac, his watch beeped. A notification from Pepper. "Tony, you promised no more mystical artifact purchases after the Asgardian incident." He fired back a text. "Relax, Pep. I'm just window shopping." That was a lie, because Tony Stark, he never window shopped. Tony's smirk vanished the moment he turned, because standing behind him wasn't a nervous dealer or a rival bidder. It was a kid in a suit. Wild black hair, a feral grin, and what the hell? A monkey tail twitching behind him like some type of whip. The boy couldn't have been older than 16, but his eyes burned with a kind of raw, unhinged excitement that Tony usually saw in himself right before blowing something up. Goku cracked his knuckles. "Hey, Metal Man, why don't you go ahead and suit up?" Tony blinked. "Kid, I don't know what back alley anime you crawled out of," but he stopped talking. His sensors pinged. Shadows shifted behind him. Tony sighed, rolling his eyes. "Aw, come on. Ninjas? Really?" Six figures in crimson hoods materialized from the darkness, blades gleaming under the neon glow. Their movements were silent, precise, because they were professional killers. Tony smirked. "You guys really brought knives to a gunfight." His watch clicked. It whirred and then clanged. The iron beams lanced out, slamming the first two ninjas into a shipping container hard enough to dent the steel. A third flipped over the blast, katana flashing. Clang! Only for Tony to catch the blade in his palm, crushing it like tinfoil, before decking the guy with a gauntleted uppercut. "Jarvis, remind me to get out my dry cleaning," seeming unbothered by the situation he was in. The remaining assassins regrouped, then froze as Goku stepped forward, his tail lashing. "You are all dismissed. This one's mine." Tony barely had time to register the blur of movement before Goku's fist caved into his chest plate. Crack! Boom! The impact sent him rocketing backward, his armor screeching against brick as he cratered into a warehouse wall. Dust rained down, alarms blared in his HUD, and for the first time in years, Tony Stark felt something he rarely did. Genuine surprise. Jarvis spoke calmly. "Structural integrity at 88%. Force of impact suggests enhanced physiology. Possible super soldier variant." Tony coughed, repulsors flaring as he pushed himself free. "Yeah, no kidding." Goku stood at the mouth of the alley, rolling his shoulders, his grin sharp as a knife. "Not bad, Tin Man. You can take a hit." Tony's gauntlets whined as they powered up. "Kid, I don't know what kind of back alley steroids you're on, but I don't want to be responsible for any type of child abuse." Goku loomed over the downed Iron Man, his tail flicking with anticipation as he pulled the velvet case from his jacket with a casual flick of his wrist. He popped it open, revealing the ring of Lai, its arcane circuitry pulsing faintly in the dim alleyway. Tony's HUD immediately lit up with scans. Energy signature unknown, composition unidentified alloy with psionic resonance. Goku grinned, snapping the case shut. "Heard you were after this shiny thing. My employer says you were dangerous. Some kind of genius in a metal suit." He crouched, tilting his head. "But you don't seem to be that tough." Tony scoffed, repulsors humming as he pushed himself up. "Kid, I've punched giants in the face. You're not even a warm-up." Is that so? Prove it. Goku's grin turned razor sharp. Fight me. If you win, then the ring is yours. Tony's smirk was hidden behind his helmet, but the smugness dripped from his voice. Or, I could just do this. And before Goku could react, the arc reactor in Tony's chest flared. Blam! A deafening flashbang detonated right in the Saiyan's face. Goku snarled, instinctively shielding his eyes, his tail puffed up in agitation. Jarvis, activate the... Yeah, that one. A compartment of Tony's gauntlets hissed open, and a high-powered electromagnetic whirred to life. The ring of Lai Lai yanked free from Goku's grip like a bullet, snapping into Tony's waiting palm. What? Hey! Goku lunged, but Tony was already airborne, repulsors blasting. Kid, rule 1 when it comes to fighting a genius. Tony tossed the ring in the air and caught it, his voice dripping with sarcasm. You always gotta remember to work smarter, not harder. Goku's eyes narrowed, then, boom, he kicked off the ground hard enough to crater the pavement, rocketing upward like a missile. Tony's HUD screamed a warning. Sir, he's... Aw, come on. Goku's fist grazed the armor's boot as Tony twisted midair, barely dodging. The force of the near miss sent a gust of wind that rattled the windows below. Tony flipped backward, already accelerating. Yeah, no. We're done here. Goku's grin stretched wider as Iron Man shot into the bright sky, his repulsors painting streaks of blue against the Hong Kong skyline. The thrill of the chase ignited his blood. This wasn't just a mere fight now. It was a hunt. With a burst of power, Goku launched himself onto a nearby rooftop, his boots cracking the concrete as he landed. Neon signs flickered around him, casting a shadow long and jagged across the urban canyon. His tail lashed behind him like a whip, his senses sharpening as he tracked Tony's trajectory. Run all you want, Metal Man, he muttered, cracking his knuckles. That'll just make it more fun. He took off, leaping from building to building with terrifying speed. Each impact sent tremors through the rooftops. Air conditioner units crumpled, satellite dishes shattered, and pedestrians below gasped as a blur of motion tore across the skyline. Goku's pulse pounded in his ears, his Saiyan instincts singing. Tony was fast, but Goku already had his metallic scent. Tony streaked over Hong Kong's glittering skyline, the city's neon glow fading behind him as he banked toward the darkened countryside. The hum of repulsors was the only sound as rice paddies and rolling hills replaced skyscrapers. He smirked behind his helmet, flipping the ring of Lai Lai between his fingers. Jarvis began to speak. No further pursuit detected, sir. Tony chuckled. Kid's got hops, but nobody outruns a Mark 12. He glanced at the ring, its circuitry pulsating faintly. All right, let's see what you... Thud. Something heavy landed on his back. Tony barely had time to register the weight before claws, no fingers, dug into the seams of his armor. His HUD screamed warning as the world spun violently. Trees rushed up to meet him. Crash! Dirt, leaves, and shattered branches exploded as Tony plowed through the forest floor, his armor screeching in protest. The impact knocked the wind out of him. The ring only still in his possession because of his magnetic pulse. Tony's helmet retracted with a sharp hiss, his face a mix of disbelief and grudging respect as he stared at the grinning Saiyan standing over him. How the hell did you track me? Tony demanded, wiping dirt from his brow. His HUD had lost this kid completely. No heat signature, no radar ping, nothing. Goku tapped his nose. Tail flicked behind him like an amused cat's. Your suit's got a smell. Burnt metal, oil, and that weird blue energy from your chest thing. Kind of like a jet engine, but spicier. He sniffed the air again for emphasis. Easy to follow once I caught it. Tony blinked. Wait. You smelled me? From that far back? Goku shrugged. I've hunted raptors in the dark when I was a kid. You're not exactly subtle. He cracked his knuckles, grinning wider. Also, you're not as fast as you think. I fought guys who move like lightning. You just sound like it. Tony scoffed, but his mind was already racing. Enhanced senses. Superhuman speed. This wasn't just some juiced-up street brawler. The kid had biology on his side for sure. Jarvis, Tony muttered under his breath. Note to self. Develop odorless thrusters. Goku's grin turned razor sharp. Or you could just fight me. For real this time. Tony's repulsors humped alive. Kid, you're about to learn why they call me the Iron Man. Goku's eyes gleamed. Finally. Tony Stark sighed behind his golden faceplate. The whine of his repulsors building to a crescendo as he leveled his gauntlet at Goku. The blue-white glow of the arc reactor cast sharp shadows across the forest floor, illuminating the Saiyan's feral grin. Fine, Tony muttered, his voice laced with exasperation. Guess I'm taking a kid to school. Goku's tail flicked eagerly behind him, his muscles coiled like springs. Bring it. The repulsor blast screamed forward, a searing beam of concussive force capable of flipping a tank. But Goku didn't dodge. Boom! The shockwaves tore through the grass below him, sending gravel and dirt flying. Tony's HUD flicked as the dust cleared, expecting to see a smoking crater, only for Goku to step out of the smoke with his forearms singed, but his grin was intact. Not bad, he laughed, shaking off the burn like it was nothing. That actually stung. Tony's jaw dropped. Jarvis, what the hell is this kid made of? Unknown composition, sir, the AI replied, scanning frantically. His cellular structure appears to resist kinetic energy at an impressive rate. Okay, Tony sighed to himself. New plan. Goku's eyes gleamed. Yeah? Tony's smirk was audible. I stopped holding back. Tony's repulsor screamed as he unleashed a barrage of energy blasts, each one capable of leveling a concrete wall, but Goku moved like a phantom, twisting and flipping through the air with impossible grace. The pulse of blue-white energy seared past him, close enough that the heat roughed his hair and the static made his tail puff up, but not a single blast found its mark. Goku's grin never wavered. He cartwheeled over one blast, backflipped under another, and sidestepped a third with a dancer's precision. His reflexes were honed from years of dodging raptors in the savage lands or sparring with warriors like T'Challa, Electra, and Shang-Chi. Every motion was instinct, every evasion effortless. Tony's HUD scrambled to track him, but the kid was a blur, a shadow dancing between explosions. Okay, Tony muttered, recalibrating his targeting systems. Either I'm drunk or this kid's playing the Matrix on hard mode. Probably both. Goku landed lightly on a tree branch, tail coiling for a balance. Come on, Tin Man, you're not even trying hard enough. Tony's smirk returned. Despite himself, the sheer audacity was almost admirable. Jarvis, note to self, never bet against this monkey kid in dodgeball. As Goku effortlessly weaved through the storm of repulsor blasts, Tony's HUD flicked with rapid calculations. Sir, subject's evasion pattern suggests predictive reflexes, Jarvis reported, overlaying a grid of trajectory lines across Goku's movements. He anticipates attacks at 0.3 seconds before initiation, likely through micromuscular tension, observation, or enhanced instinct. Tony's eyes narrow behind the helmet. So he's reading my tells before I even fire. Great, just great. He adjusted his gauntlet's output, feinting a left side blast before abruptly pivoting to the right. Goku still dodged, but this time his leap was narrower. Pattern recognized, Jarvis announced. Subject favors diagonal retreats when pressured. Suggests staggered fire to limit escape vectors. Tony smirked. All right, kid. It's time to play chess. His next volley wasn't just faster, it was smarter. Blast fired in calculated sequences, herding Goku into tighter spaces. One repulsor shot forced him left. The next cut off his retreat. For the first time, Goku had to block a glancing hit with his forearm, hissing at the burn. Tony's grin widened. Gotcha. Goku sprang forward, muscles coiled, for his signature zigzag rush, only for a repulsor blast to slam straight into his chest mid-motion. Predictive modeling complete, Jarvis announced as the beam connected. Target trajectory intercepted. The force hurled Goku backward like a cannonball. He crashed through the thickets and thorny branches, skidding across the dirt until his back smacked against a gnarled tree trunk. Leaves rained down around him as he coughed, blinking in disbelief. Iron Man hovered just ahead, repulsor still glowing. I knew I could figure you out, kid. Goku stepped out of the shattered undergrowth, his once pristine suit now hanging in tattered strips, scorched black at the edge from the repulsor blast. The remnants of the fabric fluttered in the breeze, revealing the leopard skin wraps beneath. one of Kraven's old outfits he took with him. Toughened by Savage Land resins and countless battles, his chest bore a faint red mark where the energy beam had struck, but his grin was as sharp as ever. Now that, Goku said, cracking his neck with a satisfied sigh, that was a real hit. He rubbed the spot absently, his tail flicking behind him like an amused cat's. Most guys just scratch the surface. You, on the other hand, you made me feel it. Tony's helmet tilted, his repulsor still humming, but his stance loosened slightly. Kid, you should be a pancake right now. Goku laughed, shaking off the last of the smoke. I've had worse. One time when I was a kid, a T-Rex bit me clean through the shoulder. That stung. He rolled his arms, testing the muscle. But you're smart. Figured out my rhythm, huh? Tony couldn't help the smirk creeping into his voice. Yeah, well, genius, remember? Goku's eyes gleamed. Good. That means you'll last longer. Goku blurred forward faster than before, his muscles contracting, his tail whipping behind him for balance. Jarvis tracked the initial trajectory, predicting the same zigzag pattern from earlier, and Tony fired a repulsor blast to intercept, only for Goku to shift at the last second. Shang-Chi's training had kicked in. Instead of brute forcing his way forward, Goku moved like water, flowing around the blast, his body twisted midair in a way that defied physics. He planted one foot against a tree trunk, using the momentum to launch himself upward, flipping clearly over Iron Man's head. Tony barely had time to pivot before Goku landed behind him, his fingers clamping down on the armor's shoulder seams, the weak points Shang-Chi had taught him to exploit. Gotcha, Goku grinned. Then he heaved. Tony's world flipped upside down as Goku's raw strength overpowered the suit's current stabilizers. The ground rushed up to meet him. Crack. Boom. The impact cratered the earth, sending shockwaves through the forest floor. Dirt and debris exploded outward, leaves swirling in the sudden gust. Tony groaned inside the armor, his HUD flicking with damage reports as the force rattled his bones behind the armor. Goku landed lightly beside him, dusting off his hands. Huh, that actually worked. Tony wheezed, pushing himself up with one elbow. Okay, what was that? Goku's tail flicked. Kung Fu. Tony's helmet retracted, revealing a disbelieving smirk. You're telling me a feral monkey kid just judo flipped me with martial arts? Tony's HUD flickered with damage alerts. Servos strained. Repulsors at 78%. Minor plating fractures, but the suit was still combat ready. He pushed himself up, shaking off the dirt as Goku stood there with that infuriating, earnest grin. Software can't predict someone with a real flow in combat, the kid said, sounding way too pleased with himself. Tony groaned, rolling his shoulders to recalibrate the suit stabilizers. Spare me with the Karate Kid analogies, kid. Next you're going to tell me to find my center, or some other fortune cookie nonsense. Goku just tilted his head. I mean, yeah, that does help. No, Tony cut him off, repulsors winding back to full power. I don't want any Zen wisdom. I don't want to be like water. None of it. He fired up his thrusters, hovering just above the crater. I've had enough mystical martial arts crap from a certain young crocodile hunter with punk rock hair. Goku shrugged, tail flicking behind him. Suit yourself. But it is kind of funny. You build all this fancy tech just to get wrecked by a guy who was trained in the woods. Tony smirked as his thrusters roared to life, lifting him high above the tree line in a blaze of blue-white energy. The forest shrank beneath him, the wind whipping through his hair as he hovered just out of Goku's reach before the helmet went back onto his face. One thing I know for sure, kid, Tony called down, his voice laced with a smug triumph. Monkeys can't fly. Then he unleashed hell. Repulsor beams rained down like artillery fire, each blast carving craters into the earth and reducing ancient trees to splinters. Goku twisted and weaved, his reflexes pushed to the limit as explosions bracketed him on all sides. The ground trembled, the air itself vibrating with concussive force, forcing him into a desperate dance of evasion. Tony wasn't just firing randomly either. He was hurting him, cutting off escape routes with calculated precision. One blast forced Goku into a roll, another pinned him, against a rocky outcrop. The sheer volume of fire made it impossible to counterattack. Every time Goku tensed to leap, another repulsor strike forced him back. Jarvis, keep him boxed in, Tony ordered, circling like a hawk. Let's see how long those reflexes hold up. Goku's tail lashed in frustration as he ducked behind a shattered boulder. The rock vaporized seconds later. He needed to close the distance, but Tony wasn't giving him an opening. Then his foot slipped on loose soil. A millisecond of imbalance. Tony didn't miss it. The repulsor blast caught Goku square in the chest, hurling him through the air like a rag doll. He crashed through the branches, skidding across the dirt, before finally rolling to a stop with his chest heaving. Tony descended slightly, but still airborne, repulsor still humming. Had enough yet? Goku exhaled sharply, tasting blood and ozone in his mouth as he rolled behind a gnarled tree trunk. The forest around him was a war zone, smoldering craters, shattered timber, and the acrid stench of the impulsor's energy thick in the air. Tony's aerial assault had pushed him harder than anything since Wakanda, but the Savage Land had taught him one unshakable truth. The hunter always has the advantage in his own terrain. And with a feral grin, Goku melted into the brush. His footsteps became silent, his breathing shallow. The forest wasn't just cover, it was a weapon. He snapped a low-hanging branch, tossing it westward before slinking east. Tony's HUD pinged at the sound of repulsor swiveling. There, a blast obliterated the decoy, buying Goku some seconds. He moved like a shadow, using the canopy's dappled moonlight to mask his approach. When Tony hovered lower to scan the undergrowth, Goku struck, not from the front, but from below. His fist slammed upward through a rotted log, sending a spray of splinters into Tony's visor. The armor sensors flared, momentarily blinded. Jarvis, where? Goku was already gone, circling behind another tree. The forest breathed with him, its rustling leaves masking his steps. Tony spun, repulsors charging, but the jungle didn't betray its son. Now Iron Man was the one being hunted. Goku moved like a predator through the smoke-choked forest. His fingers split wood like they were claws, calloused from years of Savage Land combat, digging into bark as he vaulted over fallen trees. Repulsor blast scorched the earth behind him, but he didn't flinch. Instead, he used the chaos. With every near miss, he twisted, driving his elbow or his heel into the trunks of half-shattered oaks and pines. Wood groaned, fiber splintered, then cracked. A dozen severed logs tumbled into the undergrowth. Tony's HUD flickered, tracking the sudden debris. Kids playing lumberjack now all of a sudden, he muttered, firing at a blur of motion near a toppled cedar, but Goku was already doubling back. He snatched up the first log, thick as a barrel, and hurled it skyward like a javelin. Tony barely dodged, repulsor blasting it to splinters. Then another came, and another. Goku wasn't just throwing them, he was aiming, using the logs like artillery to herd Tony into a narrow airspace. Jarvis, recalculate evasion. Thunk. A log clipped his boost thruster, sending him into a spin. Goku seized the opening, hurling two more in rapid succession. Tony blasted the first, but the second grazed his shoulder plate, knocking him off balance. Goku grinned, tail lashing. The forest was his arsenal now. Every tree was ammunition, every dodge a setup. Tony's repulsors flared, vaporizing another log, but the splinter remains rained down like shrapnel, peppering his armor with glancing blows. The moment Tony's repulsor swiveled to intercept, Goku was already airborne. His muscles coiled up, his tail whipping behind him for balance as he launched off the forest floor with enough force to crater the earth beneath him. Bark and dirt exploded outward in his wake as he rocketed upward, a living missile aimed straight for Iron Man's glowing chest reactor. Tony's HUD screamed warnings, incoming impact in 0.2 seconds, but reflexes honed in 100 battles kicked in. He twisted mid-air, repulsors flaring, to pivot his torso aside, but Goku anticipated the dodge at the last possible instant. The Saiyan twisted his own body, tail lashing to adjust his trajectory like a rudder. His outstretched fingers grazed the edge of the arc reactor. Boom! Tony's repulsor blast connected with Goku's ribs at the same moment that Goku's palm struck the reactor. The dual impact sent shockwaves through both of them. Goku's ribs screamed as the concussive force nearly folded him in half. While Tony's armor sparked violently, systems overloading from the feedback surge. For a heartbeat, they hung suspended in the air, locked in the brutal stalemate of the force and will. Then, gravity reclaimed them. The battlefield fell eerily silent. Smoke curled from the scorched earth, the remnants of shattered trees still smoldering. The only sounds were the distant crackle of dying flames and the ragged breathing of the two warriors who were injured. Goku stood victorious, his chest bare, his shirt vaporized by the last repulsive blast, revealing a lattice work of scars earned from the savage lands and all his previous battles. His ribs ached, his skin burned, but his grip was unshakable. In his fist, he held Tony Stark by the neck, the Iron Man's armor systems flickering, its once gleaming surface now dull and sparking. The helmet's visor was cracked, revealing Tony's dazed expression. His face pale from the feedback surge that had short-circuited his arc reactor. Jarvis' voice cracked weakly through the damaged systems. Critical failure. Nanite repair systems are overwhelmed. Cardiac stabilizers are failing fast. Tony coughed, his vision swimming, his fingers twitched, but the suit refused to respond. The kid, no, this monster, hadn't just outmaneuvered him. He'd outlasted him. Goku's tail flicked behind him, his Saiyan blood singing with the thrill of battle. But there was no gloating in his eyes, just respect. You're tough, metal man, he admitted, loosening his grip, just enough to let Tony breathe. But you rely too much on that suit. Tony wheezed, his smirk weak but present. Kid, you just ripped out my heart. And you're giving me advice? Goku blinked. Then he glanced down. Oh. The arc reactor. Tony's artificial heart was in his hands, torn free from in the final clash. Goku's grip loosened as he glanced between the flicking arc reactor in his palm and Tony's ashen face. The man's breathing was ragged, his lips tinged blue. No suit, no power, just stubborn defiance glinting in his eyes even as death was creeping in. With a shrug, Goku tossed the reactor back to him. Here, you need this more than I do, clearly. Tony fumbled but caught it, slamming it back into his chest with a gasp. The armor system stuttered back online, nanites weaving repairs as color returned to his face. Jarvis' voice was the first thing he heard. Stabilizing. But I'd advise against further combat, sir. Tony coughed, glaring up at Goku. What? No finishing blow? Some assassin you are. Goku grinned, tail swaying. Nah, you weren't my target. He held up the ring of light glinting in the moonlight. But I am taking this. Boss's orders. Tony's smirk returned, weak but sharp. Lucky for you, I didn't bring the big guns. Mark 13 would have turned you into a grease stain. Goku barked a laugh. Sure, old man. Keep telling yourself that. He crouched, ready to leap away, but paused. Hey, next time, bring that fancy armor. We'll put that statement to the test. Tony opened his mouth to retort. Whoosh! Goku was gone, the trees rustling in his wake. Tony groaned, flipping onto his back. Jarvis, remind me to invent a monkey-proof repulsor. Noted, sir. Also, Miss Pats is calling. Tony groaned louder. Ugh. Goku bombed through the forest, the ring secured in his pocket. The fight had been good, better than he expected. Stark was clever, adaptable, and a true challenge. But as he ran, his mind drifted to the reactor's pulse beneath his fingers. That tech wasn't just metal. It was alive, kind of like the vibranium that T'Challa had, and like the Mandarin's rings. A grin split his face. Next time I'll break that fancy armor too. And with that, the Saiyan vanished into the night, hunger already stirring for the next battle. With the Ring of Light secured and his mission for the Mandarin complete, Goku found himself at a loose end. Electra was still in New York, tangled in whatever shadow games the hand had with Wilson Fisk. And if there was one thing Goku knew, it was that where Electra went, strong fighters weren't far behind. That's why they hired people like him and her. Hong Kong's neon glow faded behind him as he hitched a ride on a cargo ship bound for America. The voyage gave him time to think about Stark's armor, Shang-Chi's betrayal, the Mandarin's cold ambition. None of it really mattered as much as the thrill of the fight, but something nagged at him. The world was bigger than he'd realized, stronger, and if he wanted to keep testing his limits, he needed to seek out the best. New York's skyline loomed like a jagged fortress when he arrived. The air smelled of exhaust, sweat, and something else. Conflict. Electra's trail led to Hell's Kitchen, where whispers of a devil who prowled the rooftops had reached even the hand's ears. Goku's tail twitched. A devil who could take on the hand without flinching? Now that sounded like fun. He adjusted the line cloak over his shoulders, the golden mane catching the flicker of streetlights. Somewhere in the maze of steel and shadows, Electra was working. Somewhere, warriors waited. And Goku grinned. Time to hunt. So yeah, that'll be the end of episode 10, Goku vs. Iron Man. Hope you guys liked it. If you did, be sure to like, comment, subscribe, and share it to somebody, man. We going up. Peace. Alright, yeah, we back. Goku and Marvel episode 11, The Hunter's Shadow. Goku battles Venom suit Spider-Man. So let's get straight to it. The docks of Hell's Kitchen reeked of salt and rust. The distant hum of the city, a dull roar beneath the screech of gulls. Goku landed lightly on a warehouse rooftop, his lion cloak flaring behind him as he scanned the darkness. Electra stood at the edge, her crimson bandana stark against the midnight. She didn't turn as he approached, but her fingers flexed imperceptibly around the hilt of her sai. Miss me? You took your time. A beat of silence. Then Goku's tail twitched. Something was off. Electra was always cool like a viper, but tonight her tension was different, sharper. Goku tilted his head. What's wrong? Electra exhaled through her nose. Finally turning, moonlight caught the tightness that was in her jaw. Kraven's in the hospital. Goku froze. The words didn't compute at first. Kraven, the man who'd wrestled T-Rexes barehanded, who taught him the ways of the hunt, wasn't just hurt, he was downed? Goku's voice low. Who? Electra's gaze didn't waver. I don't know. A snarl ripped from Goku's throat before he could stop it. His fists clenched, fingernails biting into his palms. The one who'd known Kraven was his mentor. He'd always known that Kraven was his mentor, and he never thought that he would fall this soon. Goku growled. So where is he? Where's the attacker? And where is Kraven? Then we transition. The private clinics stank of antiseptic and blood. Goku's boots echoed too loudly against the sterile tiles as he stormed down the hallway. Electra, a silent shadow behind him. The doctors, men with hard eyes and no questions, stepped aside as he shoved open the door to Kraven's room. And there he was. The mighty Sergei Kravenov, the man who had once wrestled savage land predators with his bare hands, lay motionless beneath crisp white sheets. His skin was shallow, his breathing shallow. Tubes snaked from his arms, machines beeping in steady mocking rhythm. His once proud mane of hair was matted with sweat. His body was wrapped in bandages that did little to hide the damage beneath. Goku's tail went rigid. His fist trembled. Kraven's eyes were dim but still sharp, flickered open at the sound of his approach. A weak smirk tugged at his cracked lips. Dimitri, you've grown. Goku's throat tightened. He hadn't heard him call him that name in years. He stepped forward, fingers curling into the sheets. Who did this to you? Goku's tail lashed behind him. His muscles coiled like springs as he stared at Kraven. His mentor, the man who had once laughed off a triceratops goring. Now he lay broken, his breathing labored, his body wrapped in bandages that were soaked with antiseptic and stained by old blood. The machines beeped in a steady mocking rhythm, a sound Goku had never associated with the indomitable Kraven before. Kraven coughed, his voice ragged but still laced with that old arrogant fire. You should have seen him, Dimitri. Like a shadow, given teeth. His fingers twitched as if reliving the fight. I fought the spider before, always a nuisance, always predictable, but this time, his jaw tightened. This time the suit was different. It wasn't just cloth. It moved. It breathed even. Goku's eyes narrowed. Breathed. Kraven's chuckle turned into a wheeze. Like living tar. Wrapped around him like a second skin. Stronger than steel, faster than anything I've faced. His fingers clenched weakly. It knew my moves before I made them. Adapted even. Grew claws when it needed to. Strangled me when I got too close. Goku's fist tightened. Where is this creature now? Kraven exhaled, his gaze drifting to the ceiling. Queens, New York. But Dimitri, his voice dropped to a whisper, this isn't just a man you face anymore. It's something else. Something hungry and alien even. Goku's lips curled into a snarl. Goku brushed past Electra, his tail lashing like a whip behind him. The air between them crackled with tension. His knuckles were white around the hilt of Kraven's old hunting knife, the one he'd gifted him years ago, its blade still sharp, enough to slit a raptor's throat even. Electra's hand snapped out, fingers clamping around his wrist. Her grip was iron, but Goku didn't flinch. Stop. Think for once. Goku didn't turn. His voice was low, a growl simmering beneath the surface. I am. You're walking into a war you don't understand. Kraven lost. What makes you think Kraven is an old man? A beat of silence. Electra's grip loosened slightly, surprise flickering across her face at that statement. Goku finally turned to her, his eyes burning with something feral. Look, Kraven's strong, but he's human. I'm not. I don't know what I am, but I know I'm not human. He tapped his chest, where the scars of 100 battles mapped his skin. This thing, this shadow that beat him, it's strong, fast, and adapts. His lips peeled back into a sinister grin that held no warmth. That's good. That means it'll put up a great fight. Electra studied him, the way his muscles coiled, the way his tail twitched. With barely restrained energy, she'd seen him like this before, but never this focused. Electra scoffed. Fine. Get yourself killed then. Goku smirked at that. Won't be me. And with that, he vanished into the night, the hunt already singing in his blood. The wind howled past Peter Parker's ears as he swung through the steel canyons of New York, the black tendrils of his suit stretching and reforming with every effortless lunge. The symbiote clung to him like a second skin, humming with power, its alien thoughts whispering in the back of his mind. We are faster. We are stronger. We are unstoppable. Peter grinned beneath the mask, his movements sharper, his reflexes beyond human. The city sprawled beneath him, a playground where he was no longer just a friendly neighborhood Spider-Man. He was something more. Something villains should fear. Remember Kraven, the suit murmured, its voice slick and satisfied. The hunter who thought he could break you. Now he's broken instead. Peter's fist clenched. The memory of their battle flashed within his mind. Kraven's traps, his knives, his mocking laughter. But this time Peter hadn't held back. The symbiote even amplified him. He dodged shots before they were fired, crushed Kraven's weapons in his grip, and when the hunter had lunged for a final strike, you tore him apart. Peter's grin faltered for a split second behind his mask. No, I stopped before. A police scanner cracked in his ear, cutting off the thought. All units. Rhino spotted at First National Bank. Hostages inside. Peter's head snapped toward downtown, his lenses narrowing. The symbiote pulsed eagerly. Another predator, another victory. With a flick of his wrist, he launched himself into a dizzying arc, the suit's ink tendrils flaring behind him like a living shadow. Let's show them what happens when you mess with Spider-Man. And Spider-Man's city. The city blurred beneath him, but for the first time Peter didn't feel the thrill of the swing, just the hunger for the fight that awaited ahead. And somewhere in Queens, a Saiyan's tail was twitching as well. The bank's marble walls exploded inward as Rhino barreled through, his armored hide scattering debris like confetti. Sacks of cash in one fist. He barely had time to grin before his instincts screamed, danger. There, perched atop the shattered pillar, was Spider-Man, but not the Spider-Man he knew. This one was clad in an inky black suit that clung to every muscle like a liquid shadow. The white spider emblem stretched unnaturally across his chest. The lenses of his mask were larger, sharper, almost predatory, and the voice, Hey, Alexi. Spider-Man's tone was a far cry from the usual quips. It was low, smooth, laced with something that made Rhino's spine prickle. You know it's sad what I'm about to put down an endangered species. A beat. The symbiote's tendrils writhed along Spider-Man's arms, forming jagged claws for a split second before melting back into smooth darkness. Rhino had fought Spider-Man a dozen times. He'd been mocked, webbed up, and even outsmarted, but he'd never felt like prey until now. Spider-Man tilted his head. You ain't, Rhino took a stance. You ain't scary. Spider-Man tilted his head. Funny. Kraven thought the same thing. The name hit Rhino like a freight train. Kraven the Hunter, who'd once took the Rhino down once before. Rumors said Spider-Man had put him in the ICU. The symbiote's laugh echoed in Peter's skull as Rhino's fingers tightened around the money bag. Scared now? Spider-Man whispered. The moment Rhino tensed, a blur of gold and black dropped from the shattered ceiling like a meteor. Goku's tail whipped behind him for balance as he landed between the two, his feet barely making a sound on the marble floor. Before Rhino's sluggish brain could process the intrusion, Goku's fingers darted forward, not with brute force but with lethal precision. Shang-Chi had drilled it into him. His knuckles drove into the pressure point just below Rhino's jaw, where Kraven had once taught him the thickest armor couldn't shield the nerves that were beneath in this area. Crack! Rhino's eyes rolled back, his massive frame swayed like a felled tree, the sack of cash slipping from his grip as he collapsed, face first into the rubble. Dust plumed around him and the impact shook the floor. Goku didn't even glance at the unconscious brute that was before him. His gaze was locked onto the figure in black, his tail flicked with anticipation. Spider-Man's lenses widened just slightly. Behind the mask, the symbiote's surface rippled, tendrils coiling like serpents ready to strike. Who the hell are you? Peter's voice was darker, rougher, the suit's influence thickening his words. Goku cracked his knuckles, grinning. I am the son of the Hunter. Spider-Man's lenses narrowed as he studied the strange, wild-haired teenager standing between him and the unconscious Rhino, the kid who couldn't have been older than 16 years old. And he had a tail, an actual twitching monkey-like tail, and the way he moved, it was very fast, too precise, like a predator that was sizing up his prey. Peter's lips curled beneath the mask, the symbiote pulsed against his skin, whispering in his ear, arrogant, weak, crush him. Peter's lips curled beneath the mask. Let me guess, Spider-Man drawled, tilting his head with a mocking tilt that wasn't entirely his own. Fanboy moment. Saw me on the news and just had to jump in. He flexed his fingers, the symbiote's inky tendrils slithering around his wrists like living shackles. Well, sorry to break it to you, kid, but I don't need a sidekick, especially not one dressed like Tarzan's reject. Goku didn't rise to the taunt. His grin didn't waver, but his eyes were sharp, calculating even, locked onto Peter's with an intensity that made the symbiote's surface ripple uneasily. I didn't do it to help you, Goku said, rolling his shoulders. I just didn't want any distractions. He took a step forward, his tail flicking behind him like a whip. You took down Kraven. That means you're strong. Peter blinked. Kraven? That's what this was about? The Hunter had been a nuisance, sure, but beating him hadn't been that much of a challenge, not with the symbiote amplifying his strength, his reflexes, and his anger. Yeah, well, join the club, Spider-Man scoffed, shifting into a loose, ready stance. The symbiote's claws formed and dissolved at his fingertips restlessly. There are plenty of guys stronger than Kraven in my city. Difference is they know better than to pick fights with me. Goku's grin widened. Good. Then this shouldn't be boring. Spider-Man didn't wait for another word. His body moved. Before his mind even registered the decision. The symbiote surged like with his momentum, amplifying his speed in a blur of inky black as his legs snapped forward in a vicious roundhouse kick. The air itself seemed to scream as his foot rocketed towards Goku's head, fast enough to shatter concrete. Goku's eyes widened fast. This guy was faster than Stark's repulsors, faster than Shang-Chi's pressure point strikes. His instincts screamed, and his body reacted before thought could catch up. He ducked, feeling the displaced air ruffle his wild hair as Spider-Man's heel whistled just inches above his scalp. The force of the near miss sent a shockwave through the ruined bank, crackling the marble floors beneath them. Goku twisted mid-crouch, tail lashing for balance as he countered with a sweeping kick aimed at Spider-Man's ankles. But the black suit vigilante was already gone, launching himself backward with unnatural agility, flipping mid-air to perch on a broken pillar like a nightmare was given form. The symbiote's surface rippled, its white spider emblem stretching grotesquely as Peter tilted his head. "Not bad," he mused, his voice dripping with condescension. Spider-Man's lenses flared, though. They flared wide as Goku's counterattack came faster than he expected. A brutal straight punch aimed straight for his ribs. Even with the symbiote's enhanced reflexes, Peter barely had time to react. His spider senses screamed in the back of his skull, a split-second warning that sent his body twisting sideways. Goku's fist grazed the inky black suit, the sheer force of the near miss sending a ripple through the symbiote's surface like water struck by stone. The air pressure alone made Peter's ears pop. "Danger," the symbiote hissed, his voice a guttural growl in his mind. "This one is not human." Peter flipped backward, putting distance between them, but Goku was already adjusting, his tail whipping behind him for balance as he pivoted on one foot, his other leg snapping out in a lightning-fast sidekick. Spider-Man barely arched back in time, feeling the displaced wind from the kick brush against his chest. Goku's eyes widened as the inky black tendrils erupted from Spider-Man's body like living whips. Too fast, too fluid. One moment he was mid-kick momentum carrying him forward. The next, the symbiote's slick muscular coils wrapped around his torso, his arms, his legs, constricting with terrifying force. The pressure was immense, like being crushed in the grip of a savage land anaconda. Only this creature moved with even more unnatural precision. Goku grunted, muscles straining against the alien bonds, but the more he struggled, the tighter the symbiote squeezed. His ribs creaked under the pressure, his breath came in sharp, ragged bursts. The tendrils pulsed, warm and unsettlingly alive, their surface shifting like liquid metal hardening into steel cables of blackness. Spider-Man loomed closer, his white lenses narrowing in cold amusement. "Yeah, that's the thing about this suit," he mused, voice dripping with dark satisfaction. "It has some reach." Goku's tail lashed uselessly, pinned against his thigh. His Saiyan instinct screamed. This wasn't just strength or speed. This thing thought. It learned. Then the symbiote yanked him off his feet and slammed him, spine first, into the marble floor, hard enough to crater it. Dust plumed around him, and his vision began to swim. Goku's breath came in ragged gasps as the symbiote's tendrils coiled tighter around him, their grip like living steel. His muscles burned with strain, resisting. Every flex, every twist only made the black bonds constrict further. The more he struggled, the more the alien substance seemed to learn, adjusting to his movements, to counter his movements. His tail thrashed uselessly against his thigh, and it was pinned in place as well. Spider-Man loomed over him, his white lenses narrowing with smug satisfaction. The symbiote's surface rippled, in its inky darkness swallowing the dim light of the ruined bank. Goku's mind raced, torn between frustration and something else. Fascination. This wasn't just a fighter, this was something new. "Don't worry, Curious George," Spider-Man taunted, his voice dripping with condescension. "I'll give you a hand." Before Goku could retort, Spider-Man's fist, wrapped in the symbiote's grotesque clawed mass, slammed into his face. Crack! The impact was like a freight train. Goku's head snapped back. His vision exploded into white stars. The force rippled him free from the tendril's grasp, sending him hurtling backward like a rag doll. Glass shattered as he crushed through the bank's already broken windows, his body tearing through the air before smashing into the facade of a vacant office building across the street. Boom! Bricks crumbled, dust billowed. Goku tumbled through the cubicles and drywall before finally skidding to a stop in a heap of debris. His ears rang, his face throbbed, and his lips tasted like copper. But his grin, it only widened. "Okay," he coughed, shaking off the rubble. "Now we're talking." Goku spat up a glob of blood onto the shattered floor, his grin never wavering even as his split lips stung. The taste of copper was familiar. Kraven had taught him to savor it, to let the pain sharpen his focus. His finger moved to the clasp of his lion's mane cloak, the golden brown fur matted with dust and debris from the fight. With a sharp flick, he unclasped it, letting the heavy pelt slide from his shoulders and pull at his feet. The moment it hit the ground, his muscles coiled, his stance shifting into something lower, deadlier. Across the ruined office, Spider-Man stepped through the gaping hole in the wall, his black suit rippling like with the same liquid shadow as before. Under the flickering fluorescent lights, the symbiote's white spider emblem stretched unnaturally with each step, its surface pulsing as if alive. Peter's lenses narrowed, taking in the sight. Goku in his animal shirt and pants only now, his tail flicking behind him like a metronome, counting down to violence. "You're still standing," Spider-Man mused, his voice laced with symbiote's guttural undertone. "I guess I'll have to fix that." Goku rolled his shoulders, cracking his neck. "You talk too much." His eyes locked onto Spider-Man's every twitch, every shift in weight. This wasn't just another brawl. That suit, it moved on its own. It learned, and if Kraven, the greatest hunter he'd ever known, had fallen to it, then he wouldn't hold back here. The air between them grew heavy, charged. Somewhere around them, a broken pipe hissed steam. Then Goku's eyes narrowed as he circled Spider-Man, his boots crunching over broken glass and debris. Every step was calculated, his muscles tight, his tail twitching behind him as he searched for an opening. A tail, a hesitation, anything, but Spider-Man didn't move like any opponent he's faced before. There was no wasted motion, no predictable rhythm. The symbiote clung to him like a second skin, its surface rippling with eerie sentience, shifting subtly in response to Goku's own movements. Then, whip. A tendril lashed out from Spider-Man's shoulder without warning, razor sharp and faster than a bullet. Goku barely jerked his head aside in time, feeling the air part as the black spike grazed his cheek, drawing a thin line of blood. He barely had time to register the sting before another shot from Spider-Man's hip, then another from his calf, each strike precise and angles unpredictable. Goku flipped backward, his tail whipping for balance as he dodged and weaved, but the symbiote adapted in real time. The tendrils didn't just attack, they herded him and they cut off escape routes, forcing him into tighter spaces where it was harder for him to dodge the assault. Spider-Man didn't even need to move. The suit reacted to Goku's intentions before he fully committed to them, as if it could see the fight unfolding before it even happened. Goku's teeth gritted. It was like fighting two enemies at once. A tendril wrapped around his ankle mid-dodge. Yank! And the ground rushed up to meet him as he hit the ground. Goku's ribs screamed as Spider-Man's tendril whipped him off his feet, slamming him back first into the ground again, hard enough to crater the floor. Dust and debris exploded upward, his vision swimming, but pain had long since stopped being a deterrent. It was fuel. As the symbiote reeled him in like a fish on a line, Goku's fingers snapped out, clamping around the thick black tendril with a grip that could crush bone. Spider-Man's lenses flared in surprise. No one had ever grabbed a symbiote mid-strike before. "Your turn," Goku growled, and with a roar he twisted his entire body, muscles streaming as he heaved Spider-Man off his feet. The symbiote's connection became its downfall. Spider-Man had no time to retract the tendril, before Goku's savage yank sent him hurtling upward like a rag doll. Crack! Spider-Man tore through the ceiling drywall and bricks shattering in his wake. Sunlight steamed through a new hole as Goku crouched, his tail lashing once. Then he launched himself upward in pursuit, kicking off so hard the floor beneath him cracked. Goku burst through the shattered ceiling, his boots skidding across the rooftop's gravel as he scanned the skyline. Then movement. High above, perched atop a radio tower like a monstrous gargoyle, Spider-Man loomed, the symbiote's inky surface pulsed in the sunlight, its white spider emblem stretched unnaturally across his chest, his lenses narrowed, his voice dripping with disdain as he called down, "Give it up, Tarzan. You're out of your league." Goku's tail flicked behind him, his muscles coiled. "I think we're just getting started." Spider-Man tilted his head, the symbiote's tendrils slithering around his arms like living serpents. That's the thing. You don't get it, do you? My entire suit? It is a weapon. It's alive. It thinks. It adapts. He flexed his fingers. And the black mass reshaped into jagged claws. Every second we fight, it's learning from you. Your moves, your tells, your weak spots. A flicker of doubt crossed Goku's face. He'd fought smart opponents before. T'Challa, Stark. But this was different. The symbiote wasn't just predicting him. It was evolving in real time. Spider-Man crouched, his voice dropping to a guttural growl. You threw a few good punches. Congrats. But from here, the symbiote surged, encasing his fists, grotesque spiked gauntlets. I'm going to stop holding back. The symbiote's taunts echoed in Goku's ears, but his mind flashed back to Wakanda, to T'Challa's wise words as they sparred beneath the golden sunrise. You are not normal, Dimitri, the Black Panther had said, his vibranium claws retracting as Goku lay panting in the dirt. So do not pretend to be. Goku had scowled, wiping blood from his lip. What's that supposed to mean? T'Challa's gaze was unyielding. You fight like a regular man, but you are not one. Your body is not regular. It may not even be human. Your instincts are definitely inhuman. Yet you limit yourself to human techniques. He gestured to his own suit. I do not brawl like a common thug. My suit is an extension of my will. Your body is also unique in that way. Stop holding back. Goku had frowned, but Kraven taught me. Kraven trained a hunter. T'Challa interrupted. I'm training a warrior. Now again, move like a panther. Make your body your suit. The memory sharpened into clarity as Goku stared up at Spider-Man, the symbiote's inky tendrils writhing with predatory hunger. Stop holding back. A slow grin spread across Goku's face. Spider-Man's lenses narrowed. And what's so funny? Goku cracked his neck, rolling his shoulders as his muscles tensed, now strained both with anticipation. You're right, he admitted, his voice dropping into a something feral. I've been fighting like a regular human this whole time. The air around Goku crackled. A white-hot aura erupted from his body, swirling like a miniature storm. Pebbles and debris lifted off the rooftop, caught in the sudden vortex of wind. His wild hair stood on end, charged with an energy he didn't even fully understand yet. Only that it burned within his veins, begging to be unleashed. Spider-Man's spider sense screamed. His lenses flared wide as every hair on his body stood up. The symbiote recoiled, its surface rippling in agitation. Danger! It hissed, its voice a guttural snarl in Peter's mind. This one is different. Goku grinned, his teeth bared in a feral snarl. You said your whole body's a weapon. His muscles bulged, veins standing out like cables under his skin. The aura around him pulsed raw and untamed. If your body's a weapon, then I'll make mine the armor. And then, boom! The rooftop shattered beneath Goku's feet as he launched himself forward, faster than before, faster than thought. Spider-Man was barely able. He barely had time to react before Goku was there, fist drawn back, the air itself screaming across his knuckles. The symbiote reacted instantly. Black tendrils surged forward like a storm of spears, each one razor sharp and faster than bullets. But this time, they didn't connect. Goku's blazing aura flared brighter as the tendril struck it, and recoiled violently, as if hitting an invisible force field. The symbiote shrieked, its inky surface writhing in pain, tendrils smoking where they touched the searing energy. Spider-Man's lenses flared wide behind the mask. His spider sense screamed, a split second too late. What the? Goku's fist plowed through the remaining defenses like a meteor. Spider-Man barely managed to cross his arms in time, the symbiote thickening into a dense shield over his forearms. Crack! Boom! The impact sent Spider-Man hurtling backward, his body carving a trench through the rooftop as he skidded. The symbiote groaned, its shield splintering under the force, black droplets spraying out like ink. Peter gasped, his arms numb, the suit's pain whispers filling his skull. Impact exceeds my parameters. Cellular damage detected. We must adapt. We must adapt. Goku landed lightly, his aura flickering. like a living flame. His tail lashed behind him, his grin sharp as a blade. "Let's see you learn from that," he taunted. Spider-Man pushed himself up, the symbiote's surface bubbling as it struggled to reform itself. For the first time since bonding, Peter began to feel doubt. The symbiote's thoughts churned into frenzy. Adapt, reassess, survive. But Goku gave it no time to strategize. The moment Spider-Man's boots scraped backward from the last blow, the Saiyan was already moving forward. His aura flared like a comet as he closed the distance in a single explosive stride. Spider-Man's spider senses shrieked, a warning, but his body couldn't keep up. Goku's forehead snapped forward like a battering ram, cracking squarely between the lenses of the black mask. Crunch! The impact reverberated through both of them. Spider-Man's head snapped back, the symbiote's surface rippling like disturbed ink. Disturbed ink as the force rattled Peter's skull. His vision swimming. White stars bursting behind his eyelids, the symbiote screeched in his mind, its cohesion flickering for a split second. The mask retracted involuntarily, revealing Peter's dazed, bloody face as he flew backwards. Spider-Man's body tumbled through the air like a rag doll. The symbiote's inky tendrils flaring wildly as it struggled to regain control of its environment. The wind howled in his ears, the ground rushing up to meet him until, with a bone-jarring crash, he slammed onto the hood of a speeding semi-truck, crossing the Williamsburg Bridge. Metal crumpled beneath him, the windshield exploding into a spiderweb of cracks as the vehicle swerved violently. Horns blared, tires screeched, and traffic snarled to a halt at the oncoming chaos. Goku landed moments later, his boots striking the asphalt with a thud that sent cracks spiderwebbing outward. His aura, a blazing white-hot corona of raw energy, flickered around him like a living storm, casting jagged shadows across the bridge. His tail lashed behind him, his muscles contracted. Every exhale steaming in the cold air. Cars skidded to avoid him, drivers shouted in panic, but his gaze never wavered from the wreckage ahead. Spider-Man groaned, pushing himself up from the ruined truck hood. The symbiote slithered across his body, stitching together tears in its inky flesh, but its movements were sluggish now, even slightly uncertain. Peter's mask had covered his face back up by the time he hit that truck. His eyes looked onto Goku's glowing silhouette. "You. What are you?" Peter spat, wiping his mouth. The symbiote pulsed around him, his voice a guttural growl in his mind. "Not human. Not like us. Danger." Goku grinned, cracking his knuckles. The aura around him flared brighter, humming with untamed power. "I guess your suit's not the only body that's full of surprises." The bridge trembled beneath them as engines revved, bystanders screamed, and two titans prepared to clash again. The bridge trembled as the two warriors lunged at each other. Goku was a blazing comet of raw energy, and Spider-Man a living shadow of inky tendrils. Peter's mind raced even as his body moved, the symbiote feeding him tactical data in milliseconds. Direct attacks had failed. Goku's aura repelled the tendrils like fire against oil, but brute force alone wasn't the answer. And at the last possible second, Spider-Man twisted. The symbiote's tendrils lashed out, not to strike, but to coil around Goku's torso and limbs, binding him mid-air like a puppet that was on strings. At the same time, Peter's fist rocketed forward, aiming to exploit the split-second immobilization. Goku's eyes widened. Clever. His muscles bulged, veins standing out like cables as he wrenched one arm free with a snarl. The symbiote's grip held firm everywhere else, but one arm was all he needed. Their fists crossed paths. Peter's knuckles grazed Goku's cheekbone. At the same moment, Goku's punch slammed squarely into Spider-Man's jaw. Crack! The difference was night and day. Peter's punch was sharp, precise, the symbiote's strength behind it, but Goku's strike carried the full weight of his Saiyan physiology, amplified by the searing energy of his awakened aura. Spider-Man's head snapped back violently, the symbiote's mass distorting under the impact. The tendrils binding Goku's recoiled instinctively, their cohesion shattered by the feedback of Peter's pain. The black-suited hero hurtled backward, skidding across the bridge's asphalt like a stone across water, trailing sparks of inky black droplets. Goku touched his stinging cheek, licking the blood from his split lip. His grin returned sharper than ever. Now that was a real hit. The symbiote's voice was a guttural snarl in Peter's mind. Its rage was boiling over. Hurt him. Break him. Make him kneel. Spider-Man's fingers twitched, tendrils of living darkness lashing out like whips, but not at Goku. Instead, they coiled around the nearest abandoned cars, their metallic frames groaning under the symbiote's monstrous strength. With a roar, Peter heaved, hurling the vehicles one after another like cannonballs. Goku's eyes tracked the first car, a yellow taxi hurtling toward him. His aura flared, raw energy crackling around his forearm as he swung. Shink! His key-charged arm sliced through the taxi like a blade through paper. The severed halves erupted into a fireball behind him, the shockwave rippling through his wild hair, and he didn't even flinch. The second car was a delivery van. Followed instantly, Goku pivoted, driving his elbow into its grill. The van folded around the impact before detonating shrapnel, pelting his bare arms harmlessly. The third car from above, Spider-Man had leaped, using the symbiote's tendrils to slam it downward like a hammer. Goku crossed his arms, key surging into a makeshift shield. Boom! The explosion swallowed him whole, flames licking at his silhouette. For a heartbeat, Spider-Man hovered, panting, until the smoke parted. Goku stood unscathed, his aura a blazing corona steel. His grin was feral, his eyes lit with battle lust. The bridge was a war zone. People had abandoned their vehicles. Flames licked at twisted metal. Smoke choked the air. Screams of panicked civilians drowning beneath the battle that was above. Goku's fists were still clenched, his aura a crackling storm of energy. As he locked eyes with Spider-Man, the thrill of the fight was singing into his veins. Then a sound cut through the chaos. A child's cry. His head snapped toward the source. A little girl no older than 5 crouched beside an overturned gas truck. Its ruptured tank spewing fuel. Flames from the wreckage crept closer, the heat already warping the air. The girl was frozen in terror, her tiny hands pressed over her ears, her sobs lost in the roar of the inferno. But Goku heard it. Goku's breath hitched as he remembered his mentor's words. Protect the young, Dimitri, Kraven's voice echoed in his mind, sharp as a blade. For they are the future. They carry the potential to surpass even us. The word struck deeper than any punch. Spider-Man lunged, then stopped, his lenses widening as Goku moved backward. In a flash of white light, the sand crossed the distance, his body shielding the girl just as the flames reached the fuel. Boom! The explosion swallowed them whole. When the smoke cleared, Goku knelt in the crater with his back scorched, his arms wrapped tightly around the trembling child. His aura had dulled because he used it to protect the girl instead of himself. His muscles screaming from the blast, but the girl was unharmed. Spider-Man stood frozen, the symbiote's aggression faltering at the chaos. The explosion's roar faded into ringing silence as Peter Parker stared at the scene before him. Goku, battered and scorched, cradling the sobbing girl that was in his arms. The Saiyan's aura flickered weakly, his back blackened from taking a full force of the blast. The child's tiny fingers clutched his torn shirt, her tear-streaked face buried against his chest, safe and alive because of him. The realization hit Peter like a freight train. His breath came in ragged gasps, the symbiote's whispers turning shrill in his skull. Kill him. Crush him. He's weak. Now. But the voice sounded distant, warped like static over a dying radio. His lenses flickered, the suit's grip on his mind slipping as another sound cut through the haze. The girl's whimper. I didn't. Peter's hands trembled. The bridge was a hellscape of his making. Twisted metal spreading fire. The innocent people were fleeing. He had done this. Not the suit. The symbiote had fed his rage, but the choices were his own. Then heat. A wall of flames surged from the ruptured gas truck. licking close to where he stood. The symbiote recoiled instinctively, its surface bubbling at the edges. No. Fire. Weakness. Retreat. Peter's jaw clenched. He knew what he had to do. With a roar, he lunged into the inferno. The symbiote shrieked as the flames seared its inky flesh tendrils, flailing like dying serpents. Peter gritted his teeth against the agony, his own skin blistering as he clawed at the suit's edges. Get off! He ripped at the mask, the black ooze resisting him, fighting him, but the pain was clarity. The fire burned away the lies, the anger, and the hunger. Molten tendrils snapped free, sloughing off his body like scorched tar. The last of the symbiote's grip tore loose, with a final ear-piercing screech, its remnants writhing as they retreated into the shadows of the bridge's underbelly. Peter collapsed onto his knees, his homemade red and blue suit exposed beneath its patches of burned symbiote. His hands shook, his vision swam, but for the first time in weeks, his mind was his own. Across the wreckage, Goku watched, his glowing eyes narrowing. The girl in his arms thanked him and then ran to her mother, and the woman's voice was in the distance, said, Riri, are you okay? But Goku looked to face the now freed Peter Parker, letting them get it back into their car. Goku blinked, his glow aura flickered out as he stared at the man who took his mask off to reveal to him Peter Parker. The guy looked exhausted, bruised, burned, but his eyes were clear for the first time since the fight began, and he was thanking him? You saved her, Peter rasped, wiping soot from his face. His voice was raw, but there was something lighter in it now, like a weight had been lifted. I was so wrapped up in that thing and proving I was the strongest that I didn't even see. He glanced at the fleeing civilians, the firefighters already rushing in. His throat tightened. You reminded me what a real hero looks like. Goku tilted his head, tail twitching behind him. Hero? He barked a laugh, rolling his shoulders. Nah, I just didn't want some kid to get crispy before ever getting to see her full potential. He jabbed a finger at Spider-Man's chest. You're the one who's supposed to be the hero, right? You sure are dressed like one. Electra tells me you guys like to wear costumes and stuff. Peter was surprised by the mindset of this guy who wasn't that younger than himself. Before responding, that suit, I let it twist me into something else. He met Goku's gaze, a spark of his old humor returning. Guess I owe you for snapping me out of it, even if you did rearrange my face in the process. Goku grinned, cracking his knuckles. You'll heal. And hey, now that you're not all goo covered, we can have a rematch someday. Peter groaned, but he was smiling. Yeah, no thanks. Next time I'm sticking to punching guys that dress up in Rhino costumes. As sirens wailed in the distance, Goku turned to leave. Goku smirked, his tail flicking behind him as he turned to leave. Spider-Man's voice stopped him. You might not think you're a hero, Peter called out, wiping blood from his split lip, but you just earned yourself a friend. Goku paused, glancing over his shoulder. The word friend sat strangely in his mind. Kraven had been his mentor / guardian. Electra was a partner in arms. T'Challa was his teacher. But a friend? I guess Jubilee was a friend. But she never said it explicitly. So that was something new. Someone who didn't just respect his strength or fear his instincts, but who thanked him for something beyond battle. He grinned, sharp and feral. Huh. Guess that means I get a friendly rematch next time. Peter groaned, but there was a lightness to it now. A relief that hadn't been there before. Yeah, just give me a week to recover at least. First. With the final wave, Goku leaped off the bridge, the wind whipping past him as he vanished into the city skyline. Peter watched him go, his mind still reeling. The kid, no, Kraven, was an enigma. Brutal, wild, but with a code underneath it all. He'd come from vengeance, but in the end he'd saved more people than Peter had that night. As the first responders arrived, Peter tugged at his torn mask back on, his body aching but his spirit lighter. The symbiote was gone, the fight was over, and somewhere out there that man with the lion's cloak was already hunting his next challenge. And Peter began to help the responders clean up the mess. Peter couldn't help but smile while doing it. See you around, Kravenov. And that'll be the end of that episode. Hope you guys liked it. Wow, it's 44 minutes. Anyways, like, share, and subscribe. Till the next one. Peace. Alright, Goku and Marvel, episode 12. Goku meets a young Iron Fist. Let's get to it. Goku pushed open the door to Kraven's hospital room. The scent of medicine and old blood thickened the air. The once mighty hunter lay propped up in his bed, his body still wrapped in bandages, but his eyes were sharp as ever. They locked onto Dimitri the moment he entered. You returned victorious, Kraven rasped, his voice rough but proud. A slow smirk tugged at his cracked lips as he took in Goku's singed clothes, the fresh bruises, the lingering heat of battle still radiating off of him. I felt the tremors of your fight even here. But I'm assuming the spider is alive then. Goku shrugged, tail flicked behind him. Yeah, but he's not the same guy who put you here. That black suit that was on him is gone. Kraven exhaled through his nose, a mix of frustration and grudging respect. So you did not kill him? Nah, Goku grinned. Turns out he's not so bad once you scrape the evil goo off. Plus, I always let strong opponents live. To his surprise, Kraven chuckled, a deep rumbling sound that evolved into a cough. When he recovered, his gaze was appraising. You have grown, Dimitri. Not just in strength, but in judgment. He leaned forward slightly, wincing at the movement. Tell me, have you earned yourself a name yet? Goku blinked. A name? Kraven's smirk returned. A hunter is not truly a hunter until he is named by his deeds, Dimitri. Dimitri is the title of the wild child of the Savage Lands. What do they call you now? Goku scratched his head. Usually crazy or monkey kid mostly. Kraven barked, a laugh, then groaned, clutching his ribs. Then it is not yet time. Reaching beside his bed, he lifted a gourd, worn, ancient, its surface etched with symbols. Take this. Calypso's elixir. Goku took it, the weight familiar within his hands. Yeah, thanks, old man. Kraven's eyes gleamed. Go. The world has more prey to test you, and when you are ready, the name will come. Goku nodded, securing the gourd at his hip before exiting. Goku stepped out of Kraven's hospital room, the weight of the old hunter's words still settling in. And leaning against the opposite of a wall was Electra with her arms crossed and her expression unreadable. Her crimson bandana was a slash of color against the white walls, her dark eyes tracking him with her usual sharpness. You're still in one piece, she remarked, pushing off the wall. Her tone was flat, but there was something beneath it, relief maybe, though she'd never admit that. I half expected to find you in the morgue. Goku grinned, tail flicking behind him. Ah, you would have cried over me, huh? Electra rolled her eyes. Don't flatter yourself. Dead partners are bad for business. But the corner of her mouth twitched into almost a smile. Goku stretched, cracking his neck. So what's next? You still sticking around here? Electra nodded. Yes, Kingpin's war isn't over. The hand has obligations. Her gaze flicked to the door behind him, where Kraven lay. So what about you? Figured I'd take a vacation, Goku said, shrugging. See the world, fight some strong guys, the usual. Electra exhaled through her nose, then reached behind her back with a fluid motion. She produced a familiar collapsible staff, Shuri's power pole, its vibranium surface gleaming, even in the dull hospital light. Goku's eyes lit up. Hey, I thought I lost that in Canada. You did, Electra said dryly. Our scouts retrieved it. Consider it a parting gift. She tossed it to him, and he caught it in midair, spinning it with practiced ease. Goku smirked. I guess I owe you one. Electra turned to leave. Just try not to lose it again. And try not to lose your head either. Goku chuckled, securing the power pole on his back. Yeah, no promises on either. As Electra disappeared down the hall, he adjusted his lion cloak, already itching for the next fight that was to come. The world was wide, and the strong were waiting. Goku leaned back in his first-class seat, the hum of the jet's engines a dull roar beneath him. The plush leather, the endless trays of food, the flight attendants who kept eyeing his tail with poorly hidden curiosity, but none of it mattered as much as the destination ahead. Shang-Chi's words echoed in his mind. In the mountains of Tibet, There are legends of warriors who channel the energy of life itself. They call it Chi, the same force you tapped into during our spars, but refined, mastered. Goku had scoffed at the time. Sounds like fancy talk for hitting harder. Shang-Chi had smirked. Maybe. But if you ever want to understand what you really are, those mountains might have the answers. The plain banked sunlight glinting off the distant, snow-capped peaks. And then Goku paused mid-step as his boots crunched lightly on the frost-kissed rocks. The thin mountain air carried the metallic tang of blood, fresh and unmistakable. His nostrils flared, instincts honed by years of battle flaring to life. This wasn't the scent of an animal. It was human blood, and it was close. His pulse quickened as he scanned the jagged cliffs, the wind howling through the passes like a mournful spirit. The scent led off the worn trail toward a narrow crevice half hidden by snowdrifts. His breath misted in the cold as he pressed forward, muscles coiled, ready for anything. Then he saw it, a dark stain speared across the pale stone, still glistening. His stomach tightened. Someone had been hurt badly. A few steps more and he spotted drag marks in the snow, uneven and desperate. Whoever it was hadn't gone willingly, and curiosity demanded that he follow this trail to its conclusion. The wolves scattered as Goku's power pole cut through the air like a red blur, its vibranium length striking the alpha hard enough to send it tumbling into the snow with a yelp. The rest of the pack snarled but retreated, their yellow eyes gleaming with feral wariness. Goku barely spared them even a glance. His focus was on the woman crumpled against the rocks with her robes torn and pale skin from the massive blood loss, and she was obviously cold. She was dying. He knew the scent. Kneeling beside her, he pressed a hand to the worst of the wounds. Deep bite marks raked across her abdomen. Her breath came in shallow, shuddering grasps. "Stay still," Goku muttered, though he knew it was futile. Her fingers trembling clutched his wrist with surprising strength. My son," she rasped, blood flecking her lips. "Danny, running from Wolf." Her grip tightened, desperation sharpening her fading gaze. "Please, save him." "Where?" he demanded. Her eyes flickered toward the higher peaks before her body went slack and her eyes glossed over. Goku stood, tail lashing. The wolf had left tracks. Danny Rand's lungs burned as he sprinted across the icy ridge, his bare feet numb against the frozen stone behind him. The wolf's snarls grew louder, its breath hot on his neck. He'd seen the bridge ahead, a narrow ancient span of rope and wood swaying over a chasm, but his legs were weakened, and they wouldn't carry him fast enough. He risked a glance back. The wolf was a blur of gray and bared fangs. Its yellow eyes locked onto him. It lunged. Danny squeezed his eyes shut, bracing for the pain that was to come. And then, crack! A sickening snap echoed through the mountains. Danny's eyes flew open. The wolf hung limp in the grip of a stranger, a wild-haired teenager that had a monkey tail coiled behind him like an organic whip. The boy's fingers were buried in the beast's fur, its neck twisted at an unnatural angle. With a casual flick of his wrist, he tossed the corpse aside like discarded trash. Danny gaped. The stranger wasn't even breathing hard. "You okay, kid?" the boy asked, tilting his head. His voice was rough but not unkind. Danny could only nod, his heart hammering. The stranger grinned, sharp and feral. "Good. Your mom sent me. Her last words were to save you." Then the world spun as Danny's legs gave out, exhaustion and relief crashing over him. And sorrow. The last thing he felt was a pair of strong arms catching him before he hit the snow. The bridge to Kunlun swayed beneath Goku's feet as he carried Danny across, the mist-shrouded chasm below swallowing all sound. Then, like a mirage, the legendary city materialized before them, towering pagodas of jade and gold, streets paved with luminous stone, and the air thick with the scent of incense and something deeper. Magic, maybe. Goku's tail twitched. Whoa. The gates swung open without a touch. Robed warriors bowed as they passed, but their faces were grim. A council of elders awaited them in a grand hall. Their leader, a wizened man with eyes like smoldering coals, spoke first. He turned to Goku. "You, stranger, you bear the mark of the untamed spirit. Perhaps fate has sent you both in these new days of darkness." Goku crossed his arms. What kind of darkness? The elder's voice dropped. The Demon King Piccolo, for centuries, he was imprisoned beneath the Dragon's Teeth Mountains, his essence bound by the 7 seals of Shao Lao. But the seals have fractured. His shadow is already poisoning our lands. As if summoned, a distant tremor shook the city. Somewhere beyond the peaks, a plume of emerald fire split the sky. Goku's grin was all teeth. I guess I'm going to find my next fight here. Danny gripped his arm. You don't understand. Piccolo isn't just strong, he's pure evil. My father used to tell me stories about this monster. And about this place. Goku cracked his knuckles. Then I'll slay the monster. The elders exchanged glances. The Saiyans' defiance was either madness or their last hope. The elders of Kunlun exchanged grave looks at Goku as Goku stood before them, his tail lashing with excitement rather than fear. The ancient scrolls depicting Piccolo's reign of terror lay unfurled at their feet. Images of the cities reduced to ashes, mountains split asunder, and warriors devoured whole by the Demon King's blasts. Elder Ko, you speak of facing him as if he were merely another opponent. Piccolo is not a man. He is a demonic force of annihilation. The last time he walked this realm, it took the combined might of immortal weapons to seal him away. Goku tilted his head and scanned the illustration. So that means he's strong. Good. Elder Liang slammed his staff down, the sound echoing through the hall. Arrogance will not save you. His very breath can corrupt the ground he walks. His magic bends reality itself, so they say. You would be a fool to challenge him alone. Goku shrugged, rolling his shoulders. I fought guys in metal suits, living shadows, and a dude who could heal from all wounds. This Piccolo guy just sounds like the best one yet. The elders murmured against themselves. To them, this reckless boy was either touched by divine courage or he was going to be marching to his doom. With Piccolo's return still looming, Goku decided to sharpen his skill alongside Danny Rand, the future Iron Fist. The monk of Kunlun, though wary of the wild Saiyan, recognized the untapped power within him, the same energy that had flared against the symbiote when he fought him. Danny, still grieving his mother, threw himself into training, channeling his pain into discipline. Goku, ever the brawler, initially scoffed at the slow meditative exercises. Why sit around breathing when we could be sparring, he grumbled, tail flicking impatiently. The elder monk, Lei Kung, merely smiled. You have strength, but it is untamed, like a river flooding its banks. Chi is not just power, it is focus, control. Goku frowned, recalling the hot white aura that had erupted during his fight with Spiderman. So that glow I used, that was Chi. Li Kung nodded. Merely a flicker. A true master does not merely summon Chi in bursts. They let it flow like breath, for it is part of them. The training grounds of Kunlun trembled. Goku and Danny stood mid-spar, their fists locking in a testing clash when the earth itself seemed to recoil. A distant, thunderous boom rolled across the mountains, shaking pagodas to their foundations. The sky, once a serene gold, darkened as if a storm had swallowed the sun. Then, green fire. A pillar of emerald energy erupted from the Dragon's Teeth Mountains, splitting the horizon like a wound. The shockwave that followed flattened trees and sent monks tumbling and shattered the stained glass windows of the Temple of the Crane. Goku's tail stood on end, his nostrils flared. Ozone, sulfur, something ancient and demonic even. From the inferno emerged a silhouette, tall, broad, clad in regal blue and red. His skin was deep, otherworldly green. His pointed ears twitched. His eyes, then they locked onto the city, burned with malice. Kunlun, Piccolo's voice boomed, shaking the very air. Your time of peace is over. And with the flick of his wrist, he unleashed a second blast. Kaboom! The explosion vaporized stones and sent warriors flying. Goku's fists clenched, his lips peeled back into a feral grin. This might be my best hunt yet. Piccolo's yellow eyes narrowed as Goku landed before him, the Saiyan's boots kicking up dust in the crater ruins of Kunlun's outer gates. The Demon King's lip curled, his massive arms crossed over his chest as he loomed over the teenager. This is the champion Kunlun sends. Piccolo's voice was a thunderous scoff, dripping with disdain. A child in animal pelts, reeking of sweat and arrogance. Goku grinned, rolling his shoulders. Hey, Is there red blood beneath that green skin of yours? Piccolo's aura wrapped around him, cracking the earth. You are not even worth the energy it would take to disintegrate you. His gaze flicked past Goku, toward the trembling monks and warriors that were behind him. Where are the immortal weapons, the sorcerers, the ones who once dared to challenge me? Goku cracked his knuckles. I don't know, maybe they're busy. So you're stuck here with me. And for a moment, silence hung between them. Then Piccolo threw his head back and laughed, a deep echoing sound that shook the rubble that was underneath his feet. Foolish boy, he rumbled, flexing his clawed fingers. But very well. I will humor you. Let us see how long your bravado lasts. Piccolo's laughter still rumbled in his chest when Goku moved. Not with hesitant caution of a mortal, but with the explosive speed of a Saiyan warrior. One moment the boy stood grinning. The next his fist cracked against Piccolo's jaw with the force of a meteor impact. The Demon King's head snapped to the side, his mocking smirk twisting into a snarl of shock, his feet skidding backward, carving trenches into the stone as he steadied himself. A dull ache pulsed when Goku's knuckles had connected, an unfamiliar sensation. Piccolo's fingers rose to his jaw, probing the spot. His yellow eyes narrowed, pupils contracting like a predator's. You actually hit me. The words were low, dangerous, not a question, but a realization. Goku shook out his hand, still grinning. Huh, I guess your blood is actually purple, he said, inspecting his hand, looking at the droplets. For centuries, no mortal strike had so much as worn Piccolo's skin. Swords shattered against him. Spells fizzled out his fingertips. Yet this feral child with nothing but brute strength had hurt him. The air between them thickened. Piccolo's aura flared, emerald energy lashing like storm winds. His lips peeled back, revealing jagged teeth. Interesting. The ground beneath them shattered as the Demon King lunged to retaliate. Piccolo's claws slashed through the air with a vicious shink, razor sharp, nails carving deep into Goku's chest. Blood sprayed in an arc, splattering the shattered stone beneath them in dark, glistening streaks. The pain was instant, searing, but Goku barely flinched. Instead, his lips curled into a feral grin, his teeth bared in exhilaration as he stared down at the wounds. The gashes were deep, dripping crimson down his torso, staining the remnants of his animal hide wraps. He touched the blood, smearing it between his fingers, his pulse hammering, not from agony, but from the thrill of the fight. Now that's more like it, Goku laughed, rolling his shoulders as if shaking off a scratch. His tail lashed behind him, his muscles coiled like springs. Piccolo's eyes narrowed. Most men would have collapsed, some would have screamed, but this boy was smiling. The Demon King's lips twisted into a smirk of his own. You bleed well, little warrior. Goku wiped his bloody hand across his mouth, tasting the iron. And you definitely hit the hardest, harder than anyone else I've fought so far. He cracked his neck, his aura flickering to life, white-hot energy flaring around him like a corona. Let's see if you can do that again. The ground shattered beneath his feet as he launched himself forward, blood still flying from his wounds. The battle between Goku and Piccolo was a storm of raw power and brutal technique. Piccolo's strength was overwhelming. Every strike carried the force of a landslide, his massive fist cratering the earth whenever Goku dodged. The Demon King's blows were precise. His centuries of combat experience allowed him to anticipate Goku's movements, countering his savage land-honed instincts with eerie efficiency. But Goku was relentless. He wove between Piccolo's attacks like water, using Shang-Chi's redirection techniques to turn the demon's own momentum against him. When Piccolo swung, Goku deflected, guiding the strike past him before countering with a sharp elbow to the ribs. When Piccolo unleashed a devastating kick, Goku would roll with the impact, minimizing the damage before retaliating with a crushing knee to Piccolo's gut. Piccolo sneered, "You fight like a trained insect. Annoying, but ultimately insignificant." Goku grinned, blood dripping from his lip. "And you talk too much." The Demon King's next punch was faster, a hammer blow that would have shattered a normal man's skull. Goku barely twisted aside, feeling the displaced air sting his cheek. He retaliated with a spinning heel kick that cracked against Piccolo's temple, staggering him for half a second, just enough to land two rapid jabs to his solar plexus. Piccolo grunted, more surprise than pain. Goku's tail whipped for balance as he ducked under a retaliatory backhand. flipping backward to reassess. His muscles burned. His breath came hard, but his grin never faded. Piccolo was stronger, but Goku was better trained. The battle had been a whirlwind of fists and fury, each combatant pushing the other to its limits until Piccolo decided to end this game. With the sudden fluid motion, the Demon King extended his palm. His fingers splayed. The air between them warped. A sticky yellow light coalescing into a swirling spear of raw, crackling energy. Goku's instinct screamed. This wasn't just going to be another punch. Demon Palm. The blast erupted in a deafening crack. A beam of concentrated destruction tearing through the battlefield. Goku barely had time to raise his arms before the energy swallowed him whole. The force lifted him off his feet, his body searing as the chi field attack burned through his defenses. His skin blistered, his muscles locked into agony. This wasn't just physical damage, it was chi, refined and weaponized, unmaking him from the inside out. The beam carried him backward, slamming him through stone pillars, reducing ancient masonry to dust, before finally cratering him into the mountainside. Smoke rose from his smoldering body. His clothes charred, his flesh raw, his vision swam, his breath came in ragged, bloody gasps. Piccolo loomed over the wreckage, his voice dripping with contempt. You may be strong, boy, but your chi control is lacking. Danny Rand's fist struck like a comet, his knuckles blazing with golden energy of a boy who would become the next Iron Fist in time. The punch connected with Piccolo's jaw in a shockwave of concussive force. Crack! The sound echoing across the battlefield like a thunderclap. Piccolo's head snapped to the side, his yellow eyes widening in genuine surprise as pain flared through his face for the second time that day. You, Piccolo snarled, recoiling. His clawed fingers rising to his jaw where Danny's strike had landed. A thin trickle of violet blood seeped from the corner of his mouth, his lips twisted into a snarl, his aura flaring violently. Another insect that needs to be stepped on. Danny stood firm, his fist still glowing, his stance rooted in the disciplined forms of the Kunlun that he had learned so far. Behind him, Goku groaned, struggling to push himself up from the rubble, his body smoking from Piccolo's blast. You hurt my friend, Danny said, his voice steady despite the tremor in his limbs. That was your mistake. Piccolo wiped the blood from his mouth, examining it with a mix of disbelief and fury. A child of Shao Lao, he mused, his voice dripping with contempt. The Iron Fist prospect, I have no doubt. I should have known Kunlun would send its last novice relic to die. Goku coughed, spitting out blood, but his grin was back, sharp and feral. Huh, took you long enough to step up, kid. Danny didn't look back. I have to repay you for saving me from that wolf. Piccolo's laughter was a dark rumble. Then you will perish together. Then the Demon King lunged. Piccolo's massive hand closed around Danny's throat like a vice, lifting the boy off the ground with terrifying ease. Danny's feet kicked helplessly in the air, his fingers clawing at the demon's thick green wrist, his face turning a sickly shade of purple as his breath was cut off. The golden glow of his chi flickered weakly around his fists, but Piccolo's grip was unrelenting. Goku's vision swam, his body still screaming from the Demon King's energy blast, but the sight of Danny struggling, choking, sent a surge of adrenaline through his veins. His muscles burned as he tried to force himself up, his tail lashing behind him in agitation. Let him go, Goku snarled, his voice raw. Piccolo's yellow eyes flickered toward him, unimpressed. Or what, boy? You can barely stand. His grip tightened, and Danny's eyes began to roll back, his limbs going slack. Goku's fingers trembled as they closed around the glort that was at his hip. Kraven's final gift, the cursed elixir he'd sworn to never use again. The last time he drunk Calypso's brew, he'd woken up surrounded by the corpses of Savage Land beasts. Their bones were shattered and their flesh torn, with hardly any memory of the slaughter. The potion didn't just enhance his strength, it burned away his reason, leaving only a feral, unstoppable force in its wake, with the desire for blood. But Danny's face was turning blue. Piccolo's laughter rumbled like distant thunder. Goku ripped the stopper free with his teeth and drank. Fire exploded in his veins. His vision went white, then a feral yellow. Muscles swelled, tendons creaked, and his very bones groaned under the sudden violent surge of new power. The world sharpened. Every scent, every sound, every pulse of blood in Piccolo's veins roared in his senses. His tail bristled, his teeth elongated until fangs in his aura erupted into a seething storm, crimson storm. The last shred of his humanity screamed at him to stop, but the beast that was within did not care. Piccolo's fingers had just begun to squeeze Danny's windpipe, creaking beneath his grip. The boy's golden teeth flickered like a dying candle. And then the world blurred. A sound like a wet canvas tearing. A spray of violet blood, then cold. Piccolo's arm was gone. Not severed clearly as by a blade, not burned away by energy. Ripped from its socket with the brutal, unthinking violence of a predator dismantling its prey with brute force. The stump gushed thick, dark blood, tendons, and sinew dangling grotesquely. For the first time in centuries, the Demon King felt searing pain, raw and shocking, radiating up his shoulder. His yellow eyes snapped down. Goku stood before him, chest heaving, pupils shrunk to pinpricks of feral hunger. His lips were peeled back in a snarl, his teeth too sharp, his muscles corded with unnatural bulk. Crimson energy, thick as blood, boiled off his skin in waves, warping the air that was around him, and in his clawed grip, Piccolo's own arm dangled, fingers still twitching reflexively around the empty air where Danny's throat had been. Danny collapsed to the ground, gasping, his eyes wide with horror. Goku didn't glance at him, and he didn't speak to him. He bit into the severed limb. Fangs sank through the green flesh, bones crunched, and violet blood streaked his chin as he began to chew. His gaze locked on Piccolo with naked, animalistic contempt. Piccolo staggered back, his remaining hand clamping over the stump. You. What the hell are you? The thing wearing Goku's face swallowed, then it smiled. A hunter. Piccolo's severed stump convulsed, muscles wreathing beneath his green skin as his violet blood sizzled and bubbled with a wet, grotesque snap. Bone extended like a sprouting sapling, tendons slithered into place, and sinew knitted together in seconds. His arm regrew before their eyes, a grotesque spectacle of his seemingly demonic biology. He flexed his new fingers, grinning through the pain. You'll need to do better than that, beast. Goku's response was a guttural snarl. The elixir had hollowed out his humanity, leaving only a predator's instincts and fury. He lunged, crimson aura trailing like a comet's tail. Their fists collided in the mid-air. Boom! The shockwave shattered the mountainside, sending boulders tumbling into the abyss below. Piccolo twisted, diving a knee into Goku's ribs. Bones cracked, but the sand barely slowed, retaliating with a claw swipe that carved 4 gashes across Piccolo's chest. The demon roared, emerald energy erupting from his palms. Krakoom! But Goku tanked the blast, smoke peeled off his seared skin as he tackled Piccolo through the pagoda. Stone rained down as they grappled, a whirlwind of fangs and claws. Piccolo's hands grasped, wrapping around Goku's throat to squeeze, but the sand bit down, severing fingers in a spray of violet. Danny watched, trembling. This wasn't a fight. It was a beast battling a monster for the spot of who was going to be the apex predator. Enough! Piccolo's eyes glowed white. Piccolo's breath came in ragged growls as he backpedaled, his newly regenerated arm still tingling with residual pain. The boy, no, the thing that had once been Goku, advanced with a single-minded fury. His crimson aura scorched the earth with each step. Every exchange left Piccolo reeling, bones shattering and regenerating under the sand's enhanced strength. Flesh tore beneath those jagged fangs, and worst of all, the beast was learning. It adapted to the techniques meant by shrugging off blasts that had leveled buildings moments prior. But Piccolo was no mere brawler. He was a sorcerer king, a master of chi, refined over centuries. While the elixir had amplified Goku's raw power, it had also stripped away his discipline, his control. The energy was now running wild through his veins. Piccolo's lips curled into a bloody smirk. Let the animal rage while I take flight. The sky above Kunlun split like a wound as Piccolo ascended, his massive form silhouetted against the rolling storm clouds. Yellowish emerald energy crackled around his outstretched palms, coalescing into a swirling spear of destruction. Demon Wave, a technique honed over centuries capable of leveling mountains. The air itself screamed as the blast took shape. its malevolent light casting the ruined city in sickling yellow hues. Below, Goku's crimson aura pulsed erratically, his body trembling with the elixir's unstable power. His pupils had vanished, swallowed by the primal hunger of the hunt. As Piccolo's energy reached critical mass, Goku's jaw unhinged unnaturally wide, his throat glowing a hellish reddish purple. A guttural, inhuman noise built within his chest, his Saiyan biology reacting instinctively, mirroring the Ozaru's devastating breath blast, but warped by the elixir into something raw and uncontrollable. The beams erupted simultaneously. Piccolo's demon wave tore downward, a river of emerald annihilation. Goku's mouth blast rocketed skyward, a jagged scarlet torrent more explosive than beam, its edges spraying with unstable energy. Then they collided mid-air. Boom! The shockwave flattened pagodas, uprooted ancient trees, and sent boulders tumbling into chasms below. The very earth buckled as the opposing energies warred, Piccolo's refined malice against Goku's raw, feral wrath, and for a heartbeat the beams had a searing stalemate, their meeting point a blinding supernova of yellow and crimson. The beams' clash reached its crescendo, and Goku's jagged scarlet mouth blast seared through Piccolo's emerald demon wave like a knife through smoke. The Saiyan's raw, uncontrolled power overwhelmed the Demon King's refined technique, the crimson energy punching through Piccolo's midsection with a sickening sizzle. For a moment Piccolo hovered, his yellow eyes wide with disbelief, a gaping hole smoldering in his abdomen, edges still cracking with residual energy. Violent blood rained onto the ruins below as his regeneration struggled and then failed to correct itself. His lips twisted into a grimace and then a weak smirk. With the final shuddering breath, he began to speak. Clever beast. Piccolo rasped, his voice gurgling, his massive hand pressed against the wound, fingers trembling. But this is not over. And with the final breath, Piccolo's chest convulsed, his jaws wrenched open naturally wide, and from his throat, a glistening egg-like orb shot forth. Piccolo's body began to crumble, his flesh dissolving into emerald ash. Yet his voice echoed, a spectral promise to the wind. My son will finish what I began. And then silence. The Demon King was gone. The cheers of Kunlun's people rose like thunder, their voices weaving into a single chant that echoed through the city. Goku, Goku, Goku. At first, the name didn't register, the elixir's fury still pulsed in his veins, his muscles twitching with residual bloodlust, his vision tinged red. But as the haze lifted, he blinked once, then twice, and the world sharpened. The monks, the warriors, even Danny, still clutching his bruised throat, were staring at him with something beyond gratitude. Some of them looked at him like it was reverence. An elder stepped forward, his robe singed from battle, his voice trembling with awe. Long ago, the legend spoke of a monkey king, a warrior of untamed spirit who defied heaven itself. You have his fire, his strength. You are Goku. The syllables settled into his bones. Goku, not Dimitri, the wild child of the savage land, not Kraven's apprentice, his own name, earned in battle, roared by people he'd saved. A grin split his face, sharp and true. He tilted his head back, staring at the sky where Piccolo's last spiteful gift had vanished. Somewhere beyond the clouds, Kraven was probably smirking with pride. Hear that, old man? Goku murmured, tail flicking behind him. I took down a Demon King and got a real name out of it. The wind carried his words away, but he didn't need an answer. The weight of the moment was enough. Danny limped to his side. You okay? Goku laughed, rolling his shoulders. I'm better than okay. I guess I'm Goku now. And for the first time, it felt like destiny. Alright, hope you guys liked it. Like, share, subscribe, all that. Till next time, gone. Peace.